दूर, तुझको कल का बोल पार, आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार। क्यों करते ही फाइव स्टैक, सारी बीड़ी भूल जाते, नुस्ता मचाते, भूल जाते घर के लफड़े जो बता नहीं पाते, खर्चे रोजे बढ़ते जाते, जूते नए लेने हैं पर खुद का कुछ कमा नहीं पाते। मेरे पास सारे खास, मेरे हाथ में नहीं क्लास, है my dreams नहीं ये नींद, बस एक काम का बुखार, तुझे चेंज करना कल तो फिर घिस लाला आज। रो मत बीटी लेते टाइम ही ये जो देगा सब जवाब, मेहनत करते रे मत रुकना नहीं तू करना मत सवाल, फले मीठा पर ये सफर उससे बहुत ही लाजवाब, सारे रास्ते बंद तब कर देगा वो कुछ ना कुछ कमाल, फोकट वास्ते देने वाले लोग तो बहुत ही ये जरूरी, ठोकर खाकर ही तू लेगा सबसे लंबी ये उछाल, बस कर दे लाला झर्रे तेरे बाल, स्ट्रेस को तू भाड़ में डाल, खुश रह मिल रहा तेरे को खाने को डाल, रख अच्छे विचार, जाना है आखिर में कंधों पे चाल, टेंशन काय को ले रहा सीधा भेज जिसको किधर को जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर, कोटी पटेली देना है तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार, सगे ऑफ सारे कार जमापुर, बदले शॉर्ट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर, मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, तुझको कल का बोल पार, आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार। 8 साल का ग्राइंड तब करा शाइन, ट्रेन के खाए तके अबे फ्लाइट एवरी टाइम, टूटा हुआ पीसी पहले लो दे बहुत फ्रेम्स, तभी नहीं गिव अप किया ये पूरा करा मैंने गेम, जितने का था मेरा पीसी अभी उतने का है हेडफोन, नहीं थे नेट के पैसे इंटरनेट पे अब हूँ वेल नोन, घर पे सबको खुशी मिल रहा नहीं चाहिए अननोन है सब, सपने से बड़ा ये सब, गिर गया फिर भी उठ के ट्राई करा बार बार हर बार, रास्ते बनते सारे आंखें नमते मेरे लिए तब राम नाम, रास्ते बनते सारे आंखें नमते मेरे, करना बहुत तो खाली बच्चन फूक दे रहे, सोच रहे कल के पर आज ही सोते रहे, सुनते कुछ नहीं खाली बनते बहरे, बोले गए अब टाइम नहीं है रील स्वाइप करने में बिजी, कल करते यार आज में वाइब नहीं है, मिलेंगे ऐसे सोचिए बोलने झूठ अपने आप से, सिर्फ डर अपने बाप से, बाकी दूर कर दिमाग से, और अगर आप फ्री टिकट किधर को जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर, कोटी पटेली देना है तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार, सगे ऑफ सारे कार जमापुर, बदले शॉर्ट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर, मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, तुझको कल का बोल पार, आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार। It's the grand finale day, baby! What is up? Welcome back to another live stream. Tripped out by sub. Chat कैसा दिख रहा हूँ? कैसा दिख रहा हूँ? It's a grand finale today. What is up? Welcome back to each and everyone to another live stream. VCT अमेरिकास का ग्रैंड फाइनल्स, और भाई ऐसा ग्रैंड फाइनल जो एकदम मेजरिस्टिक है। आज जो ग्रैंड फिनाले में टीम्स है वो अपने को देखने मिल सकती है मास्टर्स के प्लेऑफ्स में, डायरेक्ट मास्टर्स के प्लेऑफ्स में। सो इट्स गोना बी फन, इट्स गोना बी सुपर फन। लेट अस फ्रिकिंग गो, लेट अस फ्रिकिंग गो। वेलकम बैक। क्या हाल है भाई? लाइट जा रही है हर 10 मिनट में, क्या करूं? दिस इज अ टफ क्वेश्चन। T1 और DRX का लफड़ा देखा? T1 और DRX में लफड़ा हुआ, टेलॉन और DRX में लफड़ा हुआ ना भाई। दिस टुडे इज अ नॉट गुड हेयर डे, एक्चुअली नॉट गुड हेयर डे। लेकिन कैसा दिख रहा हूं चैट? कैसा दिख रहा हूं? Am I looking? चश्मा अजीब लग रहा है क्या? शुड वी चेंज द चश्मा? टॉटी लिख रहे यार सालो, इतना डेंजर ड्रिपिंग किया हुआ यार। हाँ, फाइनल डे ड्रिपिंग किया हुआ आज, इतना डेंजर सा, और तुम लोग टॉटी लिख रहे हो। नहीं अच्छे दिख रहे हो, नहीं अच्छे दिख रहे हो, या नहीं अच्छा लग रहा है क्या? अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है या अच्छे लग रहे हो? क्या बोल रहे हो भाई? आपकी रील देखी, ओपी डांस, थैंक यू। डब्ल्यू दिख रहे हो, थैंक यू। नहीं अच्छा लग रहा है, लव यू। क्या लफड़ा हुआ? एनीवन एक्सप्लेन? अरे कुछ तो स्क्रीम्स का उन्होंने ना इंफॉर्मेशन एक दूसरे को बांटा, शेयर किया, वो कुछ तो लफड़ा हुआ है। स्मार्ट लग रहा है, थैंक यू। सुप्रभात बाबा, सुप्रभात। Alright boys, let's hop in. Let's hop on in. Let's hop on in. ओए रुको, इसको अपन वो लगाए क्या? नहीं, ज्यादा अजीब लगेगा, क्लीन ही रखते हैं। Grand finale, baby!
I'm looking to get that split one trophy.
Let's go!
We've played them
Let's
so many
freaking
times,
go.
even in just this year. They always fight back.
Bang gets the kill.
They've improved a lot since Thailand, and I think that this is like the best they've looked this whole year.
I think
Love
the
you,
G2
Rishabh bhai.
is super strong just because they've had the same core between Valen, Trent, and Jonah for so long.
Can Trent, however, have the firepower for 2 of these members? Oh my God! The Red Bull clutch
Chat.
from Trent.
For our team, I mean, we want the trophy.
ये देखना है तुम लोगों को, या मैं कुछ दिखाना चाहता हूँ वो दिखाओ?
Have it over us, but
ये देखना है या मैं कुछ दिखाना चाहता हूँ वो दिखाओ? जल्दी बताओ, जल्दी बताओ, जल्दी बताओ।
It's definitely the one to beat anyone in the region, especially G2. My team is unbelievably talented, so I think beating G2 is going to be a
दिखाओ मैं क्या दिखाना चाहता हूँ। हाँ ये देखो, तो सब लोग चैट में ये कर रहे थे ना, क्या उसे कहते हैं, सब लोग चैट में ये भेज रहे थे ना, व्हाइट मॉन्स्टर भेज रहे थे ना, तो इसलिए मैंने, माँ कसम बाल बहुत बेकार लग रहे हैं, तो इसलिए मैंने ना आज सोचा कि लेट अस ट्राई नो शुगर वाला राडे बुल, ठीक है ना। मैंने व्हाइट मॉन्स्टर ट्राई किया, बट व्हाइट मॉन्स्टर वाज हॉरेंडस, तो मेरे को देखना है। ये वॉकआउट चल रहा है, माँ कसम।
Welcome second. Zelsus. John Q2. And head coach Kaplan.
आज भाई,
And now let's bring out their
आज
opponents
वो है
in this
Jack।
best of 5 series. Give it up
आज ना
for G2's
सेंटिनल्स इसमें क्या उसे कहते हैं, जोश में। आज सेंटिनल्स वाइब में, आज सेंटिनल्स का फॉर्म है। लेट्स फ्रिकिंग गो। तो एक मैच के बाद पीते हैं चैट, एक मैच के बाद पीते हैं फिर, है ना, दैट विल बी बेटर। टाइम रहेगा तभी टाइम पास करने के लिए, याद दिलाना।
head coach Josh RT.
शीश भाई
Let's hear it
साहब,
one more
वाइब है।
time for your grand finalists.
BO5 लाला, BO5।
Our finalists, G2 Esports and Sentinels, the best of the Americas region, here to throw down one final time, and we're so ready for this one, Mimi.
It was the same final back in kickoff. G2 took it there, but it was a test for this team. Since winning there, they've suffered their only loss in Americas at the hands of this Sentinels team, and now coming back to their lower bracket, need revenge to get the back-to-back.
That was a 3-2 win for G2 when they were in this exact same situation in kickoff. And I feel that Sentinels, since then, have really improved, integrating Narrate, Bang into the roster to a much greater extent than they were able to with that shorter time frame at the beginning of the year. In this playoff
is that we are going
run,
Masters?
we have
Yes.
seen Sentinels at their absolute
Poll
peak
डालो।
with this new iteration of their roster.
It's been so good from them, right? And it was doom and gloom at the start of the stage, right? They dropped that series early on to Crew. People like, this team's fallen off a cliff after what happened to them in Bangkok. But since then, it has been domination from Sentinels.
Yeah, and both teams really, you heard Leaf talk about it in the video before the walkouts, how he want to build a dynasty here for G2 Esports. But we know from Sentinels, from their experience, maybe that's their exact same goal too. This Sentinels organization has been wanting to be the big franchise player, just like, you know.
क्या लगता है chat? Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Sentinels और G2? 20% लोगों को लग रहा है G2 जीतेगा. लोगों को बोलो eat the 30 baby. तुम क्यों बज रहा है बे Discord पे इतना? Mahzin, my god, and yo, what's up, G's?
You can see now as the players get pressures on here. But if anything, these 10
coaches
more than ready to meet the moment, considering that this is something that they have done time and time and
भाई अभी ब्रेक बोल रहा था उसको शर्म आ
हाँ लिटरली मेरे को अरे तू स्ट्रीम कर रहा है क्या ब्रो मैं बोल रहा था कि नहीं रहा
से मेरे को थोड़ा सा मेरे को शर्म आ रही थी अकेले बैठ
ये नहीं बोलना था ना ये नहीं
कैसा दिख रहा हूँ मैं बताना स्ट्रीम पे
वही get the double map ban advantage.
Bro, literally epic नहीं बोला.
And taking away G2's best.
भाई क्लच को फुल घूमे ना हम लोग उस कल.
आ गया. ओ भाई साहब heaven and split. भाई फ्रैक्चर नहीं है. That's the biggest W thing. क्या बोलता है? Glasses फटे ना? Yeah bro, grand final baby.
उनको ना?
Sen versus G2 दोनों in form
है. अपना अमेरिका का फाइनल है क्या?
Yep.
As a structure, the team looks so much better there.
If we get to the end of this series, those
final
two maps are the
है ना घर से खेल रहा है.
ऐसा क्यों?
नहीं खेल रहा भाई वो हो गया वो रिटायर हो गया.
सही में रिटायर हो गया?
हाँ. Second on Neon.
हाँ Zekan 10 दिख रहा है ना बिना ग्लासेस.
भाई Zekan is crazy भाई full form में वो यड़ भगा रहा है full. बहुत सही खेल रहा हो. जगह में on your room.
अभी Neon सही है.
हाँ Neon मचाता भाई वो full. चेक कर रिले खेल रहा था ना. क्या बोल रहा है? Sense भाई Sense gonna win. चेक. कल वेले खेल रहा था ना जगम्बो इस पे हेवन पे. अभिलाष thank you so much for the 20 rupees on super chat.
अच्छा है रे ट्रॉफी.
Yeah bro, इनका बहुत crazy होता है. Let's freaking go.
It's Bran and Sideshow with the call.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to get into this one here for our grand finals
of
stage 1 domestically, of course, 2025. No better two teams, I would say, as well, that are matching up here. This battleground behind us. And honestly, between the two of them, they've been bringing the best out of each other consistently all year long. We've been treated to banger matchups.
And they've also alternated between which team and which team's really been trying to find their form and figure out what their feel of the team looks like. If you dial things back to when these two teams clashed at kickoff, it didn't feel like Sentinels really had found their rhythm, and you heard Zekan talking about it after Bangkok as well. Now it feels like these last few matches you've seen of G2 down in the lower bracket, they've been in survival mode rather than domination mode.
Alright boys, let's freaking go! The first game off! First round of grand finale!
Our opening pistol round, G2 with a lot to prove here.
Really common pistol for the defenders is to triple walk down mid at the start of these rounds, hoping that you can get a flank retake on A. G2 not going for it. Set, ready, wary.
अच्छा लग रहा है setup.
Did they catch Jorg? I think they must
have. Check किया उसको.
He's going to reveal himself anyway as well. A couple of stray shots, posturing back and forth.
In the meantime, Sentinels taking some short control, slowly contacting and faking B. This is designed to draw people away from that A connector.
Discord पे देख
रहा
हूँ.
And weaken the A site.
Leaf not to be moved though. And
Bro,
वो
stun नहीं हुआ.
Not stuns up. He's getting two.
Oh hell nah.
क्या lucky हो गया.
Instantly there with a response. He fills in the gap.
And immediately the pings are coming out in that corner. A flash, a clear, and Leaf picks up three.
Swinging all the way through here. It's all onto the shoulders of
the raid. Bot time, bro. Bot time.
Explosive is the opening, but already they're closing, and that's G2 taking our first round here in our grand finals.
You cannot make mistakes like that if you want a chance of beating G2. That corner.
Leaf G2 में ही
तो
है.
Cloud9 में था ना.
I mean, that's one of the major reasons why
पहले की बात कर
using the fault line in that position. A couple of steps further back for John QT, and Leaf is caught dead to rights in that situation. And yet he escapes with 3 kills. G2 given a pistol. But they had many pistols, many force buy wins. The last time they played against Sentinels in that upper bracket semi-final. Didn't help them.
Now Sentinels came ready to play that evolution that they've been having over the course of 2025. Looking like they're in top form. They want to take a trophy. They want to deny G2 the chance to be the first team to win a back-to-back domestic trophy. Here in Americas, this is an overload as well. Body's going to be
Sen ने ये नहीं किया.
It's going to be met with
force नहीं किया.
So G2,
it is okay.
Slap it back down. Spikes in their laps.
Classic
spike नहीं है, spike नहीं है.
Last player standing.
हाँ delete किया bro.
The spike is just completely safe here on the site. John left to do it all. He found a weird timing, but he's gonna have to get through 3 players with much better weaponry. And at this point, he's going for the slow, long.
Crazy कर रहा है. कुछ तो crazy कर रहा है.
At this juncture, just trying to deny some weapons would be good out of the hands of G2.
Yeah.
And you saw there that they moved the setup pretty considerably. That Vice wall went over towards B, anticipating some kind of B pop on an eco.
अभी देख रहा है फिर भी वो.
Completely catching the double dive. Did it get scrappy? Yeah, a little bit. I was confused why John had utility in his hands when he knew the bang had gone into the site. And watch out for this in future rifle rounds. Because the Neon plus Omen combo can get past the
वड़ा वो उसके बारे में बात नहीं कर सकते स्ट्रीम पे.
Being pretty hard countered by Vice. But if Bang is willing to get in there and get aggressive and play as well as he was last time they played against G2,
an isolated player just into that 1-2 punch, I think.
Leaf का 2 और में ult है. उन लोग का bonus काफी strong है.
Absolutely.
See if he pulls out more of them.
Best of 5 boys.
Well, here it is. We'll see if there's a conversion in sight here for G2. They'd love to get strong start, good beginning.
Bro, crazy skin theo.
Sentinels finally with some weapons in their hands. Slow going.
They've mixed up the defensive setup again. So pistol round, they had a 1-2 trap play kind of set up in garage G2. Now they've moved that Vice wall over to C. And Leaf just has to control the whole of this part of the map.
There's no one going to be
Charger नहीं खेल रहे.
Confused
Perceived aggression at least.
Neon
crazy make it feel like this could be just an all-in. Of course, this is again a feign. Fakes on fakes, and Leafy's going to be squaring up to him, but dropped at a moment's notice again. So Zekin has already wrapped his way around. That was a pincer maneuver. If Leaf didn't go down in that spot.
Yeah, this is a beautiful round for Sentinels to pull out. Off the barrier drop, that pathing, seen a lot of the Pacific teams actually running that way. You send your duelist in through B, and they've left an insert of Zelsis. So Zelsis is going to hear a lot of this, can play as the backstab. G2 would have to hit some outrageous shots to win this round.
Zekin's already going to be drawing blood there towards...
Oh, the lurk is crazy, bhai. Let's go.
Striking from behind.
क्या कर रहा Trent?
And that's a flawless.
ठीक है. Flawless by round double use.
G2 any chances of that strong beginning.
वहाँ कसम crowd full fire है आज.
It's a great strategy. My only qualm would be, could they use it on a round where it would break the economy of G2? Because that was just a bonus, but it allowed them to be extremely clean, get up good economy heading into the next. And I've got to imagine the Sentinels have got more in the bag than just that. Their Haven has looked remarkably good. Remember that this used to be a permaban map for Sentinels.
By round on G2.
Any map has showcased their growth.
Leaf का अब तक ult नहीं है, उसने last round में कुछ किया नहीं है.
And that same emphasis being placed.
एक और चाहिए सिर्फ उसके लिए.
Bullets raining down. Leaf is going to dodge and weave. He's alive for now.
And Leaf is just kind of guessing where he should be putting the wall. You know, should it go over towards C? Should it go over towards B? Maybe even to supplement things in garage for information. I do like that he's crossed back over onto the other side. Got flushed out of that position by the recon, and now they're trying to clear Jorg, but he's not.
कितना heavy garage खेल रहे भाई. 3 जन garage खेल रहे.
Up through A long. That drone is going to be putting a bit of pressure now applied over towards
Zelsis. 3v3 fight outside garage.
From behind once more, but Leaf Very forward angle. Yuto's going to be skipping right past
Oh,
him.
hell no. Whoa, okay, good trade.
Might just be dropping in
He
top
stunned
lane.
himself and he's going to get...
Aftershock is just going to be rinsing him. Jonah P sidestep and good with the crosshair placement. Able to return with that fire once more. Straight down the cut. Jonah P offloading all sorts of...
Oh, shit. Bro, Jonah P 3 mara. Kaise jeete ye log round ye?
And Valen will be very happy that the rest of his team bailed him out of that situation. Bit of an embarrassing
Did he
spot
stun
for
himself?
He did. He Astra stunned himself. He thought that the rest of the team was starting to get in for Sentinels.
Oh, Leaf
Chose to
team
try
kaise
to
maar
make sure
diya?
everybody was stunned there rather than...
Oh, wo
let them do the
spam
choke
kiya?
point, but got caught by an aftershock. Nonetheless,
Oh, never mind,
incredible
bhai.
awareness from Jonah
Crazy
P. And
round,
actually,
bhai.
Valen's done his job in that round by
Shit down
calling
bol
another
raha hai.
triple stacking garage because he got the read. And again, that round just kind of typifies everything Valen's been talking about recently, focusing on himself as a leader rather than a player.
Bhai, second machata hai, dekho.
If he makes the right call.
The round goes the way of G2 here. Again, a bit of an exchange of the fire. Just trying to earn up the orbs here. Zeltis' job is to try and contain a bit of presence over towards A. Long that re-clear attempt by G2. Went a bit missing.
And recall that Jorgamo got the push out through A lobby last
A pe
night.
info deke वापस C
Might
पे
be
जा
feeling
रहे
a
हैं.
bit more pressure than usual to make sure that he stays boxed inside.
A flash play here. Zekken going to be inserted.
But all of this a feint. But a feint with two important players for Sen.
Zamos in the stun as well. Great crosshair placement though. Zekken. Jorgamo getting one as well for his troubles. And he backs himself out of there on top of it. It has pulled a bit of the attention away here. G2 are quite scattered in terms of the defensive setup. Valen, luckily with the Thorns by his side as well. It isn't going to be detonated by Leaf, so it has slowed down the approach by Sentinels, but they do have 40 seconds left to play with. And this game, and kind of Mouse has just gone the wrong way, but Leaf is absolutely going to be reciprocating. That's a steel guard, expecting an instant response, but Sen has slowed
Spike C की तरफ है.
And here's Jorgamo with this late round re-push. They're so confident right now, G2. Clearing out. Valen walking down mid. They've got great information that this is going to be
Ooh, the
but Leaf cannot
spam was
die.
good, bhai.
Need to root him out.
15 HP छोड़ दिए ला इसको.
Leaf is barely alive. He's going to be limping towards
Garage
the
से भी
back
एक
of the
बार
side.
आ रहा है.
Try and make a play to push this one back here, but seconds to spare. Sen get themselves into the post plan at least, and G2 have that discipline, waiting for the smokes to dissipate.
No way, Valen got 2, bhai.
Still Leaf back
1v2.
against the wall.
Leaf 1 HP.
The position
Nice.
Zekken isolated into the 1v1 hole for the A's.
Oh!
Sliding off to the side. Oh, to
Oh my god, bhai.
Is his.
Zekken is on, bhai. Zekken is on.
Through this bracket recently.
Let's freaking go.
And they needed that. 5 kills. The fake over towards A long where he collects the first. Coming back in to make sure that his team is bailed out of a tricky situation. A clutch.
Crazy.
Spectacular
Crazy.
individual performance.
Zekken अगर ऐसी भाई अगर फॉर्म चला तो खत्म है ये 3-0.
Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on.
That individual decision making. Just excellency on display there for the Ivo
pushing हो रहा है.
Ace. I've seen it slow down here for the opening. G2 weapons to work with.
क्या चलता?
Zekken just posted up Outlaw in hand.
Keeps all of that momentum going.
नहीं वे डिपेंड करता map to map.
A stun to try to reclear from G2, but they don't have the weaponry really to fight this. They don't have the armor to fight this either. Everyone on G2 has been extremely confident in re-pushing out on defense. And Sen feel like they've got the read now. They're holding, waiting for the play.
Oh.
Taking point is Jonah P, but well, Tremble's supposed to be the backup.
बेचारा stun hold करके रखा था contact के लिए खुद.
Spot. Zeltis.
ये हो गया. उसने stun कहाँ पे फेंका वो?
The round is going to be gone here for G2, so desperation is what's called for. But it should be locked up here. Sentinels nice and pretty now, 3-3.
And the more this goes on, maybe the more that John will start to get a read on what G2 have been
Crazy.
doing on this defense.
3-all.
Macro overall has still been going the way of G2. They've been mixing things up really nicely, but Zekken's ace has turned the tide of this map.
3-all score line, भाई. Close तो जाएगा ये game मेरे को लगता है. 7-5 half.
You see on this eco how
10-7
they were. If they can bring that into rifle rounds as well, I think they'll have a lot of success. It's hard for them to necessarily figure it out.
Bro, वो bounce off हुआ उसका stun.
Constant pushing from the defenders. And G2
Chat predictions.
themselves are going to be taking a tactical timeout here. Josh
Timeout लिए ले G2 ने.
Call for adjustments themselves as well, but sitting at the top of the scoreboard is Zekken. He's 8-3. You called it.
Jinx हो गया अब. अबे भाई 7-5 genuinely 7-5 हो सकता है. या तो 6-6. 6-6. 8-4 तो नहीं हो रहा. अब भी already 3-all है.
He's putting up unbelievable performances to turn rounds, almost single-handedly.
भाई जगह में बहुत crazy खेलता है. भाई सभी बहुत अच्छे भाई ये 10 में.
At the end of this playoffs, the more Zekken seems to want it, the more Zekken seems to be able to pull a rabbit out of the hat at any moment when Sen require magic to be made. He's phenomenal. And I think for Sentinels, it's never been about really
9-3, 6-all, 6-all, 6-all.
As arguably even a
13-8, 13-8, half pay, Hagre.
Which is crazy.
That is a mad take, and you know, maybe there's a lot of people out there that might disagree with it, but it was possible.
मेरे को भी 7-5 लग
What was
रहा
the actual difference? It was getting everyone on the same page. It was making sure that you integrated those new players of Bang, Narrate, and got everybody
4 ults से दोनों sides पे. ये round crazy हो सकता है भाई. हाँ Vandal
you see the best out of the individuals too.
नहीं Guardian है उसका.
Sentinels that's potentially more than the sum of their parts.
Now what is the adjustment that Josh RT has called coming out of this? I'm looking at Valen deep in sport. He's maybe anticipating Bang to go for an overall play and getting ready to break it. But it doesn't look like Sentinels are going to be.
अभी भी C पे heavy खेल रहे हैं. Garage 3 जन हमेशा खेल रहे हैं लोग भाई.
And at some point Valen's got to try to actually pick up an area of the map to hold instead of just waiting.
Sen भी आराम से खेल रहा है लेकिन. C छोड़ दिया है इस पे util पे. Retake ults बहुत है इसलिए C छोड़े वो लोग शायद.
Some of that information.
But they've got incredible retake ultimates and they're going for the push down mid.
Yeah, this is reactionary. They need to know where Sentinels are lying in wait.
And good patience from Sen, bringing all of that patience from the anti-eco into the rifle round. They've now denied that little info play that G2 were going for, and they can now start to go into their own execute. The idea here for John is to try to use as little utility and ultimates as possible. If they can get C for free, they would love that. Because that allows them to save Sova ult.
C free तो मिल रहा है. Post plant के लिए अगर बिना ult के side मिल गया, बिना side के ult के मिला है. भाई साहब. Oh, ये flank crazy है. Oh, vault कर देगा. और वो CT ult किया. Bro, कोई भी ult से ये नहीं ले पाया advantage. Defensive एक और ult आया. और Trent को kill मिला bro. Crazy, crazy. Oh shit, 1v2. Oh, what the? What the hell?
Absolutely absurd!
What the hell?
Oh my god.
Bro, aimbot shit!
To play right now. The Sen players are pulling out ridiculous rounds. Round 5 and round 7. I think G2 played the better game. What does it matter if Zekken and Narrate are on fire like this?
Bro.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That's prime Narrate, bro.
It's superb.
Insane. एक और टाइम आउट ले बोलता है.
Oh, if this is
oh shit.
We're in for a treat. Absolutely.
Ah, भाई full trash talk.
Because G2 have had the read. They know what's going on. They set up the retake.
Insane, bro.
They've had a better idea of what's going on here.
But it doesn't matter. Famously, you get shot, you die.
Exactly. The hero plays from Sentinels. That extra element.
हाँ. भाई ट्रेंट ने बैकसाइड पे 2 मारे थे. 2-3 मारे थे क्या होता?
Towards the seaside, oh, that's where
Eco आ गया इनका.
And again, the weakened weapon in your G2. Going to be a bit of a problem for them. They are trying to pile in with a couple of the bodies out towards the back. No, Zekken not to be denied. Flick of the wrist, dodging all sorts of util coming his way.
Looking
for more. Jorgamo earns himself that one, but Bang is so fast to respond.
He's so tight with Zekken, isn't he? Trying to develop that 1-2 synergy that you need, and he's inside the smoke, locking it down.
Bang player है भाई. सभी player है भाई सन में.
They forced out 2 of them with
क्या मारा है भाई? क्या ही मारा है?
Aces and clutches, and now Trent, the last player alive, caught bang to right.
And even the little things there, I think Josh as well.
नहीं, G2 अभी वापस एक और टाइम आउट ले सकती है.
Trent
नहीं, I don't think so. ले रही है.
Opponent is waiting for the garage control.
Om Bak, thank you so much. Thank you so much Om for the 40 rupees. 24k लगे हैं 3-2 से सेन जीतने चाहिए. हुआ तो 4000 सुपर चैट. हगा से 3-2 तो नहीं होने वाला ये.
And when you're winning rounds
3-2
like
तो
this,
नहीं होने वाला
it sounds calm from Celsius, doesn't it? I'm sure the adrenaline's flooding through them when they watch what Second and Khelraay have been able to do, but here's another rifle round. Another opportunity, though, for G2's economy to be broken. That's how Sen are going to be looking at things. A feigner, a quick garage take.
ये बार garage पे public नहीं है, A पे.
But Second doesn't seem confident in terms of stepping in and triggering the vice wall.
मेरे को भी पता नहीं क्यों लग रहा है भाई 3-0 हो सकता है आज.
Usually been in garage, so that staying up is going to give them quite a bit of peace of mind.
Sen one side.
And all the time G2 are rotating the defensive setup. They haven't been running this before with Jorgamo holding C. It's allowed both initiators to be on A.
Oh.
Jiggle.
Oh, they're gonna peek this? No.
Valen and Trent potentially could have been really tested into that spot, but Sentinels are moving into a different spot.
Oh, what a stun, what a...
With a stun in sight, there it is.
The reclears are really good from G2. They're constantly getting information.
Now they fall back.
Again, though, I come back to the same thing. It hasn't mattered in the late round because someone on Sen turns
Bro,
up.
mid peek कर रहे. Oh my god, क्या reclear कर रहे हैं भाई ये लोग दो मिलके.
The double doors and the rate has fallen. 3v5 situation now for them, and play called for, bang, cleaned up. It's all watched for.
And if there was going to be somebody who could step up again for Sen, I think it would have been Bang in this round. He got an opportunity in on A.
I imagine अभी second नहीं कुछ
they would have been able to get a free plant and a 3v4 post plant. Now, things are looking almost impossible for Sentinels. The clock's against them, the numbers are against them. Surely it's around where G2 can stabilize.
Well, a crawl here, and it's just second left to stand against it. Been offered a shoulder or two, but the round's already going to be lost, and G2 know it. Playing this one back. Waiting the timeout here.
Oh.
Slow burn of a round, but G2 really were just picking apart.
भाई G2 पे पैसा नहीं था वे.
Staying alive, not going to matter too much. The money is still honestly golden for Sen.
Round 10, and I think John Cutie at this point has enough data, enough evidence to realize how much G2 are re-clearing. The fact that you're constantly in retake seeing people behind you, or you're in the post plant and you're seeing people retake on the flank. The fact that
अबे नहीं वो true stretch वाला कुछ तो था ना, वो allowed नहीं था शायद. ऐसा कुछ rule था पता नहीं.
Mid pushes in multiple rounds. I think you've got to get a
Sen ने timeout ले लिया है.
Even with the limited information that the players have on stage.
एक round हार के Sen ने timeout लिया है. Obnoxious decision.
So
I don't know why.
Options. Do you try to slam some fast executes? That's really tough into the box. So I think Kaplan should be calling here for John to slow things down and try to catch G2 as they're going for these pushes.
अरे वो ट्रू स्ट्रेच वाले में सामने वाला बड़ा दिखता है. ट्रू स्ट्रेच अलाउड नहीं था. हाँ अभी है शायद.
Slower game plan. Would work wonders, but the question is, you can anticipate that level of
momentum lose नहीं करना होगा. हो सकता है. Momentum नहीं देना है G2 को. हो सकता है. हो सकता है.
Thinking about the ways that Sentinels might want to approach this next round, they could be going for some kind of C-bomb.
7-5 होगा.
The problem is you don't know if there's going to be both Thorns and the wall there. Leaf has been rotating stuff so heavily. All right, well, do you want to maybe C-split then? Because that makes it much tougher for the Vice. Well, G2 have been put 2, sometimes 3 players in garage.
Yeah.
So the rotating door of defensive strategies actually makes it quite tough to come up with a game plan here for Sen if you wanted to
go fast,
suggesting a slower approach. Valen again is in spawn waiting for Bang to teleport. He's convinced that at some point Bang is going to go for this round.
We're seeing it.
Crazy stun.
At least to try and break some of this util out towards garage. The Thorns detted early here alongside the flash in second.
हाँ भाई IRL तो insane vibe भाई full.
No Omen ultimate, so Bang goes and reinforces Jorgamo's position on C. And Sen are playing a pretty slow, default heavy round, trying to bait these pushes out. But they're not actually leaving somebody to see if there's a walk down mid or a walk out garage. They're instead 5-person grouping up to try to hit A.
Trying to re-clear here. It's good that one was broken as well. Has pulled.
Trent को एक और में ult मिल जाएगा अगर इधर उसको kill मिलता है ना. Oh, he's spotted. Bro, the stun and okay.
Will the timing be missed entirely? Celsius the first one to catch that contact. There's stuns on stuns and util in the faces. But second grabs himself 2 flash. Not quite avoided, but again,
bro got 2 in stun.
Lend you to safety.
3v3.
But Sentinels have access to the site now.
Are they aware of this flank coming around from the flank, from behind? They should know that Leaf's been going for this regularly.
He's already wrap it up towards A-Long here. Just a bit of distraction plays being called for these G2 players, though.
Oh shit!
Tracks and it's up to Leaf here from the side. Finally, takes that
nice, crazy,
here,
huge kill,
to deal with now if you are Leaf. There's that 3-2-1 swing from Sentinels.
Guides
them to safety.
A scrappy affair, but Sen get it across the line. This time, not by any individual hero.
भाई इधर क्या किया ना Zekken?
For pulling off 2 in this spot.
You think?
But it's more to do with how they skirmished, caught those players on lock, and then
वही भाई क्या था ये?
positions. Great synergy.
Cosmetic stun. Horrendous gameplay. Insane.
2 more rounds to be played on this half of
जॉश आर्टी नाम है उसका. बिल्डर है वो. नहीं, जॉश आर्टी का ज़्यादा ही हेयरलाइन कोक्ड है.
There's 5 of them. Feigning like it could be that slow take that they've been doing, at least with Zelsis' cage. Looking up alongside them here.
Trent's trying to get a jump spot, just saw John QT. Might realize this time.
Trent actually ult करके इन लोग की वाट लगा सकता है.
3 players stacking, Chalk with the teleport. He could be here in no time at all.
Gamer information is going to be broken though, and along with that fault line, it's going to be a war.
Oh भाई ये क्या ult है? Bro, the ult is crazy.
And it just cleans up second. So road is paved up there.
Whoa!
Still TP quick into the back. Bang! Strikes back.
What the hell?
Double
What the hell?
Leaf has to be there. Instantaneous.
Bro, Leaf ने ult किया ना तो ये ace ले लेता भाई इधर ही.
Salvos forwards, the rate, but the guns were finally back in action. Rifles in their hands, Sentinels. Not to be outdone.
भाई क्या खेल रहे हैं लोग?
That play from back was absolutely sick.
3v2 ला दिया भाई.
Never not smoked though, still.
Oh my god, bro, Sen won this round.
Trent. Will he be given that opening? He's found the first. Stuns avoided.
2 ult commit किए भाई. Insane भाई, insane. Double use.
3-round lead for Sen.
Double U, bang in the chat.
It was superb. But even before that, Zekken goes in and gets caught by this.
ये क्या था भाई?
And the rest of the team take the space actually really nicely behind at first opportunity.
अब मेरे को लगा 2-3 जन मरे रहेंगे भाई इसमें वो ट्रेंड की अल्ट में स्टन 1 होके, लेकिन एक ही मरा.
Sean, what a play. Sean, what a play. You're so good.
हाँ भाई, Bang लाला गेम है.
Bang has added so much needed aggression alongside Zekken into this team. And now a follow-up. It's a bad buy for G2. They're trying to apply the pressure on Zelsis here on his A default.
8-4 हो रहा है क्या बनता है?
Difference between 5-7 and 8-4 is quite.
जनोबी का 1 किल में अल्ट है, जगमो का भी. Oh.
All grouped up.
का भी एक अल्ट है.
A lobby is theirs. Sen might be caught.
नहीं, लेकिन जगमो और जनोबी का अल्ट आता है ना, तो वो लोग कॉम्बो कर सकते हैं फटे.
If he taps it around now and sees 3 players, they can just react.
Oh, the flank is fast, bro.
Anticipating flash forwards.
They won't expect it this fast.
Walking up onto these angles and right from behind. This is
I go. Oh, Stinger है उसपे.
At least with the Stinger in his hands. Bang, wrapping around now. He's got to try and at least stop this one there.
What the heck?
Someone taking a bullet to the brain, but Trent is there. At least with the trade, and this entire time, Sen have been creeping forwards, crawling.
भाई लेकिन 3v4 है.
To the A side is what they've earned.
Zelsis throws down that trip that I think
Zekken का पोजी अच्छा है.
And they've inserted Zekken deep into B. He's going to get good information. They might suspect.
Oh, John QT पे अल्ट आ गया. Nice.
But do they think it's going to be the Neon?
Goated भाई.
Already coming to fruition here. Still
3v3 now.
Plays off into the flank, but G2 don't really have much more control outside of that one. Sight's been flipped entirely here. Sentinel still in a good spot, and that's a stun for a stun and an ult expended.
अबे team ult कर दिया लाला.
Oh yeah, that's a bit of miscoordination, but the aftershock pushed forwards. A bit of spam might earn himself another one. Jonah P is alive for now, but not for much longer. Zelsis and John
2v2
to join and combine their might to try and stand against this one. Salvos. It's not pretty. The heat's been turned up entirely.
Oh shit!
John can't deny it into the 1v1.
Time?
And time! Barely there for Trent, I think.
That is so close!
It's going to be on the
wire. Oh my god!
0-6!
And how much did that breach ultimate end up meaning? Zekken getting breach ulted by his own team, wasn't able to fight them properly over towards short. Madness in the final round as G2 get
भाई वो A-shot team तो stun कर दिया भाई वो.
So many crazy things happening there. The flank all the way through A lobby, undefended by the Cypher. The push is working again for G2. The defuse. 60 milliseconds on the clock.
And it's just been non-stop.
Hard way,
This first half here in our grand finals.
7-5 W prediction in the chat.
Electric gameplay on both sides. Two teams just taking chunks.
क्या बोलता है?
सेल्सियस का भी हेयरलाइन कुक्ड है बहुत. उसने ऐसा रखा है तो समझ रहा है.
भाई मैंने कल आसपास का हेयरलाइन देखा. आसपास का हेयरलाइन है ना, बचपन में जितना रहेगा ना उतना ही इधर है, इधर आके ऐसा. रुक, तू स्क्रीन शेयर देख रहा है ना? ये देख
मेरे जैसा ना ब्रो. अरे इसको क्या लेके आ गए पीट डेविड?
ये देख इधर है, इधर है आसपास का हेयरलाइन इधर. हाँ मेरे इतना.
मतलब हर्ष का आधा करेंगे तो.
Okay, full time prediction. I feel according to my calculation. 13-7. कुकड़ है. G2 कुकड़ है.
इन लोगों का अटैक अच्छा है क्या G2?
अबे हाँ नहीं, लेकिन अटैकिंग मैप है यार.
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ मैं.
अटैकिंग मैप है तो क्लोज जाएगा. मालूम क्या ये 13-11 वगैरह जाएगा मेरे को तो लगता है. या तो ओटी भी जा सकता है.
11 नहीं जाएगा.
ओटी जा सकता है.
13-10 तक जा सकता है मैच.
13-10. भाई मजा तो आ रही है. हैवी. अगर यहाँ पे इसका भी अल्ट रहता ना, जोनपी का ब्रीच वाला. नहीं एक्चुअली जीत ही गए राउंड ऐसे भी. अपने ही बंदे ने अल्ट कर दिया भाई, अपने बंदे को. वही सैड हो गया. टेमेट और जो द बोजो कॉम्बो ट्राई कर रहे थे सेन वाले. हाँ क्या? एक्चुअली कुड बी पॉसिबल. नहीं लेकिन वहां पे जगह थोड़ी ना था उसके लिए. मालूम क्या करते हैं वो लोग? ऐसा ब्रीच जानबूझ के नियॉन को अल्ट कर देता है सो दैट नियॉन को ऐसा बूस्ट मिल जाए, एकदम लंबा चले जाए वो. ऐसा कॉम्बो है ना चैट? वही वैसा ही कुछ तो है ना? हेल ना. हाँ ब्रो.
Just that first seed spot, a couple of champ points as well.
Thanks to see if you're new, we are close to 500.
In the long term, there is a lot on the line in terms of lifting this domestic trophy. These teams don't want to be denied it. For G2, the chance of a back-to-back. And for Sentinels, they were denied it earlier on in the year. They don't want that to happen again.
I was just thinking through, and I hadn't realized that Americas has never had a repeat winner of a domestic trophy. It feels like we have had huge Titan teams, and yet this would be history in either direction.
इतना forward आगे बैठा है second.
G2 on the pistol, playing things slowly, expecting some kind of aggression from the defenders. Really common to do some kind of push off the barrier drop on Haven pistol defense.
T1 के कोच ने DRX के कोच के साथ हाथ नहीं मिलाया. अबे टैलोन का था वो हगरे.
Position from Zekken is really good, but you'd imagine it'll get cleared.
लेकिन crazy था वो, कुछ भी था.
Bro check नहीं हुआ second.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that.
No, it didn't look like it.
लेकिन वो लोग garage जा
Oh no,
रहे
he has. Look at the ping there. So ping in the corner. They did spot just for a moment Zekken's position.
G2 going to be swarming though. This is a quick reaction out towards C. Senna still going to be reinforcing this one here. Plenty of bodies. Time to stand up to the test. It's going to be sent your way. Salva's in for the back. There's not really much safety. TP into the back. That is risky. But G2 looking to fill this one up again. And Zekken is there.
Okay, Zekken flank आ गया है.
Wrapping around and trying to put that pincer into motion. Still he's fired off a couple of shots and revealed the hand entirely.
Oh shit.
G2 are calling for reactions of their own. They're taking space and taking names. It's a feed that's filled up entirely with red.
By winnable है. 1v2.
And with that, a chance. Pistol round win. He's already
got that
timing here, but double
nice.
jump found the one. Not quite the second.
क्या aimer लोगे भाई लोग?
For G2, it means all and everything in the world.
भाई अमेरिकाज में insane मजा आता है देखने में.
Huge for G2 to get both pistol rounds here on Sentinel's map pick. I'm wondering whether Zekken gave away his position slightly with the stun that he threw rather than trying to get a pick with the pistol.
भाई मेरे को देखने में तो अमेरिकाज ही मजा आता है क्योंकि क्लच पे क्लच होता है.
What a beast he's
पैसिफिक बोरिंग चल रहा है.
16-9 top of the scoreboard and Trent had to put the beast down.
कौन सा?
Both of these players have been phenomenal.
अबे यूरोप का तो अलग ही सीन था. पीसीसी काम नहीं कर रहे थे तो थोड़ा आगे ढकेल दिया था उन लोगों ने.
They're going to tie things up. Sen are not the kind of team to force after losing pistol, and we haven't even seen that from G2 on the defense, really.
Yeah.
Teams only liking to do it when they are on attack, they get the plant money, get the spike.
Why is this always this Trent? हाँ ना भाई, Trent ही हमेशा येड़ भगा देता है.
And one of the benefits of that, of knowing that your opponents are not going to force, is that Lee can do this kind of buy where he only comes in with a pistol. And so the rest of G2 are going to try to be super cautious not to run into the stack, and Leaf can play with a little bit of freedom, looking to see where the danger might be. So you might see Leaf solo kind of work through Garage, especially after Vice flashing it there and realizing that nobody's home.
G2 prodding. They were hoping to go for a bit more of a risky, proactive play.
ट्रिप लगाएगा लाला है 2 ट्रिप जेब में रखा है अबे लेकिन वो जेल्सिस ने 2 ट्रिप जेब में क्यों रखा है घर पे लेके जाएगा
Yeah, Leaf possibly heard something.
या उन लोग यूटिल यूज ही नहीं करने वाले अगले राउंड के लिए बचा के रख रहे हैं ऐसा कुछ सीन है शायद वैसा ही है
looks like one of those rounds where Sentinel end up just having to die to spike, although they're making a mass migration pretty early on actually way before the spike's been committed, so they'll have time to fight over this.
देखना कैसा भाग रहे हैं वो लोग himself out of there, doesn't want to give away his life for no particular reason, but straight into the smoke, wrapping around to the side, Valin, stinger into the side arm, deadly combination, bang. Could try and do a lot from this spot. The weaponry really handed off over towards
first round का ट्रिप है वो अच्छा दोनों फर्स्ट राउंड की ट्रिप है
still the reload punished by it. G2
तो अभी कब लगाया अभी लगाएगा नहीं घर पे लेके जाएगा कपड़े सुखाने
चला जाता है ना अगर एक बार लगा के उठाए तो नेक्स्ट राउंड थोड़ी आता है
now we get to see a bonus. We get to see Sentinels playing defense, little bit of pressure on
उसको घर पे लेके जाने
how well they played in the first half. Scores dead even. Valen's the closest to ult. He's one away actually from being able to get a cosmic divide up. That's a pretty big ultimate to play around on Haven. You could definitely craft ideas and set ult rounds based off that, Astra. It's pretty uncommon to be running it.
लगाया नहीं था फर्स्ट राउंड
Almost everybody favoring the Omen.
अभी एक लगाया है भाई ने दोनों लगाए क्या बात है
Oh my, just spotted it. Nothing to really obfuscate the cross there. Does Valin even know the second is pushed all the way up here? Surely with the thorns deaded.
भाई कितना फॉरवर्ड चले गया स्टिंगर के साथ oh shit
This is going to be meeting a fight straight up with John. Nothing to really support.
स्टिंगर better भाई
and the refight is called for by Sentinels again. They are not willing to let that go unchecked. Zekken just unleashes.
Valin भी मर जाएगा.
Well aware now that Valin could have taken that timing once more, but he's trying to regroup once.
Crazy frags by second gamer.
Closing in now on all the possible angles that these G2 players could have crept into. And it was looking a bit disastrous to begin, but overall Sentinels do manage.
Let's go Sen.
Zekken and Khelraay hitting great shots. 20 kills for Zekken here across 15 rounds. His form's looking remarkable, unbelievable.
भाई कौन चिल्ला रहा है भाई क्राउड में इतना लंबा?
Does a good job of covering his back and shuts down Valin.
Second gamer है.
Tough to lose when you have a player in this kind of form, and yet the lead only one.
Expenditure to util here. Sentinels winning out. Battle line's going to be redrawn, so they have a lobby control. No re-clear by G2. They're setting their sights all the way over towards C. Might be bogged down a little bit though. There's a lot of Cypher util to contest with.
The trips don't even matter at this point.
Yeah.
There's no spam that Zelsis is going to be able to provide.
That's that cosmic divide. Denying a chance of Zelsis to potentially.
Zelsis अगर उसके सामने एक केज डाल के वो केज पॉप करके अगर वो स्पैम कर देता तो मजा आ जाता.
He's going to have to do magic on the flank.
That's re-clear. They heard it. Presence in towards Garage. Armageddon trying to push them forwards.
बच गया.
Barely getting the hell out of there still. As the curtain drops, so does Jorgamo with his head just clean off.
Oh
Valin
shit.
again wrapping rounds and away here. Watch for, not quite John. Just slacking in terms of that crosshair placement, and now he's game at his timing once more. That's going to be a pull. Forced out of them just from the tap there, bang.
अबे यार ये दुनिया भर के यूटिलियर एक माँ कसम इंसान क्या करेगा यार? सेव ही करना पड़ेगा अभी.
On show. Top form on top of it. Now Bang's getting kills, but honestly the time has already ran out.
But ठीक है चलो.
G2
उनका इको तो डैमेज किया है, अच्छा इको डैमेज किया.
To be able to put themselves level again, 8-8. Sentinels had
7 बजे तक चलेगा ना ये मैच? हाँ चल सकता है.
Any safe location for Teho, for Astro
5 मैप्स हुए तो
look at Zekken on the flank here.
8:30 भी बच सकता
Trent
है.
controls it. And so they have a vice wall set up, and then Trent swings off it. That gives him a safe spot to be able to use salvos. Valin has to fight Garage, but once he gets the kill on John Cutie, then he has a safe location to be able to use
Usman util is too broken. After Teju, it is too
Trent
much,
in the
bro.
end gets the credit for the Red Bull clutch, but
5 घंटे, yeah, 6 maps.
That was very likely to go the way of Sen after those
5 maps, 6 घंटे चलते हैं.
Here. Fast timing taken by Zekken though. Benefited the Neon.
And this is a great way of being able to get past the Tejo. The Tejo is going to be doing that kind of short salvo for control. And if you disrespect it with the Omen teleport or with the Neon, it does become a lot more difficult for G2 to know which areas of the map are safe.
Sorry, Dipanshu.
There's a timing that could be taken as well if they wrap themselves around G2 through A long, but not too worried about it. It's been filled up by Narrate.
This time, Leaf putting the wall for A, indicating maybe that they're going to be trying to end on the A side of the map. That's where they've inserted Jorgamo early on. A little bit of garage pressure.
मैं कल बोला सेन का फाइनल होगा, तू बोला हट, ये क्या हो रहा है? क्या बोला भाई? मैं कब हट बोला?
Camera going to be broken. Stun maybe not intended for that one, but still they clear out garage nevertheless. Now with the stars down and starting to spell it out nice and pretty here towards Zelsis.
Oh, that's a good flash.
Around, weaving in and out of the cages,
nice.
and he's caught that timing.
Good bhai.
Same could be said of Valen.
Position bhi acha liya hai.
Bang all the way up through into the back now. There could be a timing to be taken. Zelsis still hanging on to a bit of that backside control, calling for the flood attempt, and here it is with a bit of the G2 though. They were lying in wait and they pounce on the timing. That chance to strike. It's a sight that's going to be theirs now. Zekken and John QT left into this 2v3.
हाँ भाई मेरे को भी लग रहा है अभी G2 का अटैक अच्छा हो रहा है. They need a timeout. They need a timeout. Oh my god.
Shot by Leaf.
अभी अकेला क्या करेगा?
You have to hit shots like that.
They need a timeout. They need to.
Also with a super important 2K.
C पे ही विषय हुआ है.
Had such great awareness of what the other wanted to do. Zelsis got in front of his own setup to be able to pick off Valen, knowing that there's a small gap on that C split execute. But then G2 on the other side of things know that Sentinels want to flood into the back of site, and they just hold, wait for the util, and then pounce.
Oh my god.
And the whole of back site gets destroyed. At this point, round 16 and round 17 have started to tell a story. And the story is that G2 are running C splits. They want to be trying to get onto Zelsis.
यार कॉल की सेवाएं मेरी बंद है रुको. कॉल की सेवाएं शुरू करने दो.
What does Kaplan call here to try to shore that up? And is it all just
लगेगा नहीं ना ऐसा direct?
A larger strategy to weaken a different area of the map?
इसके लिए actually line लगानी पड़ती है. रुको एक second, line लगा रहा हूँ.
The attacking team will go in a totally different direction or a
Give me a limit.
tempo, just to try to mess with what the defending team has adjusted.
They're the mind games that come out.
But this is why you tend to take these timeouts right before an eco. So Senna coming in with bad weaponry. So Kaplan's game plan is not actually for this round, it's for the
line शुरू हो चुकी है दोस्तों.
The crowd has turned up here today, both Sentinels and G2.
I think important to note as well in the last couple of rounds that G2 have won, Zekken was shut down. He went for the flank on C, Trent owned it. He was the last one in to try to win a 1v3, I think it was.
भाई जितना G2 deserve करती है ना Masters, जितना उतना ही Sentinels भी करती है, I feel. G2 थोड़ा ज़्यादा deserve करती है, I feel, क्योंकि अब तक वो जीते नहीं है. बढ़िया.
Next rifle round, they need to find a way of putting their player with the hot hand in position.
क्या बोलते हैं chat तुम लोग, तुम्हारे POV में क्या scene है?
Not much information here. Flash. Zekken's postured off the angle to Salvos though.
That's an economical round with a Marshall and a Stinger.
It's going to be broken.
There.
Pretty unusual spot actually here from Bang over towards A lobby. So he's tucked in a corner that a lot of people might not be checking. At the same time,
so अभी bait करने के लिए अच्छे से रुका है.
Broken early.
Broken early makes you pretty scared that somebody's in a corner, but you don't know which one.
Paper Salves.
Fear in the back of your mind. Jorgen, we're going to be using this now. Dimensional drift. Clears it out. Spots the one. But only the one here. Zekken.
Chapti दे दी इसना भाई. कुछ कर ही नहीं सकता था वो वैसे भी.
Re-swing attempt here with a stun. Aftershock. Cleared away out towards garage. This is G2 that have found that opening.
Bang. Omen ulted to try to get onto the flank. Valen, he's aware of it, holding this.
And still it is better guns into the hands of these G2 players. Past it.
What?
Form. Valen just catches it.
भाई check ही नहीं किया Bang ने.
Bang. It's going to be hurting after that one, honestly.
कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है, कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है. इको राउंड है. अल्ट आ गया जोनो पी का भाई. Shit chat, मेरे को 11-8 आते हुए दिख रहा है.
G2, 2-round lead.
एक राउंड नहीं जीते chat.
But this is the round 19, where Kaplan took a tactical timeout to try to adjust things for Sentinels. I think it's really important that they put Zekken in a position where he can win the round for them. He's been the player. I mean, Bang and Narrate have also I think coming up with some decent moments, Bang in particular.
Trying to be like us.
See ya, good night.
You know what I mean?
Bye bye, good night.
Good night.
So where is Zekken going to be playing? He's playing a pretty standard spot over towards A lobby. Sen don't look like they've adjusted too much.
Zekken blinds up though. Juggernaut's got to be here in this one surely. Emphasis playstyle, just missed it onto the angle. Zekken is happy to oblige and draw some blood out of it. Still Trent. Let's follow up.
Dude, going 1-for-1 there is perfectly fine for G2. They're not bothered about that at all. You take away the player that's got 21 kills. And G2 have got big ults to be able to work with.
Heavy ultimate से यार chat. Leaf का भी ult है, Jonapi का भी ult है.
Giving up all of A instead, looking for that re-exploration in for.
Oh, nice trade, nice trade.
Okay, let's go even.
Spike drop though in mid window, so G2 can't do some kind of fast reaction. They have to go and recover that.
Inserting a bit of
maybe 3. Shanti छाई हुई पूरी.
Slowed pace here from G2.
They're now going to realize that those players that went down the mid push were previously
bang bang mat kar Lala mat kar ye.
Timing again. It's Valen who wins this one out.
Both times. Bang just not quite checking an angle, and Valen, he keeps the momentum going.
This is hell naha gameplay.
All left down to John QT, who's having a bit of a nightmare over here, watching the defense half slip away from him.
Picked to pieces. Death from 1,000 cuts here for John, and this rifle in his hands. They have no money really to rebind to the next.
He hasn't even used any utility this round. I mean, maybe the stun at the very beginning, but otherwise, it was all pretty raw duels. You know, Sen pushing up aggressive towards A lobby, going 1-for-1. Trying to clear out over towards B, going 1-for-1. And you think about all of the success that G2 had pushing out on their defense side. Bang tries to go for it there at Garage. And Valen catches him. But not in a clean way, in a scrappy, weird kind
messy,
of... Yeah, messy way.
Messy.
It was very reminiscent of the prior, where he used his own teleport.
आप कौन से कार्य करते हो? मैं Sentinel ले कार्य करता हूँ.
But also, I think not enough diversity with how we
call करो बैंक को.
Defense side.
किसको कॉल मारना है जल्दी बताओ.
How much G2 were rotating things. The Vikes
किसको कॉल मारना है?
You know, on C.
एक और टाइम आउट तो आना चाहिए अभी. टाइम आउट लो, पार्ट पुट टाइम आउट लो.
All over the place.
Part put time out.
Makes it really difficult to read on what's happening. Whereas Sen are playing pretty much the same.
Opening
to the round every time. And actually, if you watch that from Valen's POV, he did just straight up catch the timing. It wasn't as messy as it seemed.
G2 fully in control now. I mean, you look at that timeline, stringing together the rounds, as you said.
No timeout.
Running away
There's
with
no
his open map here in a best of 5.
But this time, the defensive setup does shift. Double trips over towards A recon to make it feel like it's the same. But instead, Zekken looking like he wants to try his hand at taking this timing push out through grass.
Drone's going to be expended on top of it, straight up through B. Fault line on the other side. There's a Hunter's Fury, offloaded by Narrate. It feels like a bit of a garage take. That's where most of them are going.
They had a stun as well, so John QT stunned. He was trying to catch those players outside Garage to help the Hunter's Fury, but G2 vanished in a puff of smoke.
Real acknowledgement. And all wasted here when really could have used it for Sentinels.
Still going into double trips though. So Sen have a great chance at defending.
Attacking ult आया लेकिन SOA ult नहीं हुआ है. SOA का पोजी is OP and got it. Got
dodging, weaving, ducking away.
Oh my god.
And dominating the spot that he's in. Down in the leg doesn't stop Trent. Yet still that side is going to be opened up.
Flank भी आ रहा है.
G2 now in that 2v3, damage barely done, and
Narate danger player है भाई.
For now, plant down. Jorgamo, he knows he has to take those risks and loses the fight out.
Thank you, Jorgamo.
John QT barely alive for it, and Trent is in a very difficult spot still. Sentinels needed this one near side. Fantastic connection and a good cleanup in the
legendary round without any timeout. Legendary round, double using the chat. Comeback incoming.
Zekken didn't end up being the difference maker here. It was actually the trips and Narrate's position that he could play off. A more passive approach to A, with the help of Zelsis utility that he took away from C, and Narrate delivers a sick 3K, anchoring in this spot. It's always going to be a good position to play from as it's over. Especially with that meta smoke that Bang is throwing in on the site for him to play around. Sen need to be varied. They need to show a different look again here.
भाई उसका चमक रहा है रिचा. One round at a time. Yeah.
The gap is 2, and Sen, they try something different again.
Friend called this time. Leaf called it. Balin called it.
Towards A. As Zekken pushes C.
They've left the entirety of E open. Defensive setup, no one watching for it. Still, it's a bit of util to set Zekken up, like you said, but the reaction is called for by G2. See signs of it. They're going to be going straight into the setup. Sitting tucked into the corner here. It's a cosmic divide.
They're probably going to expect these trips to be for heaven.
क्या कर रहा है? काय के लिए भाई? ओ बैंग भाई.
Into the corner. He's not long for the ward there. Not with a steel guard and overlapping arm.
काय के लिए करना है वैसा?
Everything is being used by G2 to secure this round.
भाई मांडी डाल के बैठ गया भाई रंगोली निकालने उधर. क्या जरूरत थी उधर यार?
John has ult, but they're going to need healthy players to follow up on it.
Fun to get crashed back and away here, but he has to shot.
Nice.
Caught into the corner. It's a good combination.
Ah shit, A shot से मर गया यार.
Second wave of things, and he spotted
it. पकड़.
Valin shuts it down. It's all left up to John now. He was supporting from afar with the util, but now left to step up. Earns himself the first one. Damage done to Valin and Jorg. It could be done, but it's happened. It's ice cold by G2. Not a peek, not a glimpse. And now with time played, they win it. Entirely. The 12th round, and it's up here for G2.
G2 navigate a very difficult
यार
round
G2 जीत गया यार पहला मैप चैट. अभी डिस्पर्शन हो रहा है.
Valin's kills are so important. When you expect the cypher to be on
chat,
the site,
is it real or fake कि Sentinels का heaven weak है?
Tucked over towards short, Valin, he gets him. Up to 20 kills. And he's caught Bang's timing so often as well. Towards the end here, he's calling a great attack half, and he's delivering individually.
Just one round to stand between them though, and that is aggression. Second punished.
What a punish. That's the play that Zekken's been going for the majority of the half.
Sen ही बकवास लिख रहा है. Weak नहीं, inconsistent है. Used to be their strongest map.
Zekken, he had such a start to this map.
It is a permanent ban for Sen. Exactly भाई, क्योंकि मैंने तो सुना है भाई Sentinels का ये weak map है. लेकिन उन्होंने वही pick किया है.
As G2 tried to secure the first of these map points.
G2 have a habit of this as well. It's going to be that slow squeeze over the course of the round.
अगला split है. अगला split है.
Celsius, risky business.
Not gonna lie.
Up like this, but risks.
But split पे येड़ भग गई थी Sentinels की.
Play it down. Head of the spear chopped right off with Zekken falling early here. Let's see if the clearance is there, and he hears it. Footsteps onto the corner.
Valin just can't be beaten right now.
No, locked in.
They've left this gap over towards B. Leaf exploiting it. John watching for it. Takes his eyes off it for a moment. But he's got the right idea. They are getting squeezed on the A site.
That's what I mean. Control of the map entirely almost here to G2, and it has to be heroics in the raid and John QT. Can they stand up against it? Slide to the angle here. John rattling shots. Found the raid. Guardians can't get it done. One left to do it all. It's
GG's boys. ठीक है, कोई नहीं. It's okay. Just a game. I mean, just a map. It's all right. 1-0. It's not done until it's done. ये देखो ये मैटर की बात कर रहे थे ये देखो चल चमन झिंगे और फिर ये ऐसा किया कि ये देखो तेरे को दूंगा क्या हाथ चल निकल इधर से फिर ये बोला इनको कि अरे नहीं तुम लोग से नहीं मैटर मेरा इससे ये चमन झिंगा है थोड़ा सा तुम लोग ठीक हो फिर ये बोलने लग गया कि ये चमन है क्या थोड़ा सा ये देखो ऐसा सब हुआ तो मैटर ये हुआ है कि DRX का ये जो कोच है ना उसने स्क्रिम्स जो होते हैं ना इनके साथ टैलोन के साथ वगैरह तो वो स्क्रिम्स में जो स्टैट्स होते हैं जो चीज़ें होती है कि सामने वाली टीम क्या क्या कर रही है वो इंफॉर्मेशन दूसरे टीम्स को दी एंड ये मार्केट में खबर फैली, इसके वजह से उसने ऐसा किया और फिर उसके बाद में टैलोन 2-0 हार गई। स्क्रिम्स वाला फाके है? हाँ क्या? तो रियाल क्या है भाई? यहाँ पे इस दुनिया में कुछ रियाल नहीं है, कोई दिक्कत की बात तो नहीं है। चलो चैट, अभी हम लोग एक चीज करने वाले हैं, पूरी दुनिया चैट में अभी भी सेटअप फ्लेक्स ओपन करूंगा ना तो लोग ये डाल रहे रहेंगे, क्या उसे कहते हैं, व्हाइट मॉन्स्टर डाल रहे रहेंगे, व्हाइट मॉन्स्टर ओपी, व्हाइट मॉन्स्टर ओपी, व्हाइट मॉन्स्टर ओपी। तो मेरे को पर्सनली व्हाइट मॉन्स्टर पसंद नहीं आया इतना, ठीक है ना, मेरे को वो लगा एक ORS जैसा, लेकिन उसमें 0 शुगर था, इसलिए आई अप्रिशिएट इट। Bro, I got selected for India Trophy, which is held for the Ranji Trophy selection. Ooh! Let's freaking go, निष्कर्ष भाई. Thank you for the 101 रुपए. All the best. सब लोग all the best रखेंगे निष्कर्ष भाई के लिए. निष्कर्ष भाई यड भगा दो, वाट लगा दो, and I hope you get selected, my G. Let's freaking go भाई. All the best. Double U's in the chat for निष्कर्ष. भगवान करे तुम सिलेक्शन में जाओ और तुम जितनी मेहनत करे हो ना भाई, उसका फल तुम्हें उधर मिले। बस सिलेक्शन हो ना हो पता नहीं, लेकिन तुम वहां पे परफॉर्म एकदम मेजरिस्टिक करो जैसे तुम सोच के जा रहे हो। लेट्स गो ब्रो, लेट्स गो। ऑलराइट, इसलिए मैं आज राडे बुल नो शुगर पी रहा हूं, ट्राई करने के लिए कि ये कैसा लगेगा। ऑलराइट बॉयज, लेट्स फ्रिकिंग गो। तुम लोग बताओ, इज मॉन्स्टर बेटर और राडेबुल नो शुगर बेटर? स्मेल तो भाई मेरे को रेडबुल का टेस्ट पसंद है, ठीक है। रेडबुल बकवास है भाई, मेरे को रेडबुल का टेस्ट पसंद आता है। मॉन्स्टर 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 भाई लोग, चाय कॉफी तो उन लोग की कंपैरिजन ही नहीं है। रेडबुल ग्रेटर, मॉन्स्टर नो शुगर वाला है बाय द वे। ऑलराइट, लेट्स गो। बेटर एनी डे। दिस इज बेटर भाई, दिस इज बेटर। दिस शिट इज बेटर चैट। व्हाइट मॉन्स्टर से दिस इज बेटर। व्हाइट मॉन्स्टर मैंने पहले लिया था ना सिप, तो मेरे को वो ORS वाला फीलिंग दिया था। इसमें फर्स्ट सिप रेडबुल वाला वो फीलिंग आ रहा है, रेडबुल का जो ओरिजिनल वाला होता है। लेकिन अगर तुम लोग को रेडबुल क्लासिक वाला जो टेस्ट होता है वो पसंद नहीं आता ना, तो तुम्हें ये भी नहीं आएगा, ठीक है। तो एक्चुअली वो पर्सनल प्रेफरेंस है। मेरे को वो पसंद आता है, इसलिए मुझे ये पसंद आ रहा है। एक सेकेंड भाई, ये कफ सिरप जैसे लग रहा है। भाई ये कफ सिरप जैसे लग रहा है। अबे लेकिन शुगर वाला अच्छा लगता है, ये कफ सिरप वाला ओह शिट। और ये छोटा है क्या बनता है? चलिए 125 का है क्या, ये छोटा है? अबे माँ कसम, ये कफ सिरप जैसे, मॉन्स्टर ORS जैसे, पिए क्या? स्टिंग, डबल यूज। भाई लेकिन ऑल इन ऑल, मैं आज ना मतलब स्ट्रीम चालू करने से पहले ना थोड़ा ऐसा फील हो रहा था और सर थोड़ा सा हैवी और दर्द दे रहा था, ठीक है ना। तो एवरी टाइम मेरे को कॉफ़ी और चाय हेल्प करती है वो चीज़ के लिए, लेकिन आज लंबा जगना था, इसलिए आई एम ट्राइंग दिस। तो आई तो डोंट प्रमोट ड्रिंकिंग एनर्जी ड्रिंक अनटिल अनलेस अपने को इन फ्यूचर स्पॉन्सर आ जाए। लेकिन अगर इन फ्यूचर भी स्पॉन्सर अगर आ जाता है, मैं तो ये कहूँगा कि तुम लोग नींद कंप्लीट करो सबसे पहली बात। अगर वो सब हो रहा है तुम्हारा, अगर एक्सरसाइज हो रहा है तो तुम्हें ये सब की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। दूसरी चीज़, अगर तुम्हारा सर दर्द दे रहा है नींद कम की वजह से या नींद आ रही है, ब्लैक कॉफ़ी गोटेड चीज़ भाई, गोटेड चीज़, मोस्ट अंडररेटेड चीज़ अगर तुम लोग ने अब तक ट्राई नहीं की। ब्लैक कॉफ़ी इज़ द पीक, गरम वाली, ठीक है। एंड फिर आता है चाय, ठीक है ना। चाय के कुछ वो है, डिसएडवांटेजेस है, इसलिए चाय मैंने थर्ड पे रखा, लेकिन चाय भी ओपी है। एंड स्टार्टिंग सबसे पहले तो वाटर भाई। एंड फिर अगर तुम्हें एकदम ही ज़रूरत है कि आज तुमको एक पर्टिकुलर चीज़ कंप्लीट करनी है, जैसे जो भी हो, असाइनमेंट हो या इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ हो, कुछ भी प्रेजेंटेशंस हो या कुछ भी एडिटिंग हो, तो करनी है और तुम्हारा सर, तुम नहीं सर्वाइव कर पा रहे हो, तो दिस विल हेल्प, ठीक है ना, दिस विल हेल्प। बट इसकी आदत नहीं लगानी भाई, कोई भी कार्बोनेटेड ड्रिंक की। रेडबुल कफ सिरप है पूरा, छी, मैंने पूरा बॉटल फेंका है। नो शुगर वाले ड्रिंक्स जो होते हैं ना, उन लोग का टेस्ट डायबॉलिकल तो होता है। तो तुम लोग को कोक जीरो भी पसंद नहीं आएगा, मेरे को कोक जीरो पसंद आता है। मैं कोल्ड ड्रिंक्स पीता ही नहीं था, बट देन फिर मैंने कोक जीरो समझा क्या है, एंड फिर मैं तब से कोक जीरो पीने लग गया हूँ, अगर इन केस अगर मेरे को कोई ऑफर करता है तो। बट लेट्स सी व्हाट दिस इज। थैंक्स फॉर द विशेस, बस आपका एम अच्छा हो जाए।
Thanks for the wishes, Red Heart ba aapka aim acha ho jaye.
थैंक यू फॉर द 40 भाई। ओ भाई साहब, बारिश हो रही, बारिश हो रही चैट, बारिश हो रही, बारिश हो रही। बारिश हो रही, बीड़ी पी लो बिंदास। ये गंजड़ियों के बारे में हम लोग कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे, ठीक है ना, इन लोग को रहने दो, ये अलग, इनको अलग रखो। उस दिन चैट में कोई तो लिख रहा था भाई कि यार हर्ष भाई, मैं इतना इतना एज का हो गया हूँ लेकिन पैसे नहीं कमा पा रहा हूँ, क्या करूँ, सेविंग्स ही नहीं होती। कैसी होंगी, कैसे होंगी? दिन के भाई 2-3 फूकोगे, 30-40-50 रुपए ऐसे उड़ाओगे दिन के, हाँ, 3-4 हजार महीने के। किसके जेब से जा रहे वो? फादर इंडिया मदर इंडिया के। फिर बाकी के खर्चे अलग। टट्टी लोग। देखो, खुद के पैसे से खुद को बर्बाद कर रहे हो तो अलग बात है, ठीक है ना, तो करो बिंदास। तुमको जो तुम्हारे एडिक्शंस है लिमिट में करो, ऑब्वियसली नहीं करने चाहिए, लेकिन अगर तुम लोग हो, लेकिन अगर भाई तुम लोग अपने पेरेंट्स के पैसे से वो चीज़ कर रहे हो ना, तो बहुत क्रेजी चीज़ है। पता नहीं, मतलब तुमको जब रियलाइज़ होएगा तभी तुमको समझेगा मे बी, क्योंकि भाई मैंने अपने दोस्तों को क्लोजली देखा है कि वो लोग कितना है ना पैसा उसमें फूक देते हैं, जबकि उनके घर का कंडीशन अच्छा नहीं है। घर पे मम्मी पापा एकदम मेहनत कर रहे हैं पागल जैसे, घर का कंडीशन अच्छा नहीं है और वो लोग इधर फूके जा रहे हैं। ये बहुत क्रेजी चीज़ है। अरे माँ, क्या पहने ला है भाई, देखो लोग का ड्रिप डेंजर रहता है, ये देखो क्या पहना है मस्त। ये कभी नहीं होगा भाई, नो ऑफेंस हगा से। थैंक यू फॉर द पॉटी, मेरा एम अच्छा ही है, समझे ना, तुम्हारे पॉटी की जरूरत नहीं है मुझे। ये क्या है चैट? Your Rat Games account has been queued for deletion. A ticket has been created stating that you have 30 days to stop cancel your deletion progress. Huh? I am done. अकाउंट उड़ा रहा है, पागल है, हमको दे दे। कल 12th का रिजल्ट है। ओ हाँ, पापा बता रहे थे। लेट्स गो,
मेरे पास ऑल द बेस्ट। मैं बोलूंगा तो कैंसिल हो जाऊंगा। वो केजे ने पीक तो बहुत अच्छा लिया।
Horrendous. भाई लिमिट में सिगरेट अच्छी है, बट आपको अच्छे हो नो दिमाग नो स्ट्रेस वाली चीज है। नहीं भाई, अगर तुम स्ट्रेस में कोई भी चीज को ऐसा अलाइन करते हो ना, स्ट्रेस में अगर तुम मीठा खा लिए तो तुम्हें अच्छा लगेगा। स्ट्रेस हो रहा है, सिगरेट पी लेता हूँ अच्छा लगेगा। स्ट्रेस हो रहा है, चाइनीज भेल जाके खा लूंगा अच्छा लगेगा। तो उस चीज का ना एडिक्शन हो जाता है, एंड फिर तुम बहाने ढूंढते हो वो चीज करने की। एल नहा ओई कोंग्रे शुमोने ले तुरकुरे। Wow, is this real? I feel it's fake. This is not real. शेड्यूलिंग टेक्निक्स इन DS टास्क असाइनमेंट अप्रोच है क्रेजी। पढ़ाई के साथ साथ वॉच पार्टी। भाई लोग मेरे को 1000 जन देख रहे थे, 1200 जन देख रहे थे दोपहर में, एंड मुझे 60 लोगों ने सिर्फ लाइक किया है। व्हाट काइंड ऑफ व्यू बॉट इज दिस? 1200 बॉट्स watching me at the same time. फिर ये बॉट्स मेरे चैट में आके छीछी लिखते हैं जब मैं घान करता हूँ तो। बॉट्स।
So I think it all kind of connects together. And so if you want to boil it down, Sen just need to fight a little bit more. Just don't play as passive on your defense. The retakes are normally immaculate
रिफ्रेश
from
नहीं
this
किया
team,
होगा।
but you can't play for them every
मजाक कर रहा हूँ यार, मजाक को तो हाहा करो जरा। हमेशा सीरियस।
can get a handle as well in terms of what Valen is calling.
Fourth and fifth मैप कौन सा है देखा नहीं?
The desk was also talking about, I think, into the
Fifth मैप का क्यों जान रहा है bro? 3-1 हो जाएगा खत्म।
John QT and Valen playing against each other in Ascension, M80 versus the Guard, but
two bot.
Here they stand once more, facing off against each other with it all to play for. And a Walker, yes, going to be captured, some bit of damage done here, and sidestep, not suppressed by the drone, so able to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, that's a tight one. G2, part of their game plan this time.
I had sugar addiction, and I ruined my health due to it. Right now, I'm perfectly healthy and also lost a ton of weight, and I feel really good. Double use fight. Second bhagte chapti.
Rapid fire when it goes to the hand. He's just seen a shoulder, might be hunting
crazy.
A little bit more. 3 in a round for him. Can he get the 4? TP's back to safety, rejoining.
Or peek nahi kar raha hai. Bro wants to win. He's locked in.
And when you have a player that's on form like this, white hot to begin the map, why wouldn't you want to fight? He looks super confident, utilizing Xelsis as bait, and put Valen and Jonah P in an almost impossible spot.
Yeah. Walking but spotted. Just to the side here, and a flash and a repeat.
Ace चोरी किया नराटे.
He's gonna steal his ace. Zekken could have had a
ठीक
second
है.
ace of the
He never wanted his
series
ace.
already, and Narate just swings in and cleans it up.
He never wanted his ace.
Okay.
और उसको ace चाहिए रहता ना वो smoke में घुसता.
And the firepower.
He's locked in.
He's never been in doubt, I think, with this Sentinels team, as we were kind of mentioning. Gets them up to the pistol round win. Very important.
नराटे आज फीलिंग कर रहा है, बस बैंग भी फीलिंग कर दे, तो जो दोनों जो फिल कर देंगे ना G2 को, मजा आ जाएगा।
They might have thought that G2 were going to force this. G2 though with no plant, no kills, they don't really have the money to go for it. So Sen, they full buy up as much as they can, just in case. But it should make this round extremely one-sided.
Salvos. The stun does force at least the TP back out, but Narrator's just going to be trying to hold down that line, but cleaned up in the end. We'll see if that gun is retrievable. Might have just dropped down.
Where are the other players playing in sight with Narrate?
Yeah, a bit fearfully, I think, as well, with that Aftershock's going to be pushing them back and away. And now doubled up, grouped up, bit of stray spam, but right click, jumping in your face, classic, and that's going to be gun reclaimed.
3v3.
Another layer to it though, G2 looking to step forward once more, trying to fight for absolutely every single inch they can get. Sentinels the ones that slowed down here because this retake is occurring and the guns are not exactly the weapons of choice. Still John adjusts just in time.
अबे माँ कसम ये क्या ये बगिंग्स गेम प्ले भाई.
And a head ripped off.
हेलेन जा रहा हूँ कल घूमने के लिए टिप्स दे.
As much as you could possibly buy for Sentinels.
8 बजे के पहले जगहों पे घूमो. ग्रैंड पैलेस जाओ. ग्रैंड पैलेस 3:30 बजे बंद हो जाता है. टेम्पल्स वहाँ के बहुत ब्यूटीफुल है, लेकिन वो दोपहर में ही रहते हैं, तो टेम्पल्स जाओ. रात में चीजें 8-11 के पहले बंद हो जाती है, अच्छी वाली. फिर जो डिचिक वाली चीज है वो 8 के बाद 11 के बाद चालू हो जाती है. नाइट मार्केट घूमो. बहुत सारे मतलब कोलाबा वाला चीज मिलता है उधर. मस्त खाओ भाई. 7-Eleven जाओ. 7-Eleven इंसेन है थाईलैंड का. लेकिन तो 7 months से मिनाडी एंजॉय लाला. 7-Eleven में खाना भाई.
Get out there and scrap with Narrate, who clearly wanted to fight.
That early momentum though, it's going to be gone, taken away. Wind out of the sails here.
और टुक-टुक में बैठना. टुक-टुक वाले राइडर होते हैं.
And once more, you know, the hard work of Zekken, he's going to be looking at it like, what more do I have to do, guys?
Yeah.
He's got an outlaw in this round, up against full armor from everybody on G2. So the outlaw force, it won't get you much.
चैट वो छोटा है. तुम लोग क्या लिख रहे हो चैट में? हमारा छोटा भाई जाएगा अगर, तो ऐसे सब ये करोगे तुम लोग एक्सप्लेन.
Offered a few targets. Still, the trouble is, like you mentioned, that's full armor, so 10 HP survived. That's going to be a bit battered and bruised, but he's still alive for now, and extra body could make a massive difference with the Salvo still alive. He's going to be using them preemptively. He's trying to slow down Sentinels here. They want to try and flood in themselves.
Difficulties.
Not really too many safe places to stand against it, but already vacuuming up in terms of that space, and the time is ticking already with his spike. Good luck getting chances into this. At this point, G2 just looking to try and at least get out with the rifles and the guns into their hands. Not the chance of one of them, but we'll see if the rest of them survive. And indeed they do, and Zelsis even just barely getting onto that one, so he does go down with the rest of his team.
Trent saving a stinger there. Not what he's looking for, and goes for the upgrade. But G2 can afford to do that because they're wealthy. Zelsis, a bit of a
consolation prize, really. Yeah.
Zelsis gamer.
That happening, but at the time, I mean, Sen were kind of getting battered, so I didn't want to bring it up.
Yeah, it didn't seem particularly relevant on Haven, but when they
it's a G2
were watching the second half slip away from them. And they got to make sure that this half doesn't slip away from them as well, because they started it brilliantly.
Yeah.
It's been a microcosm of the first map. A white-hot beginning, and then G2 take it away. Zekken with an ultimate. There's a set play that a lot of teams go for, where they Euro ult out A at the start of the round with a paranoia. That's why you see Jorgamo here playing with Leaf. But that didn't happen. Bang really holding his ground as well, not giving up that space. That's bold, brave from him. And gives them decent info that G2 weren't really trying to take B main there.
Yeah, I think the rate was there with a good response in terms of having util to refight. Feeling like he had safety.
Oh,
just about missed the timing on that one.
Sorry, नाखून नहीं खा रहा.
Second, he's going for seconds.
Of course he is.
Holding down towards vents here. Drop down, that's her.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
That's all it takes here.
Oh, nice, डाल दे.
WW. There, salvos. Jonah isolated.
नहीं, दोनों को नहीं पड़ा भाई.
Backup now arriving as well.
If they do end A, Zekken's been deadly in the anchor position. He catches Jonah P. That spike dropped, and he still has a flash to play around.
Tiniest of angles to really work with. Being played around here.
ना हिलता है ना माउस ऐसा सामने बंदा दिखते साथ. मेरे साथ बहुत होता है और इसके वजह से मेरा एम लगता नहीं है और इनका लगता है क्योंकि ये लोग हैक जैसे
Getting away with bloody murder. Still off to the corner.
सही में हैकर जैसे खेलते हैं
लोग. Bit of running, gunning. Still, it's a 2v3 situation. G2 at least get themselves into the post plan, but more needs to be done by Lee.
Oh, bro, no way.
Already wrapping.
Open plan to नहीं है वैसे.
Sentinels, they're not messing around. Trying to play this one a bit more loose.
Shit. Oh,
smoke on sight from Valin. No one watching for main. Snake bites walking through Valin. This is so damn unexpected. It isn't even necessary. Leaf cleaning them all up. Instinctual plays all around. It doesn't matter.
मुश्किल लग रहा है, मुश्किल लग रहा है बंटा, मुश्किल लग रहा है.
They weaseled their way out.
And you just heard that Zelsis had hit 1,500 kills. Valin did it in that round, whilst also doing everything required to be able to pull off a clutch. Had support from Leaf as well, but I love the way that he played around this.
This is getting horrendous.
Nice call, Jonah. Go, let's go. Got you.
Insane positioning by Jonah P.
Some kind of call might
Jonah P
to go over towards A. Could have been something around how they wanted to play the clutch. But either way, giving credit to Jonah for that. Bang has been throwing this early smoke over towards B main. And it does feel like a major strategy of Sentinels is this control over towards the side of the map. Force a bit of utility out of G2 early. Sen have a trap play in mid. They're hoping to find a time. Maybe off the back of drone, possibly even the salvos that often come through to vent, and then stun, and then spring.
Cheeky idea, but Jorgen was going to be the one taking that contact. He does have a get out of jail. Card, flash, peek, and a swing. The guns are just a bit too weak, really, for too much damage to be done there by Sentinels, but a neat idea. Doesn't really come to fruition too much.
And even that gate crash that you were mentioning, Jorgamo doesn't even bother with it because they have 3 players there looking to try to punish the trap. John, though, with a nice read and anticipation of where Valin is going to end.
Great gamble. Wild curtain drops, though, unexpected with the timing. Zekken caught, counted down by the ankles in that spot. Still a wide swing and a face out here with a fault line to try and supplement. John off onto the corner, just offloading all sorts of missiles, trying to slow down this approach by G2. There's 25 seconds left. There is still danger. Rolling Thunder has to be committed. G2 trying to navigate this spot nicely. Hearing that drop down, though, to spam. It's just try and deny. Celsius. It's 2 nice ones. Need a bit more time of the essence still. You gotta try and weave your way into the sight. Denied that last ditch attempt.
If there was another couple of bullets in the stinger, I think John would have had that. Jonah was the spike deliverer. He almost got caught in the choke. It's an eco round that G2 navigate really well, and yet the shots coming out from Zelsis nearly made it winnable. But Leaf, with 10 seconds on the clock, swings out to make sure that Jonah can plant.
Chat, अगर तुम लोगों को कहीं भी खबर आती है कि मुंबई के आसपास मोहित चौहान का कॉन्सर्ट हो रहा है, प्लीज मुझे बताना, ठीक है ना?
It's now been 4 rounds in a row. And G2, they are still looking as dominant as the last time they played split against Sen, but in different ways. Sen are actually trying to fight them. They're not just playing off-site retakes.
What's your honest take on the latest update? Buff or nerf?
They're trying to
Teju का nerf? भाई वो तो fair है, obviously fair है.
Test Leaf on the lurks in A main.
The B main control 2 with a one-way.
Weekend आ रहा है मुंबई. कोल्हापुर में संबाटा आ रहा है.
It slips away from
Mohit Chauhan.
G2 are still being able to get into the sights. It's a better attempt, I think, but you wouldn't know it from looking at the score. And it's difficult playing against opponents. This is their 4th time meeting G2 just this year. And Sentinels, the only time that they've beaten G2 in VCT was in that upper bracket semi-final that we just watched recently.
कौन है यार वो लंबे मुंह वाला पुराने जमाने का कुमार सानू का कॉन्सर्ट होने वाला है. मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ जाऊँ भाई घर वालों को लेके. फुल वाइब होगा. मेरे पापा कभी गए नहीं है ऐसे कॉन्सर्ट पे. सोच रहा हूँ उनका फर्स्ट वो रहेगा तो क्या वाइब रहेगा भाई. गाने होते हैं भाई कुमार सानू के.
But at least you get the good notification that they're taking B main control. That flash tells you that the attackers are there, rather than just allowing G2 to contact take that.
Trying through mid. Bang jiggling is going to be big.
तो इतना रन के कॉन्सर्ट में जा. हाँ भाई गया था, बोला भाई वर्थ इट रहता है बहुत.
Phenomenal last time these two teams played. He's already been good individually on Haven.
No signs of life until now. Bang is going to be under a lot of scrutiny. Still with that paranoia.
Coated, bang, bang, bang. Raat bhar
baat kar.
Online.
Making sure to follow up, but G2 not done yet, not done.
Online. Good it. Online. थ्रो की G2 बहुत लूज खेली, बट ठीक है, चलेगा. Rounds around.
Stuffing G2 before they can even get started. That's how Sen got the win on Ascent previously. And this is a really nice strategic adjustment. Obviously, a fumble there from G2 as well, with how Jonah P's flash set Valin up.
Shreya Ghoshal's concert is also worth it. भाई लोग एक चीज बताऊंगा मैं तुम लोगों को, लेकिन तुम लोग है ना उसको गलत वे में मत लेना. मेरे को लड़कियां सिंगरों की आवाजें IRL अच्छी लगती है, लेकिन मुझे गानों में चुभती है.
Leaf forgot to buy armor.
Yeah. 2,700 a bank, sometimes it happens.
What? Leaf ne...
Keep an eye on that,
Armor
see whether it's
liya.
relevant in the round. Shows you that G2 may be a little scrambled after that.
It could be a costly mistake, especially he squares up in a fight
लेकिन
against
IRL मुझे बहुत पसंद है यार chat.
Whole job trying to control this
लेडी
space,
सिंगर
ensure
का
that Luke can
आवाज
work.
सुनना I appreciate it भाई, बहुत प्यारी होती है आवाज.
Phrasing.
बट पता नहीं गाने में, cause मैं गाने usually earphone headphone लेके पहन के सुनता हूँ. मेरे को नहीं पसंद आता पता
Up
नहीं.
entirely, and well, he's taking a whole load of damage in the process. Second repositions. Gate crash. Second exit plan up towards a side, unanticipated with the angle, but instant with the trade.
Really good support from G2. I mean, the fact that they're making it feel like it's a solo 1v1 fight and then Valen swings around the corner to punish, it actually makes it much more difficult, I would say, for the defenders to hold on to this A-ramp area.
Salvos forward here, John QT.
Great proactive re-clear from John. He realizes that that's a fake.
Celsius' turn next as well. Tempo's going to be turned right up with a snake bite, hopefully. Holding them back for now. It's essential that they hold on to control of B Heaven because anchoring players onto B. This is going to be a tight squeeze indeed. Dropping down at that Salvos. Good by Sentinels again, calling for it. Supplementary
Really
util.
They still had the Teho ult in the back pocket to use as well. I don't think there was really any chance there that G2 were cracking through B Heaven. John made the play.
Yeah.
The IGL getting the information over towards A-ramp that was in fact a fake. And as the time ticks down, Sen win another. They played some good rounds at the back of this time.
Public चिल्ला रही ना भाई, मजा आ रहा है. Public मजे कर रही है.
The time was low. Only 35 seconds
अभी
on the
कैसे
clock. G2 spent
बहुत
so much
अलग
of it
कल्चरल शिफ्ट है, मालूम ये?
just trying to set Leaf up to take a fight against Zekken.
लोग अमेरिकाज में कैसे एकदम बोल्ड है. वैसे ना अभी हमें थाईलैंड गया था ना, सब लोग एकदम शांत और एकदम शाय, बहुत अच्छे लोग. वैसे कोई चिल्ला रहा नहीं, कोई चैंट्स नहीं कर रहा.
You can argue about whether it even made the difference for Leaf.
Can be a thing because उनका फेवरेट टीम नहीं था वहाँ पे खेलते हुए. because मैं इंडोनेशिया गया था, वहाँ पे तो जो चैंट्स थे भाई, जिन्होंने व्लॉग देखा उनको पता है. वो तो बेस्ट शिट था. I'm so lucky भाई. Oh hell ना, ये वापस चालू हो गया chat. I guess we should watch on Twitch.
Retake potentially with it and see what a game plan.
तो वापस चालू हो गया भाई ये. Bro, what the hell?
Eventually for the job, but still he gets it done with a stinger at hand.
Oh, thank God, Twitch पे 1080 है.
In for mid.
Oh, send round GT. भाई ने round नहीं देखा, send round GT W.
I mean, you can see why G2's game plan would be, let's try to target the weak area where Zekken's holding alone. And yet, it's not weak at all.
Need a bit more than that.
He's absolutely done him. Body shots onto the player in the back, into a flick headshot on the player at the front, and then resets his aim.
मैच देखते हैं, बहुत बातें कर ली अपन ने.
Look at how nice that is onto Trey.
What? He got 3 like that?
G2 have lost all signs of control so far into this map. Last few rounds all going away as Sen. They've dragged it up even, 4-4.
To be honest, the last 2 rounds, they've tried to do just the same thing twice.
They had to bring 3. They had to bring 3, and it still didn't work.
That's what I'm saying, man. Next time, bring the whole stack. Zekken might get an
Time out
ace.
आ गया भाई.
He's been incredible. He's at the top of the scoreboard again, 9 and 6. Arguably a slightly less hot start than Haven, but
G2 वालों को मेरे हिसाब से एक diabolical call मुझे दे देना चाहिए.
Amazing at the start of both.
उनको क्या पता कि मैं Sentinels के side पे हूँ.
Sentinels on Haven. Once the gears really started turning for G2, they found more and more ways of being able to get around him and abuse the gaps. But this half, Josh RT's been forced to hit the red button because Valen's run into a bit of a brick wall here. He doesn't know how to apply A ramp pressure without.
A sound देके B घुस जाओ. वो लोग कोई नहीं खेल रहा B पे.
Let's stun, let's salvo, let's take A ramp quickly. Well, one of the reasons why teams.
अबे सही में कोई नहीं खेल. अच्छा. नहीं अभी जाएंगे.
And then they just ult you and you die and you just lose the round.
अबे सही में कोई भी नहीं खेल रहा.
Seconds. So fast A ramp takes are.
अबे B पे सही में एक ही जन खेल रहा भाई.
Against breach Teho comps.
Call तो heavy दिया.
They're gonna go for it though.
Call follow होगा, तुम लोग देखते रहो.
Sentinels are going to be still leaving that weakness on A.
Oh hell no.
Round here for G2.
Did I just
Throwing anything at the wall here, Valen. TP forwards. Already back up onto this line. Jump spot looking for the info. Zekken.
Oh shit, they are pushing in.
Salvos. He's going to make his position now all the more important. TP doesn't really know where Valen is playing forward. Still, he's going to get out of there.
They got the whole side, chat.
Side opened up, but as we've already mentioned, the use.
Narate ka ult hai, John Cutie ka ult hai. Maar do sab.
Might be second guessing things here. Sentinels, they do have the tools to deal
Sab
with
maar
it.
do.
G2 are so good at playing around these ultimates and creating close sightlines to make the stingers work.
Talking about Dimensional Drift even used on his own here, trying to spot out most of these players. 2 up through heaven, 1 just making his way over towards ramp. So
Charge main se aa rahe.
Letting his team know it's all being cleared out nice and pretty now towards the back. It's Zekan's turn.
Good.
Going to be highlighted
Good ult.
Used
Huge
on either side here, alternating. This is going to be a bit chaotic onto the Cypher, but a moment. Kevin, can you pass your way through? Salvos!
Good.
Denying the defuse entirely.
1v1.
Through the back and Trent left.
Trent is 1 HP.
One ultimately. Time ticking. Time.
नहीं.
G2 keep their heads above water.
क्या हुआ ये राउंड में? अच्छा टाइम नहीं था यार.
G2 a post plan. This is why we were talking about sending
Oh hell nah comms bro.
This time G2
गलत call.
Barrel through with a huge amount more utility.
भाई एडवांटेज था अपने पास यार. ये जगह में और ट्रेंट को 2 किल मिले ना उधर ही हिल गया राउंड.
You're going into a pit, you're going into ultimates.
टाइम नहीं था बनता है.
And if Trent's the last one alive, you're going into salvos as well. It is so difficult.
Didn't utilize the ult much. वो तेजू ult ना.
G2 swap things up. They've been going towards A ramp for the last 3 rounds in a row. Now the focus elsewhere.
भाई गलत कॉल हो गया यार
chat. And the resources have been pulled away from him.
Cutting through.
Same aftershock one way over towards B main, so G2 don't get that for free.
सान भाई वापस आ चुके हैं. कनाडा में सुबह हो चुकी है. रुको पढ़ते हैं.
As I say that, he's calling for reinforcements from the rest of the team. Valen is so determined to make A ramp a weakness. But if you're not taking it quick with the breach utility, are we not just going to see the same thing where Zekan sprays down 2?
They're contacting for it. Oh, okay. Do you really want to take that fight again? Zekan is even thinking about potentially taking up the space again.
मजाक से हट के भाई आरसीबी के अगेंस्ट अगर रोहित ने कुत्ता बना दिया ना. टी-शर्ट निकाल के नाचूंगा. टी-शर्ट निकाल के.
And now all of that information
और वो टी-शर्ट है ना सान भाई के मुंह पे गुंडाऊंगा.
It was Leaf alone. No trade came through. Sen can get ready for a B pop, a B split. Something like that is almost certainly going to be happening.
Calling a little bit easier.
पैसा दे रहे इसलिए शांत बैठ रहा हूँ.
Broken. Jorg's not taking any chances. Salvos over towards the top here with the paranoia layer down.
Thank you for the $20. और माँ कसम ये ड्रॉप हो गया अकेला.
Now blanketing the site ever so slightly here for Sentinels, but time is of the essence of G2. They need that move on. 20 seconds left.
Bro, he spammed him.
And hoping, running and gunning.
Zarate is still alive.
Jumping down and away around the side. Now Raid.
Good.
It's handed.
Nice one, Zelsis. मेरे को नरेट नहीं मारा वो last kill. Goated भाई, goated ult, double use ult.
They challenged the pit and they lost. Some of those are just going to come down to timings, but Sen had the read.
Bang is online.
They knew what their protocol was going to be if they got pushed into a site.
Thank you so much, Sanbai, for that $20.
And encompasses John Cutie and Narrate inside to play 3 strong in there.
RCB will beat MI in qualifier 1, easy for RCB.
It ends with Zelsis' ult on B, but it starts with Zekan locking down A ramp again.
Yeah.
The only round where they've been able to stop him was when they went fast with utility towards him.
I'm getting a lot of word kills.
I'm finding it surprising as well at this point, G2 not leaning towards trying to take mid-control, which seems weaker. Still trying to brute force their way past Zekan.
Oh,
well, this is another
Money's not good. That's a no-scope, okay. Look at a draw there with the Outlaw in hand. Sees the cross though with the bodies and knows that the fight's going to be coming hot, fast and heavy here, but already lead's going to be raining down and bodies toppling and falling in through the choke points. No real chance in hell now for G2.
Yes, sir. Certification, participation of certification.
But they only had the shares to work with, so not even fast through the choke point.
Certificate of participation, yes.
Should be good here to get up to 6.
Disciplined, Zekan's holding it. John onto the corner.
Narrate has kept hold of this breach ultimate. We're about to go into the final round of the half. G2 have been the ones, I think, running their heads into a bit of a brick wall.
Bye-bye, Dave.
And Zekan's been so good. Apart from that one round, he's just had firm control over towards A ramp.
One enemy remains.
Valen, at least for the moment, pulls his troops away from that.
Last round,
Go fast in that direction, but he's been doing mid-round setups of Leaf very consistently.
They're going to take mid-control, looks like.
Leaf changes where the orb is, so that's a nice adjustment. Makes it much more difficult for Second to play around, while the rest
Second
of the
push कर रहा है वो orb. उसमें gap है.
Creeping up now onto the angles. Elsis. Here's a test
What
for
a
you.
stun.
Sidestepping most of it. He's got the smokes to try and play around. Stray bullets not catching on to him. Slow going for now for G2, but they are getting back control towards B main.
And 2 players from Sentinels have kind of been stuck defending A ramp because of this new orb placement. Now that there's a bit of a gap in mid as well, Sen has to pull back, has to watch vents. Because Zelsis has
tough game for him.
But Sen are doing a good job re-clearing.
Holding up that space here, but they have given up.
Narate का ult है retake के लिए. ओ वो लोग heaven से आ रहे हैं, heaven पे ult आ गया ना, मजा आ जाएगा भाई.
Narrate's got to be good with it.
He's behind most.
कर दे ult, खोल दे. अरे यार क्या drop किया यार. Good ult. अबे यार team ult हो गया वापस.
And JohnQT not long for the world. Narrate is tucked now towards the side. A double face and discipline at G2 is all it takes to.
भाई round आ जाता मालूम अपना ये 7-5 half होता 6 all हो गया अभी.
Second and bang now left. See what they can do.
अबे यार.
Through against this many players. Now impossible. 6-6. G2 really finding it tough, I think, to get through. A semblance of those rounds here, saved by the fact that they were able to get those openings.
Sen could have definitely set up a better triple setup on that B side to work around.
ऐसा था भूख लगी है क्या खाऊं मैगी या फरसान?
Zelsis and John basically died before Narrate could get any value out of that.
As a team stun.
Yeah, and forced to breach on his own teammate because the setup wasn't really there. But okay, an even half. Battled back and forwards, and remember that this is the half where Sen got dominated before. So getting 6 rounds is actually great for them. It's so winnable to put us back at 1-1 in the series.
But even for now, we're going to find out on the other side of this just how split goes.
क्या ट्रॉफी है यार अमेरिकास का?
Nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
Double U ad.
The
double
Red
U
Bull
ad.
Zero is here. 100%
What?
wings with monk fruit extract.
Wait. Red Bull Zero? मेरा Zero नहीं है. ये कुछ अलग था क्या? अबे ये मंगाना चाहिए था फिर. इस साला क्या-क्या लाते हैं भाई लोग मार्केट में, है ना? Crazy. बैंक को कॉल करके बोल अवेयरनेस लाए. अवेयरनेस लाने बोलू उसको. As if you get a chance to join an Indian org, which org will you be in? I want to create my own org at the peak, and that is called POW Esports, where we come together and we compete in VCT. That's my dream. जहाँ पे मैं POW Esports में और मेरे साथ 4 जन हम लोग compete कर रहे हैं VCT में ग्रैंड स्टेज पे.
Has never been in doubt. The reason they ended up losing Haven came down to the Battle of the Minds, to be honest. The IGLing Valin had JohnQT's number in terms of the calling. Sentinels finding their footing though this time.
What are your long-term goals for your streaming career? Where do you see yourself in the next 5 years?
Trying to remove Zekin towards the tail end of that half.
मेरे पापा ने नहीं पूछा भाई ये अब तक.
Sentinels, if they can keep this up, staying one step ahead of G2, that's where they'll find their first map win in this best of 5.
On the pistol, looks like Sentinels want to take some A ramp control.
AI
really
question.
Can be dangerous doing this into breach Tejo, because that stun salvos at the start of the round is always a possibility.
There's a stun, there's a TP, it's countered up yet. You see it re-cleared, and Zekin has no get out here. Barely able to survive, not taking too much damage. So here it is, double face stop clearance, that's good discipline. Combining
W entry check.
Success, open access to the A site.
Zelsis is 1 HP लेकिन.
Open though, so no safe plan in that direction, but plan for
Easy
main
plan.
at least.
And this is where you get to see if Sentinels can be perfect in these post-plant spots.
Oh,
this is reactive. Feeling
good
the
flash,
heat there
good
from
flash.
Leaf, and now he's going to be rejoined by the rest of his team. And you're right.
तेजू क्या अब घर पे जाएगा जॉन क्यूटी भाई? Oh, nice ones again.
Drag this one out all the way forwards. A lot of util being expended out towards it, and John not even creeping around for the backstab. He wants to play just for the salvo timing, realizing that's the big advantage on top of the players that they've already taken out. Stun.
Goated John Cutie, goated John Cutie. Beautiful water timing. 7-6 W.
For Sentinels.
That's the kind of round that Valen was envisioning for quite a few of the ecos that he ran on the attack side, but it's John that pulls it out on the pistol.
अश्वा आज तो शाउट आउट बनता है एसएन के लिए एक बार तो दे दो 6 मंथ से देख रहा हूँ गुड बॉय
Sentinels, a team that are known for their retakes
shout out
on this map, played the post plant beautifully here.
Wow, they don't expect the tails to sit there.
हाँ सुसु लगी है लेकिन जाना नहीं है मुझे.
He's commenting on it. The passive position. G2 were caught unaware here. This is an aggro play by G2. Trying to get control towards B main. Any sort of follow-up? Well, it was there, but mowed down at a moment's notice.
No, diabolical answer. Select a orc for content. Bhai, I've said this before as well, Sexa bhai, कि orc से offer तो आई है मुझे, लेकिन मुझे ओए बॉय क्या कर रहा है? मुझे सोलो ही कंटेंट बनाना है फिलहाल. सोलो कंटेंट बनाना है इन द सेंस मुझे कोई orc से अभी फिलहाल ऐसा ये नहीं है कि मुझे कोई orc से ज्वाइन होना है या और I look up to कि मुझे कोई org में जाने का है. एंड फिर वहाँ पे ऐसा एज अ होल कंटेंट बनाना है उनके साथ सबके साथ. तो ये प्लानिंग नहीं है कुछ और ऐसी कुछ विजन नहीं है मेरा. मुझे वो वे से ग्रो करना है या वो वे में ऐसा करना है. मेरे दिमाग में आइडियाज है काफी जो मुझे एग्जीक्यूट करने हैं बट एज अ सोल जैसा यहाँ तक आया है वैसे ही मुझे और आगे जाना है. Once I feel I have no other thing to achieve ऐसा solo wise and I'm satisfied enough, I might join any org.
Ready to follow up on a moment's notice here with a drone broken.
Thank you so much, Rudy Bhai, for the sponsor. Love you. Welcome back to the Pow Gang.
G2 not able to set
double using the chatty.
Or I should say Sentinels not able to set themselves up.
Yeah, not a fast play. I was expecting something a little quicker. Instead,
round देखते भाई.
But the side swapped. The Viper on the attack.
Leaf का position बहुत crazy है.
On the defense.
Oh, he's peeked out.
Up in your face.
And उसको एक भी kill नहीं मिला. मुंह पे smoke किया टीम ने.
Mid here, but bit of spam.
Jono P को मिल गया भाई kill फुकट में.
Jono P, I should say, looking for picks.
सीधा बोलो बहुत ज्यादा पैसा मिलेगा तो ज्वाइन करूंगा. भाई जो ऑर्क्स ने ऑफर किया ना वो बहुत बड़ी ऑर्क्स है और वो जितना मुझे ऑफर करेंगे ना वो मेरे अभी के इनकम को डबल भी कर सकता है. समझ रहे हो? But still, तो मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ मैं ऐसा नहीं बोल रहा शुगर कोट करके या कुछ ऐसा. मैं जेन्युइनली वो फील करता हूँ.
12 seconds. Creeping, crawling, walking around, but Zelsis needs to be covered into this spot in the salvo as well. No access
अरे माँ कसम यार वो मिसाइल्स ने ये कर दिया.
But at this point, fool's errand to try and go for that one.
It all. चलो मैच देखते भाई, मैच देखते. बहुत बातें कर रहे हैं यार अपन. Baby, calm down zara.
From G2, considering how much space they gave Sentinels through mid. It looked like Sen, even though they were down 4v5, could have created a lot of danger. But Valen cleans things up in his anchor spot on A. Now we get rifles on board, both teams. And Sen leaning over towards
ऐसे duels से ऑफर नहीं आता यार. कुछ भी ऐसे speculations मत लगाओ ऐसे दिमाग में please.
This time Jonah is going to go for some kind of stun or aftershock to try to control that space. It's the aftershock, bangs past it.
Yeah, see it again. Does Valen expect
match ही नहीं देख पा रहे अपन.
Hearing some sound cues, Elsis. Bullet to the head with the wall blocking most of the damage. Lucky to be alive.
And a reclip pushes back away in the B main. So this is now a huge fight in mid.
They're getting active, aren't they?
G2. 8 players.
4-man picking mid of G2.
How this round goes here.
Oh hell, nah, this is cooked. This is so good. Oh bhai, second and bang, saving the day. Goated.
Slowed down a minute on the mark.
Omen और Breach ने कुछ util नहीं दिया क्या?
Okay, evacuation call for, but you're going to be running into Jordan.
I guess there was something obnoxious. वो लोग ने expect नहीं किए इतने जनते. Oh भाई साहब, ये heavy हो रहा है.
Drone.
Oh, TP away.
Couldn't break it. Had to commit. Had to get all the way the hell back out of there.
Bro, Zels has got 1 HP.
Up onto the site.
I think Zels took 140 there.
Seconds anticipated the pathing. Forward started to hell. Zels is the last one.
अच्छा, up and round हारे. Shit.
They know exactly where he is.
क्या कर रहा था Zekken ऐसा direct TP करके?
They flood in instead of playing offsite for the retake. That really caught Sentinels off guard, I think.
अभी पढ़ते super chat.
Sen once they push Jorgamo away, probably expecting.
San भाई ने 10 Canadian dollar दिए और लिखा है we live in a world where a guy who watches VCT non-stop owns a Viper V3 Pro and is still only diamond rank. Just as Robin Uthappa, who has won an orange cap in his career, while Rohit still hasn't.
100%. Nice, boys! So predictable, bro.
Well, there you go. We've talked about it as a battle of the minds. It's all about getting ahead of your opponent and figuring out what they're going to do.
ठीक है भाई. ठीक है, मेरा कैप्टन देश के लिए खेलता है. हाँ? मेरा कैप्टन देश में यड भगा देता है. I'm proud of it. He's my goat.
What the hell is Valen doing?
Okay, TP forward. At least a fast flank is called for. Not sure how Valen got there into the end, but it's a plan nevertheless. Sentinels get themselves into a tight, tucked spot. Into the post. Where's the next level of things here? It's an absolute evacuation again. Pulling back in away. G2.
What do we do?
Just trying to bleed Sentinels out. Time being bought. Util held and guns not at the ready here.
अरे यार भाई.
Right from behind.
Chad. Sad हो रहा है.
Three-piece.
Sad हो रहा है. Low by
round lead now for G2.
San भाई, thank you for another 10 Canadian dollars. आप पैसा दो और बोलते रहो. Love you. Vici, thank you for the sponsor with the power gang. Vici.
And make sure that they didn't lose the round before his flank.
Thank you so much, Vici.
And they gave him that time. They played with that patience, and he delivered for them with a 3K.
Jake, that down, boy.
Top of the scoreboard for Valen. Talking his talk. And a tactical timeout.
Tension में आ चुके हैं. Tension में आ चुके हैं. बात करनी पड़ेगी.
Standing up, throwing shade over to his opponents, playing the psychological
game. Calm down, baby, calm down. Calm down करो भाई. Zekken मेरा भाई. Chill कर. कब ऑनलाइन आएगा? ए bang. अरे कुछ कर लो यार. Bang bang रात भर बात कर. Please. अरे ये लोग 2-0 कर देंगे भाई. फिर उसके बाद कमबैक करोगे क्या? Please. ये तो अपना मैप है. अपना पिक है भाई. कुछ करो. ठीक है.
Overall towards the tail.
नहीं, B जाओ, B. Straight up B. Trust.
They have 3.
Trust. Straight up B. Yeah. Alright. Cutting.
Stop to it.
I talked about this earlier at the very beginning of Split, but G2 are so good at anticipating Sentinel's post-plant aggression. When Sen get into a site, they will try to disrupt the retake by, you know, a variety of different tools, but a little.
Wait, ये अपना pick नहीं है? Oh hell nah.
Or a paranoia heaven and somebody gets inside the.
But अपना strong map है. अपना strong map है.
That they want to be doing to throw off that perfect retake their opponents are trying. But G2 are incredible at anticipating it. It ruined Sentinels last time they played on this map.
Ruination Phantom.
And in that round 17, it kind of happened again. Leaf, you heard him say, way
like the stream if you're new, boys.
About the previous round.
A lot of respect shown here by Sentinels.
A जा रहे, B जाएंगे तो टेंशन क्यों ले रहे हैं?
It's a game of reactions. Game of timing. Just a shoulder or an elbow, barely peeking out.
बोल रहा था B जाओ भाई, कॉल नहीं सुन रहे मेरी.
And the drone
immediately there.
Yeah, to try to reset him back up on the angle. Jorgamo was forced to fall back off. He didn't want to get traded, and the drone helps set him back up again. Pings as well.
Walking up for now. John's going to have that drone. Got to respect it. Again, Joel does not want to be caught out into the open. It's TP fast. That's Bang taking a bit of ramp control. Presence noted here by G2. They are reinforcing most of the map over towards the A side.
Sen का bad map. Hey bro, you don't know what you're talking. ये देखो chat. Sen का bad map बन गया ये. They don't know about those days. Oh hell nah, we are so cooked bhai.
A chance. A bit of argy-bargy.
Bro, we are so cooked, bro.
Now and John QT is left to pick up those pieces. Upgrade found, but in a 1v3, what can you do? 20 seconds left, and this is the back end of the timeout. Sentinels just getting anticipated.
Dekha, good boy. Darshan, thank you for the 40 rupees. Lol, 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 lol. Love you, Darshan.
Similar impact to Zekken.
Thank you for the 40.
Incredible 3K with the operator in his hands, though, rather than a Vandal. But a very different way of getting that value. Instead of getting a crazy spray down alone, Jorgamo gets the first kill, backs up, gets supported by a teammate. Then he's posted up, has to teleport away, gets supported by teammates again for a triple swing. He swung into the site with his op at the same time as two players swung from screens. All of the players are focused on those screens players. And then he's able to take the peak again. So much teammate support and distraction there being given so that Jorg could get his wands.
अबे last season की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं भाई.
Can't blame him because you can feel it. Losing grip of the map.
Last season Sentinel split पे unbeatable थी. या उसके पहले की chat? I guess last season की बात है वो. या उसके पहले की?
No.
It is so tough to run that reverse sweep.
हाँ भाई last year की बात है.
Stuff going on in your head as well. Thinking, how is it going wrong? We had our map pick.
Exactly. I was just talking to Valen yesterday, in fact, about it, and Valen was saying we're not too worried about going up against a double map ban advantage because if we take that first map, exactly what you were pointing out, Josh, is playing.
Tens वाला season नहीं भाई.
Players, you're thinking.
Tens वाला season नहीं.
Go wrong.
And that's a spot that G2 have been in a few times as well. G2, this is their 4th time attending an America's final. Back to back to back to back.
Jorg spotted, he hears it though. Jumping up towards ramp, it's going to be stun at least to relieve some of that pressure.
Cover going out.
And G2 only won one of those, by the way. The most recent.
Insta क्या था भी? बताओ फिर भाई.
Thieves lost to Leviathan last year, making sure that they don't lose again.
Trying to defend this one, they don't know where the TP is, but finally, okay, set your sights onto it, Valen. He knows where this one's coming. Anchor Smoke's going to be layered down on top of it.
भाई दोनों flash हो गए back side पे.
Should be a connection onto a multitude of them.
Oh shit, we are so cooked.
Out for too much longer, 25 seconds
Bro, 20 seconds बचे सिर्फ.
They call for the pause.
फ्रेंड को किल मिल गया तो उसका अल्ट आ जाएगा. जल्सिस कहाँ जा रहा है?
Here it is, utility. Smoke's dropped down and Valen lights them all up. Open access to the bodies here in a fight going all the way of G2.
Sen just got penned in a corner, herded into the back of the B site, and everybody on G2 waiting for them to make that move. They're 2 steps ahead. 5 rounds in a row. And Valen individually is having a great game. He found so much impact.
We're bouncing on each other. Hey, yo.
Hey, yo. Huh? Of course, I mean, they're playing off each other.
They're playing off each other so well. One person
Sure.
pings and the other person pongs.
Exactly. That's what they meant. That's what they meant. Don't get any funny ideas.
No, Mr. John Hyatt. Teleport up for some early vent control from Sentinels here. Looking to try to take some skirmishes rather than just end in a massive execute, because G2 have always had the read. And they haven't really been doing much of a pinch onto A-ramp. This could be nice pressure onto Trent. But Zekken and Bang back away. And they'll have to back away.
Do you have anything to get out of here? Yeah, the gate crushes there. Zekken barely out of dodge. He's just waiting for the last possible moment. Dramatic effect and all, but Sen need a bit more than that now with the drone to lead. The charge! Zekken's there alongside it.
1 HP हो गया लेकिन.
To the process. What's the next level to it? Timing taken, slipping past it, in through the smoke, and
trade it.
200 piece, eager to just try and drop down, is punished.
Good trade.
Sentinels though, time to
Good
shine
ultimate
for them.
on A, लेकिन heaven out यहाँ पे peak लेगा Trent. Zelsis flank है, OP.
Trent has already weaved his way in through the back and snaps up.
Jorgamo vents आने के बाद A पे TP किया है.
Sweeps through.
Nice.
Happy to try and step up
No,
towards
nice.
it, and Valen almost there with that reaction, but
2v1.
dealt with. All down to Jorg now, retake with the op. And Zelsis, cheeky with the off angle. Yeah, that's going to get the job done.
जोगेमो यहाँ तक आया चैट, यहाँ तक, और फिर डायरेक्ट साइड पे टीवी किया ये पे जब प्लांट हो रहा था. डेंजर है.
Instead of doing a bit of a non-committal take of map control and then ending with a site pop, they find a way, and they find the players that are trying to deny them that control.
9-11. Let's
decided to hold his ground.
Let's go.
That's how Zekken got the opener, and then the trade out from Bang, that 1-2 combo that we've been seeing from Zekken.
Susu lagi hai heavy.
Coming together nicely. Jorg is going to pick up another op. So pretty similar scenes again.
गुड बॉय, मैंने देखा और मैंने तेरे को 5 बार बोला, तू थोड़ा सा चमन है क्या दिमाग से, हग रहा है. Oh भाई, he legged in. Oh my god.
He's not going to be denied that kill. Shorty does the dirty work at the tail end of it, even gets out of it.
Shit भाई, कुकड़ हो गया. भाई ये जा रही क्यों है भाई, ये क्यों ही जा रहे भाई, जाओ ना मीड जाओ ना उधर. ये क्यों जाना है यार?
Just takes the risk, stands his ground.
And rewarded for it. Zelsis, though, has actually got himself into a decent position here now.
Why are we cooked today, chat?
I would expect Sen to want to go back to Zelsis.
नसीब खत्म हो चुका है.
If you can get onto a site.
नहीं, एज आई
मत. One of the best ultimates to turn a 4v5 in your favor. But it's
no, doesn't matter.
Pick that goes against Sentinels.
Be main. Did it spot the players? That's the question.
Chat, what is this Farhan guy up to?
It must have done because Jonah P is starting to react already over there. But this is kind of nice. It's opened up the A site. It's allowed them to come back to Zelsis. And the pit could yet be Sen's favor.
30 seconds though.
30 seconds left.
Is this angle anticipated either from Jonah P? You're hearing it now to run
by
up
20 seconds yaar.
Surely heard and spotted. Stunned. Slows him down. Salvos. Trying to be used here. Sen are being slow to a crawl.
Oh hell nah bro.
By the multitudes of util.
15 seconds
back pocket. There's another one for you. Stun forwards and whip in, hop in, all around. You're gonna be meeting your match into the blender.
The stuns were way too much for Sen to get through there. They had an idea, but they couldn't manage to execute.
I guess we cooked.
They had the vision.
I guess we cooked, chat.
We couldn't realize. Rolled out. A leg shot straight on and finish off with
I guess we cooked.
That's how it opens up. We didn't talk about it too much, but on the previous map, first kills, 15 of them to G2, only 7 for Sentinels. So G2 are finding so many of these opening kills.
Timeout ले लो ना.
Really tough.
Timeout है ही नहीं क्या?
And again, the score 12-9. G2 with 3 opportunities to finish.
भाई bang 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 नहीं कर रहा ना.
It's been exact mirror of the first map.
Careful here. Second wants to increase that tempo though here with a dimensional drift. Pings it out where the players could be. Jogamo. Forced back out of the fight. Happy to play the retake though. There's G2, especially with that rolling thunder forwards in their back pocket.
Jonabi का ult है retake के लिए.
Difficulties.
चारों चिपक के खेल लो, है ना?
Salvos, paranoia. It's going to be pulled out. Sentinels trying to set themselves up nicely into this one.
Oh my god, the ult is gone.
Go down with it. The pit dropped down. And Sentinels left lacking. Left gasping for air here. G2 just dominant.
We thought G2 were in survival mode in the lower bracket. They barely squeaked past some of the teams, 100 Thieves, EG. And they've got a rematch here with Sentinels, and they've come out all guns blazing. A 2-0 lead in this grand finals. And honestly, in the second half, they kind of looked untouchable.
Yeah. It's running away from Sen, putting themselves up into good positions. But G2 are the ones leading by 2 maps here. Coming back from that lower bracket as well, where Sentinels were the ones to send them there. It's revenge on the mind of both of these players, both of these teams. And a trophy in their sights, right in the middle of the stage.
Looking to try to skip the Swiss stage of Toronto after they grueled.
Chain City on top. What in the world are you studying, bro? Task assignment approach. This भाई अभी है ना अंदर जाके वो जहाँ पे भी जाएंगे अंदर वहाँ पे जाके ना एक दूसरे से क्लोजली इन लोगों को बातें करनी चाहिए. बैंक परफॉर्म करता ना अभी मचा देते, मजा आ जाता. जेल्सिस भी झूलिंग्स कर रहा था, कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है, जेल्सिस का तो होते रहता है आगे पीछे, बट गुड मॉर्निंग हॉर्स एंड टाई, वाओ क्रेजी। इस माउस पे रैंगेस करो, प्लेट नहीं सॉरी डायमंड। नाइस ब्रो। मिल्टन, लव फ्रॉम पुणे हर्षु, लव फ्रॉम मुंबई। व्हाट इन द वर्ल्ड इज दिस चैट? C equals to 3, C plus B equals to 50, ये क्या मतलब इसका? रांची, वाओ, हैवी हैवी सीन्स। बेड गेमर ओपी भाई, वो बेड पे एक पार्ट रखा है, उसके ऊपर लैपटॉप रखा है, एंड दिस इज हिज माउस पैड। एवरेज इंस्टॉलर जेट इन माय टीम। क्या कर रहा भाई तू? कुछ गलत लिख देगा, इधर उधर कर देगा भाई। हैवी मल्टीटास्किंग चल रही है। चैट व्हाट इज दिस? व्हाट इज दिस चैट? चैट जोरदार सुसु लगी है, जोरदार। एक काम करो, तब तक तुम लोग है ना एक्सक्लामेशन WH डालो, मतलब तुमने ये स्ट्रीम कितने घंटे देखी है वो तुम्हें दिख जाएगी। मैं आ रहा हूं 2 लिमिट में। हाय आलोक। ओ भाई साहब, 3 कम पड़ रहे थे इसलिए चौथा भी लगा दिया इधर रे। अरे क्यों रे इतना? हाँ क्यों करते रे? क्यों करते इतना? वो 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 क्या खा रही है ये? मखाने? ये कैसे वाले बे? पुदीना पार्टी, पुदीना वाले मखाने हैं। क्रेजी चेटअप, झगामगा माउस पैड है फुल झगामगा। चेटअप तो डेंजर है लेकिन बढ़िया। हाउक Nice wallpaper, bro. भाई ये हगा से बर्गर किंग से ऑर्डर किया अभी, पूरा कोक से भीगा हुआ पैकेज था। जोमैटो सपोर्ट भी रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं कर रहा, क्या करूं? खा जा अभी क्या ऐसे ही। दर्शन पारेख, थैंक यू फॉर द 29 रुपीज, रियली अप्रिशिएट दैट, थैंक यू सो मच। आ जाओ, मैं बोल रहा था इसलिए मैगी खाओ। भाई मैगी चुपचाप खा लेनी की, ये बर्गर वर्गर खाने जाते हो यार तुम लोग। हट देखो माँ कसम 700 जन देख रहे थे, लाइक 200। दर्शन थैंक यू फॉर अनदर 30 रुपीज ब्रो। रात भर वीसीडी देखूंगा, वैसे सांगली जा रहा हूं, बाय बाय। शानपट्टी में आके लार्ज साइज तो ले लिया, अब तो ये खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा। What I have to do with this information, chat? राडे बोल भाई, मेरे बाल कितने गंदे दिख रहे हैं यार। भाई ये तो सुगर वाला है। दर्शन यड़ भगा रहा है चैट, दर्शन इज यड़ भगाएंगे। आन दो दर्शन भाई, आन दो। गिनते रहेंगे हम लोग, चैट गिनते रहो प्लीज, गिनते रहो। क्रेजी गेमर, आन दो दर्शन भाई, आन दो। डबल यूज इन दी चैट, दर्शन भाई विथ अनदर 30, दर्शन भाई विथ अनदर 30, एंड दर्शन भाई विथ अनदर 30, एंड दर्शन भाई विथ अनदर 30. When they gave spike to Sage. शिमकुले कुलकुले कली कुलकुले. Wow, रे ब्यूटीफुल. नेक्स्ट मैच G2 वर्सेस सेनका कितने देर में शुरू होगा? Also big fan. Thank you so much Dhruv bhai for another 100 rupee on super chat my G. सेन वर्सेस G2 अभी चालू होएगा 10 मिनट्स में. 10 मिनट्स, मे बी लेस देन 10. दर्शन पारेख with another 30 rupees. Has to be Fake, right? इसने बनाया रहेगा ये चैट? ब्रो क्या बनाया है भाई ये? शाइट. ओ भाई, चना और कोक. होल्ड अप, इज दिस? दारू पी रहा है स्ट्रीम देखते देखते. भाई साहब पार्टी चल रही है यार इसकी. ये थोड़ा सा कुछ कर लो यार यहाँ पे थोड़ा. सजेस्ट अ हेडफोन विथ गुड इनबिल्ट माइक अंडर 2K. चैट प्लीज इसको सजेस्ट अ गुड हेडफोन. एक अच्छा हेडफोन का नाम बताओ विथ गुड इनबिल्ट माइक चैट में. ओ भाई साहब, भाई ये गांव में इतने रात को ऐसा बाहर क्यों भटक रहा है? मेरी चड्डी फट जाए ऐसे इतने. एलियन. दर्शन थैंक यू फॉर अनदर 29. भाई दर्शन ने अब तक कितने दिए? किसने गिना है? दर्शन भाई लव यू फॉर दिस स्पैम. कितने दिए दर्शन भाई ने? को गिनते हैं अभी. 1 2 9 बार दिए तो 29 into 9 बराबर. 29 into 9 अभी 29 into 9 261 रुपए. डबल यूज इन दी चैटे. भाई साहब दैट इज ह्यूज. दैट इज ह्यूज. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू सो मच दर्शन भाई. अरे रुक रहा ही नहीं है. 10 हो गए भाई. 290 रुपए. शीश.
And we'll see how this all shakes out. See you on the other side.
ओ भाई अभी भी 11 हो गए. 11 हो गए. W मेरा ट्वीट दिखाओ यार, इतना अच्छा ट्वीट डाला हूं मैंने। आंदो दर्शन भाई, लव यू। Oh,
2,000 gorillas versus 70,000 I show speed.
W फीफा हो जाए एक वर्ल्ड क्लास एआई पे। बॉट्स के साथ कौन खेलता भाई? दर्शन भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 30 rupees, bro. Oh my god, look at this. What a setup भाई। टीवी पे वैलोरेंट खेलता है, crazy.
Who moved away from running the chamber and have now started copying Sentinels in the last.
Yes, we talked about it, producer bhai.
We've seen them run it on Pearl. I don't think they run it quite as well as Sen do, but that might not make
slowly map.
Because trying to reverse sweep is a large mental barrier, I think, and no team has ever lifted that trophy twice. We've had a different winner every time in Americas.
Yeah.
And G2 might be ready to do it back to back.
Sentinels were denied
Love you,
their
Didi.
chance of lifting a domestic trophy this year.
आप जो भी थे,
themselves,
you are my goat.
It's a feud that runs back deep
you
between
are
these
my
two
goat.
teams.
And if you think about that one, the finals of kickoff, we expected G2 to run away with it. We thought it was going to be a 2-0, maybe a 3-0 like this series could end up being. But actually Sen
उन्होंने लिखा था bring back 2 Viper mollies
unexpectedly and really made people take notice. This time G2 look a step above right now, and Sen need those hidden reserves to come to the
Sentinel defend कर रही है।
You're in the presence here, Jorgamo. He's sticking around for quite some time.
Oh नहीं, sorry, Sentinel attack कर रही है।
Clearance in through mid and a timing potentially there. No!
Brutal.
Slips out in a raid's grasp.
They might think though that that was the backstab, and it's
confidence chat. Confidence is dugmagaing.
That's not the case. Sentinels are running a B fake and slowly taking A main control all throughout this time. Now Trent is often going to be using his drone to re-clear
clean sweep?
But because
is this a GG good night take care?
Towards B earlier on, he hasn't done it yet.
Is it?
Only just now does he drone.
Broken.
Is it a GG good night take care?
Make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, he's not calling. Well, Jogamo starts rotating over, but they're not going to realize. They're not going to realize that this is a full A-pop.
Celsius wrapping around here, critical with the kill, and Jonah P just decimates him, ends him. Art control, giving up Zekken, looking to see if he can reclaim a bit of that territory.
3v5.
It's going to make all the difference to Sentinels here.
Normal chat, no read. Oh shit!
So easy cleanup.
Horrendous streamer, bro. Horrendous. Thank you for the huge 180 again, almost क्या भाई 500 रुपए यहाँ पे भेजे अपने को दर्शन भाई ने। लव यू यार दर्शन भाई।
John's the playmaker.
Thank you so much.
Behind 8 seconds on the
oh shit!
It's going to make a huge difference. He's missed it into the timing. Bang though.
2v2.
To deny at least with that damage done. Surely Valen onto the defuse. Time has been missed. Salvos lay it down. Valen. Hopefeet. He's got a lot to ask now in this spot. Smoke.
Oh nice भाई. What a round. Bang bang. रात भर बात कर तू मेरे साथ चल. चुम्मी चुम्मी. गुम्बरे गुम्बी. W. पैसा बोलता है. पैसा बहुत बोलता है लाला.
Sen had 3
Thank you for the huge 500 rupees.
One of the G2
Love
players. First of all, Narrate coming through mid, I think should have been able to catch one and instead got clocked in the head. We saw another tussle over towards Art that didn't go their way. I think that was Celsius, but bang throughout.
Chat, can we have some double U's in the chat for Darshan?
Locking it down, a 4K.
You did a really good job that round of shooting them. You should do that more.
That is incredible advice. That's why they have Zekken on the team.
That's why I'm hard stuck. Okay, Zekken, he's in. It's a fight to be taken here, but stunned up. Oh my, Jonah P's working with barely anything, just that free weaponry at hand. Slowed down a bit of a
love you for your vlogs.
More.
I'm so sorry, bhai. ये पढ़ के मेरे को बहुत बुरा लगा।
Yeah, they've taken a bunch of damage and John, Judy and Narrate's health.
Vlogs नहीं बना पा रहा हूँ क्योंकि मैं घर से बाहर ही नहीं निकल पा रहा हूँ। घर के बाहर में निकल रहा ही नहीं हूँ कुछ चीज के लिए।
playing from Flowers. But they avoided getting overwhelmed by the eco at the start of the round here.
But I can't sit at home saying this.
It would be devastating for them to lose this.
I should go out and make vlogs.
Sentinels players, I still think they're not out.
I'm so sorry, bhai. But thank you so much. Thank you so much.
He does eventually get onto it.
It's not the range that the Stinger wants to be played from.
Gets the info though.
Thank you so much for the huge 180 again, bhai.
Picked up onto a different angle. It's a half clearance, but he does snap to it. Head's going to be found. Jorgamo does answer back.
In the meantime, Bang has taken all of this.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Darshan.
He's realized there's nobody anchoring the site at all. Leaf has got to be playing on the opposite side of the map.
अरे माँ, दर्शन भाई पागल भी हो गए ले भाई.
Series of unknowns though. Bang has,
as
you already said, call for the rotations with that time, and
nice.
already expecting that Jorgamo is going to be waiting, walking straight back in. Leaves it up to Leaf. Marshall in hand.
गिनो और गिनो
Two players
chat.
will go down to a single shot.
Heavy गिनना पड़ेगा.
Said I've got to play this with a bit of discipline.
आज 1000 कंप्लीट करके ही जाएंगे भाई दर्शन भाई.
Bang is the most healthy player, holding it first most. Off onto the corner, to the angle, anticipates, okay.
2-0 W's.
And Bang, back-to-back rounds where he's been massively important for Sentinels.
Yeah.
Kind of recovering these rounds, actually, for them. A little bit rocky, but Sen get up to 2.
W's Darshan Gaming
He has a
channel.
guide available already. And this is the map. Out of any in the pool.
Thank you so much, mere bhai. Thank you so much.
You can definitely run some strategies.
Sean, once again, great job of shooting them.
Again, noted.
But also a really good job of finding a timing through on B and finding an entire empty part of the map. So this time I don't think.
1000 में कितना बाकी है, darling? 1000 में और 1000 बाकी है.
Sentinels now should be set up for pretty decent bonus round. Jonah P. God. Bumbling into the walls a little bit there, but still gets away. Nice and healthy. Senna not shy whatsoever here. Willing to try and step up. Zekin side steps. So Caesar's going to be dodged. A refight call for here. G2 is trying to make sure that they can remove this space. But a rifle in hand.
Oh, this is 1 HP है. मत give away मत कर kill का. Oh, W भाई. W.
29 HP with the regen shields. This round was supposed to be going over towards B. You could see because of where John was taking the spike. And instead,
delete.
The ART players find so much success.
Oh, this is still losable, bro. Oh, nice. How? Leaf ने expect किया कि वो लोग cross कर गए. कैसे भाई?
In the right place at the right time with the weapon at hand. There's a chance with Zelsis low enough as he is. To the post plant though, plenty of ults of Senchus to expend. Angle watch for
W's.
4K
for Zelsis, bhai. Let's go, bhai.
And they win the bonus
Darshan bhai with another 450, bhai.
Analysis of the situation is going to be.
Chat Darshan bhai ने
Zelsis just kind of did a great job.
1000 के ऊपर सुपर चैट कर दिए भाई. साइलेंट करके एक अच्छा गाना हो जाता तो मजा आ जाता. दर्शन भाई के लिए खास एक कॉन्सर्ट होगा इसके बाद. रुको, टाइम आउट में होगा. टाइम आउट में. Crazy shit, bhai.
Bang up at the top of the scoreboard with 6 apiece.
And we have some W's in the chat for Darshan.
The possibility of a brawl here again. G2 doing the same kind of stuff on the eco round, looking to try to up the tempo in A main. A flash through the smoke with the horn.
Whoa.
On top of it.
क्या push किए बे?
Oh,
damn.
Okay, it's navigated. Tumultuous at times, but Sentinels already.
Bro, they're winning a bonus. Oh no, that's not a bonus. They won the bonus. Now they are winning a eco.
Pushing, pressuring them, trying to force the fights on the defense, and Sen's job is just to stop them from accomplishing their goals.
Not to be faked out. Jonah P.
Bro, he's scared.
Tucked to the side here.
No, mine is not.
Weapon handed over, but already getting a bit of
a move chat.
That actually could be really important.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much for the huge 100. Coach, you watched the whole VCD finals, and somehow his aim downgraded. Bro, Crosshair out here doing parkour. Still 10 out of 10 entertainment. Carry on, coach. Love you.
Trips the wall.
Thank you.
So once more, Sentinels just have
By the way, my aim has improved and I have become like a horrendously optimistic gamer.
By Sen, as you said, they only have to stabilize. Now, are they going to expect Jonah P right behind him? That's a question here. Move to the side.
क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात है.
Salvage again. Zelsis fully on top of most of this
round. Timeout तो उसने दिया था. I'll sleep now. किसने दिया? क्या क्यों दिया भाई?
4-0
Darshan भाई.
And here's that flash.
अच्छा तुमको टाइम आउट उसने दिया था.
That didn't
That's
end up
sad.
actually going much.
Thank for the huge 180, bro.
John did a great job there of anticipating it.
1500 तो दे दिए रहेंगे भाई दर्शन भाई ने आज. Love you Darshan bhai. Take care. Good night.
Even if Jorgamo picks up an operator,
thank you boys for all the donations today, bhai. Crazy shit.
For the op on the defense, they have Yoruult, Cosmic Divide for a BX
Crazy.
that would just ruin it. Instead, though, John is calling
4-0 up is in chat.
A bit of a control play over towards A. But you've got to imagine this is the round to use these ults for Sen, because you're going to break the economy of G2.
Oh yeah.
ये राउंड निकाले ना मजा आ जाएगा 6-0 हो जाएगा वन साइड गुड अल्ट बाय सेकंड
Cosmic Divide as you already mentioned
Zelsis का भी अल्ट है
now's the time to let those ults shine here for Sentinels
उनके पास रीटेक के लिए लेकिन बहुत अच्छे अल्ट्स है मालूम
giving up control but backside is
पेडो योरू अल्ट कॉम्बो कर सकते हैं वो लोग
happy to play around this spot here needs a bit of an evacuation policy though with the TP and he could just be getting pressured at a moment's notice still guard
good ult
it's even better
plant मिल जाएगा अभी
slow down
He flashed himself twice.
Full access. Still haven't been able to get the plant on. Okay, and that might be a bit of a problem.
Shit. I mean, this might be a bit of a problem. Jorgamo coming from the flank. Yeah. The vice wall was put in place to stop a flank from mid.
Ult नहीं किया वो. Oh, what a teju ult! देखो.
Can you run? Can you escape? Right into the
bro.
It's open access
Friend ने दो मारे. Nice भाई. भाई क्या ult किए थे उन लोगों ने chat. Insane.
Stand up to the crowd here. Yeah.
W.
Jorgamo's flank, not a problem anymore.
And he's got
what a
to
round,
save
what a
the
round.
operator.
Aim park over he ke they love from Lakshadweep Island.
They haven't seen him the entire time.
Lakshadweep Island में रहते हो W भाई.
John QT.
लेकिन सुबह सुबह huge 40 rupees सेक्सा भाई.
Be able to avoid it and
सान भाई ने 10 कैनेडियन डॉलर लिखे हैं और लिखे हैं 2 biggest questions. रोहित क्या इंग्लैंड टेस्ट सीरीज में चलेगा? क्या हर्ष इस एक्ट में इमॉर्टल जाएगा?
G2's economy is going to get knocked down apart from that.
And this close to immortal.
Sanbai. They did a decent job at the beginning.
This close.
But then got pushed into narrate.
Haters gonna hate.
On site were just too
strong. But actually,
that's been missing from Sentinels.
I am gonna be.
Two maps. Just trying to think one level ahead for what G2 are planning, but that extra Armageddon, like you said, place it down when a Nightfall comes out.
I am this close, bro.
Really
this
good.
close.
Yeah, it was really good. And the Yoruult.
Huge $10 Sun Gaming.
Operators, people playing in anchor positions. Now, though, the ult bank is expended from Sen. It was absolutely worth it to be able to knock G2's economy. But now that when we go into the next rifle round, in round 7, Josh RT's taking a timeout to get things stabilized. And the ults are going to flip in the other direction. Now G2 are the ones.
Chat 5-0 हो चुका है.
At that point, are likely to be 6-0.
They have taken a timeout. It is a potential 6-0 already.
This is the exact kind of start you need if you want to pull off a reverse sweep and steal the trophy away.
ऐसा क्या दर्शन?
Couldn't ask for better.
No, strong beginning here for Sentinels. The only best of 5 reverse sweep in VCT America's history. Leviathan beating Cloud9. 2023 LCQ. I mean, that's just chiseled into the ancient annals of time, almost, at this point, weirdly enough.
Yeah. And was it relevant? No, because of the crew run.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
I mean, Leviathan and Cloud9 at the time were the 2 favorites to win, I think. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But yeah, the point being reverse sweeps, extremely difficult.
Very, very rare. Sen with a good start though towards one Jorgamo. Oh,
wow.
Okay. Done some
he
damage.
Gets one still.
Barely alive though.
Marani bhai wo.
Dropped down to barely anything in terms of health here, but an opening.
Spam ही नहीं किए पहले भी check करने.
And G2 are so good on these light buy rounds. When they played against Evil Geniuses, they were winning so many rounds like this with lower weaponry on Pearl. But most of the time they had Stingers to work with, and 3 players here with just Sheriffs.
Jog के पास तो ऑप है भाई.
Drone's not going to be dealt with there, so okay. Jorgamo's position is noted. He has to TP back it away, so open to the A side. Dimensional drift forwards, pinging out into the smoke. He's expecting a little bit of spam here, but there's some util as well to accompany it. To Season a Haunt up towards the top, delaying it. Being a possibility alongside that.
Two ultis already used.
Nice. It's up to Sentinels if they can hold this one down. They're calling a reaction. They want to clear these mid players out and away, but they missed the corner. Valin. It's only the one. Traded out by Bang.
3v3. ये fight मत हार भाई.
Try and find that pick, Jonah P.
If Bang dies, it's a nightmare.
It's not shy.
There.
Just missed the timing onto it. Sentinels are going to be aware of this.
Good help from Narrate. That's exactly what Bang needed, an escort to be able to get into sight safely with Spike.
Time barely there. Any more delay from G2? Just not quite.
10 seconds left.
No, they've run out of artillery at this point. They did have salvos to try to work with, but I think Trent wants to save them.
Smoke propped. Horn dealt with, broken here. G2 scurrying around towards the back of the site. Bang. That rifle player, bit of spam. What a flick. Giorgimo, operator in hand. He's adding a level of danger towards this one. Fake
Missiles
forwards. They want to know and spot where these players potentially could be. And he's seen when a raid is at least a C's up and over. Horn reveals all.
Lovely little combo. The C's first. Taking away all of the sound and then
6-0 baby.
Up there, making sure that it can't really be broken. And they take
अभी comeback आता है ना chat. ये ऐसे one side जब game जाता है ना, तो अगर comeback आता है तो ये round से आता है 6-0 से. 6-0 या तो 8-0 से आता है. तो 6-0 अभी round है. अब देखते हैं कौन जीतता है.
He's one away from Astra ult again. So
पागल आदमी, no you bro. No, कैसा दिख रहा है पोटैटो भाई?
Even though they're down 0-6.
Good listening skills, my brothers. Good listening skills, my brothers.
आज पागल हो गया सेकंड.
Trial to replace Kaplan.
Oh god.
He's trying to become the superstar player and the coach.
It's killing me.
He's going to be giving him back rubs and bananas next.
Guns in the hands of G2 though. Was a half buy on the last. Spiny operator.
Fighting A main potentially here as well.
Yeah, really clashing. An attempt
towards
it. He's already cleaned up. Out towards Art still. It's an important fight to take. That is
crazy. Aimer लोग. पता नहीं G2 क्या कर रही है भाई? वहाँ पे expect कैसे नहीं की Zelsis को वो smoke के बाहर आके मारने.
They even got the pick over towards Art, and Sen looking like they're going to sail away with a 7th.
There's no stopping them at this point. Wonderful beginning. Leaf though.
Boy, सब क्या डकार आई है.
Seconds there, isn't he? Can't let that go unchecked. Valin. Okay, it's nice with the angle.
1v2.
So slightly bit in that 1v2. Bang.
Crazy.
Again. Perfect with the timing and
crazy,
the shots
crazy,
as well.
crazy.
A main. We already mentioned it, but that was the important piece.
क्या chat में हो रहा है? Aesthetic लग रहा हूँ. Excuse me.
This one's going to be for the history books if they pull off the reverse sweep with the 13.
दर्शन भाई वापस मैटर क्या सीन आप तो सोने जा रहे थे क्या सीन है पब्लिक आ गई आपकी तो
looks incredible from Sen. This should have been the round.
Thank you so much for the love bro दर्शन भाई.
In the favor of G2 they got more ults.
I'm stunning on him. I'm like
yeah, and he certainly was.
He is. The movement's good, the aim's better.
7-0 अभी 8-0 होएगा chat.
Meanwhile Zelsis was still getting some really big rounds earlier on 10-4.
Oh, they are pushing up mid.
Fighting mid on the eco. Super classic
plan. Oh, he's cooked. He's so cooked.
Sorry, Zelsis in the corner.
Still, and dealing with the rate off to the side. It's an aggro play by G2.
It worked.
On their own half buy, potentially something to turn the tide of the way that this map has been going.
It worked.
John might be stuck. Or he might find the timing on the timing here.
Balance right there behind. Thorns are detted. Supplementary. A bit more bits and pieces of lead here.
No way, bro.
Wasn't quite ready with a gun up, but eventually gets it.
7-1 भाई यार ये round तो free में मिलना चाहिए था. Hell nah, bro.
Unfortunate for the timing there. He was watching that for the longest moment, but just turned his back towards it.
आप बहुत बड़े बोंडो लगते हो मुझे. बोंडो क्या होता है?
Spike has been definitely dropped and isolated, but so are these fights.
बोंडो.
He's picking them apart here. 1v4.
Okay.
He's actually still got drone to work with as well. It's tough to want to drone in any of these spots because you don't know that your back is even going to be safe.
पूरा kit है भाई, पूरा kit.
Gets a bit of info if he spots a peek, and Valin keeps walking forwards here.
Yeah. Making sure that they double up here, but the timing is missed.
Super chat नहीं आया क्या? No read at all. बोला यार दर्शन भाई तुमको. I gave a crazy shootout to you, bro. Thank you so much, buddy. Love you, chummy into you.
Not just eluded them, it's been
haunting for all the donations, bro.
Our entire history so far this year.
Thank you for the love. मुझे डिप्रेशन हो रहा है 5 AM को. तुम सोती नहीं हो भाई यार. तुम बहुत फोन चला रही हो. इसलिए मेजर रीजन फोन बहुत चला रही हो.
Either heartbreak,
रात के टाइम.
crazy overtimes, thinking about T1, thinking about 100 Thieves. This
match देखनी है क्या?
Kind of them getting stomped. They've only won on that eco round just now where they fought heavy through mid.
Eco जीती है अभी G2. अभी उनको आया रहेगा चड्डी में दम.
Another scrap over towards A main.
अब देखो आगे जा रहा है यार जकम्बो.
An operator. He didn't play with the op on this side of the map previously.
Trying to reclaim some of that space. What a shot! Snaps it. Bullet to the chest. Zekken is gone.
Match नहीं देख पाती, zero attention. Oh hell nah, bro.
Scurrying now from Sentinels to try and reclaim some of that space.
तो तुम book कैसे read कर पाती हो?
Towards Art, and Zelsis is the next one up on the chopping block. Double stars laid down. This one a bit more pace potentially injected or hoped to by Sen, but they're being slowed down by all that util. Sees in through the back. It's avoided. Bang's going to be slowed down himself.
He had no smokes on cooldown, so he had to recall. That means Art is so
nice.
open.
ठीक है.
It's there. Jonah P with a trade.
Bro, what is that recon?
Supreme here from G2. They make sure to leave no gaps for Sentinels to play around.
Okay.
Jonah P.
Fade needs a nerf chat. Fade needs a nerf. पहले मैं बोलता था कि Fade के prowlers बहुत बीटी है, बहुत ज्यादा बीटी है, घर तक छोड़ते हैं अगर डिटेक्ट करते तो. अभी ऐसा लग रहा है कि चलो प्रॉलर तो ठीक है, लेकिन ये जो रिकॉन रहता है ना, ये जनरली एट टाइम्स बहुत बीटी देता है जब वो एकदम ऊपर जाता है, एकदम, और फिर भी रिवील करता है. दैट्स ऑब्नॉक्शियस ब्रो. बुक में कुछ हो रहा होता है एटलीस्ट, कुछ अच्छा. व्हाट आर यू मीन ब्रो?
G2 getting active once more, all the way through. Doesn't care about the team damage.
कितना आगे गया ये?
Salvo's the horn, a little bit delayed in the making, but Jorg's here, flown into the face. Will Bang be baited? Not quite. He's white swinging.
Oh, he got two. He got two. Bang bang. रात भर बात कर तू मेरे साथ चल.
Difference maker for it. Leaf now wants to try and get ahead of this timing, but this is all fake pressure. Just a clone that was laid down prior. These players at G2 are going to be trying to re-clear some of this space, but they're going to get their answers a little bit too late. I think Sentinels are already making their way over towards A.
Money in the bank for G2, so it's worth still fighting. Even though they're in the 3v5. You're hoping just to force ultimates out. If you can. I mean, winning the round would be amazing. But at least make it dangerous, make it costly.
The ultimate util spells it all out here towards Leaf. Oh, the bullets!
How is that possible?
He rattles them into the chest.
Gamer. 2-8. Let's freaking go. Make it 10-2, baby.
Backside controls now theirs in a 2v5.
इतने सारे लोग क्यों देख रहे हो इतने रात को? भाई मैच अच्छा चल रहा है पोटैटो भाई बहुत.
Take the fight together.
It's Centinalle, bro.
Up to 8.
On split, it was Zekken that was holding down A ramp, and G2 ran their heads into it over and over. It feels like that same stubbornness here.
हम सब बेरोजगार हैं. ए, खुद के लिए बात कर साले. मेरी पूरी चैट बेरोजगार नहीं है.
Push out A main and not just get Jorgamo posted. And not just have Drench
I just see you and Zach in front of me, and I feel young again. You know what I mean?
But they're trying to really push through and apply a lot of pressure onto the player that's holding that extremity. But Bang is just, he's got their number.
It can't be denied. He's rooted.
भाई क्यों देख रहे हो तुम ऐसा रिच की मैच? हो गया वो घर पे गए अभी.
This is it. It worked for them last time, but they got to try and make another go of it. This time though, bit of trouble because Zekken, dimensional drift forward, spotted out the players. Gives his team the information to work with.
You are divided.
Even clear out most of the way.
Really good ult combo again. The Yoru ult into the Astra ult, and you just get the whole side for free. Zelsis still has his to work with if things get difficult, but Bang fell.
Yeah, finally, yep. Top section of mid here. Jorgamo with his own.
No, it is so good.
Trying to flip this one all the way around. Zelsis
beautiful.
is isolated in towards
good
the
ult,
back.
huge ult.
Cleaned him up, but the Steel Garden was still layered down,
nice.
overlapped. Sound cues. Cut away here from
3v3.
Sen, finally fading, returning to their senses, and Narrate
nice.
Gone walkabouts, rewarded.
बढ़िया round भाई.
Once up and over towards the top. Difficult
huge round.
G2. They still want to try and make a go of this one, but the reveal is big trend. Snap to the side, a quick 180, dodging, juking, Armageddon though. Lays it down by some time.
bro, nahi.
He's low enough himself. Salvos, Jonah P.
Nice.
Denied for it, but he's earned himself at least half his
1
team
HP.
for it. Potentially a chance for
good
track time of the essence ticking down. And John QT is dragged to his grave most likely at the end, though, just out of sight of it.
वो होता है ना मैच में दिन अच्छा हो जाता
है. One more round left in this half.
It's so difficult to beat Trent in these clutch situations, but John does it. Tucks into the corner, masterfully plays with the sight lines.
Bro, Zelsis अल्ट कर से साथ मरा, लेकिन उसके अल्ट ने ना गेम बचाया ये. मिसाइल ने तो बचाया ही.
They're feeling good out there though. All of the stress and the pressure of being down 0-2 in this series seems to have evaporated off their shoulders. They're playing loose. And they're doing a good job at controlling G2, who are once again trying to force the fight.
Yeah, forwards up here, trying to take this one with the bodies, and they do have the guns.
पर्ची निकाल के बोलेगा.
Hand here, obtaining a couple of upgrades, but that's a big presence to showcase. No fast reaction from Sentinels.
Well, fairly quick reaction though from Narrate, who manages to get himself all the way
crazy
past this drone reclear.
It doesn't click on. There's an awareness here from G2 that they have lost control of this when you can see it in the way that Jorg is holding towards sewers.
But the Sen players are super confident. You know, Zelsis is walking all the way up, triggering the wall, not worried about being punished. It feels like Sen have the liberty to walk around and take individual fights because
mid-round calls है ना बहुत important है भाई.
The ults though are in G2's
सारे util उनके bait out करके फिर एक decision लेना और अंदर जाना is tough.
But for some reason, I feel like this is going to be a 10-2.
Ah no! What? Oh, crazy one tie! Crazy one tie! Crazy!
Like that. Leaf should have had him.
Huge freaking kill.
Plants down.
Pants down.
Two goals to use if you are G2, but Valen has been damaged in the process towards this round. Still alive though for now.
भाई दूर जाके खेल ले.
Forced to play deep tucked onto the side because of that divide. It's just been layered down now, but Trent does have the right tool for the job again. Pushing them forwards out into the open. Salvo spraying.
Wow, that's Valorant. Yup. Potato Thai gameplay. Horrendous. Horrendous.
He did it earlier in the half as well. And he's rocketed up to the top of the scoreboard to join Bang. The two of them have been untouchable here on
Chet, इसका क्या मतलब है?
You might have thought earlier today that it was going to be the
second ने भी वो किया था.
It was on the maps that they ended up losing weirdly enough. Here a 10-2 half.
अज भाई क्या आपको नहीं लगता हमारी जनरेशन कलेक्टिवली ब्रांडेड हो गई है? आप हमारी जनरेशन में से नहीं हो. नहीं हो यार हो तो गई है हो तो गई है हो तो गई है.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced
हो तो गई है bro.
Low price for 3 years. I mean, yeah.
Everyone is so cooked. I am also radiant. Same Darshan bhai. 10-2 is obnoxious by the way. ए हाइड्रा संभाल के. ये हाइड्रा भाई का अल्ट अकाउंट है. टाइम आउट लेने बोल रहा है. टाइम आउट वाला इशारा है. सामने वालों को बोल रहा है. अच्छा भाई मुझे वेकेशन पे जाना है. यार वेकेशन पे मुझे भी जाना है लेकिन है ना वेकेशन पे जाने से पहले कुछ तो हैवी उखाड़ना है यार. पोटैटो टाइप कुछ तो क्रेजी माहौल वेवी. Time for a timeout taunting them. गाना बना है. गाना बनाने का मूड तो बना है लेकिन उसके पहले एक वीडियो आइडिया आया है भाई और मेरे को वो वीडियो आइडिया को ना जाने नहीं देना है क्योंकि वो है ना मेजर वीडियो आइडिया है. वो करना है. मैं उखड़ जाऊंगी. गोवा चलता है. गोवा अबे यार ये भोपू आ गया वापस. टिकट ले लो करने. देखो
that QR code is on your screen to secure your spot at the second biggest global event of the year, and we're making sure that we're buffering out the playing ground ever so slightly. No bumps, making sure it's all nice and even.
Yeah, Dan the Penguin doing his job with the Zamboni.
Great job.
Dude, that Penguin, he just loves the attention.
He does.
It sickens me.
It does.
It sickens me.
Interesting.
Bro, my hair are so cooked. I don't know what to do with them.
Yeah, it's going to be a joy to watch these teams playing a Masters Toronto. And this is another opportunity for them to entertain and grab a trophy before they get there. But also,
भाई गोवा में क्या है भाई? मुझे नहीं पता गोवा में क्या होता है.
Whoever wins this gets to skip the Swiss stage. You were mentioning earlier, Brent, we're expecting a pretty big
Chillings वाली जगह पे नहीं जा सकते क्या?
Masters Toronto. Whoever skips the Swiss stage gets to watch what all the other teams come up with and adjust without having the pressure of maybe being eliminated from the tournament early.
And that's that extra element. It's a huge advantage. You'd love to have it, especially a team like G2, heavily reliant on the Tejo plays.
गोवा chill है क्या?
We know he's going to be nerfed. Meta will be shifting drastically heading into that event.
And I'm sure it's going to affect all the teams. But here and now. This is the composition that teams have settled on for Pearl. And Sen, they are the masters of it. A 10-2 dismantling in the first half.
Will they make a comeback,
a
chat?
very slow beginning here. Looking to see where Sentinels
Konda.
Zekan set up to try to punish any kind of
reply to kar raha ho yaar Darshan bhai.
Yep. Now, just judging by Jorgamo's positioning, I'd imagine that G2 are heading in his direction. But Sen go for a reclear, looking to try and grab some information and just miss it.
Salvo's onto the
मेरे को लगा तुम सो गए इसलिए no sang song भाई.
Walls up and over. Again, you can navigate it. It's going to slow you down. Just a tad here.
A flash for Zekan could go crazy.
Refighting.
What is happening?
There is all
wow, he's still got one. How?
Turn under heat there towards outside lane. Spike's going to be dropped down but recovered. 25 seconds left. Your options to pivot are limited if you are G2.
But there's nobody actually defending A.
Or
वो दिखाएंगे
evacuation, isn't it?
Bro, 15 seconds.
Reinforcing, but now they're going to hear it. And yeah, okay, noise being made.
But they're going to be late to it. This plant is going to go down without a hit.
बिजू अगर अभी मॉली छोड़ दे तो पहुंच जाएंगे. नहीं छोड़ा उसने.
4v5 post plant.
Like a heist before.
Molly है ही नहीं. Never mind.
Don't know how they got away with that. Valin, he's looking to try to make the play. And John thinking about it, watching for it. The two IGLs trying to find the timing.
It's all about the mind games here, and what a flash as well. Leap forwards with the fight.
Crazy flash.
Crossfire setup's going to be set up with him and Trent as well. Just a slight peek, backing away. Trying to hope that these players open themselves up into the more, into the classics in hand. Reloads but saved. Trent off to the side, and Leaf has not been denied. Nothing can take this guy down now.
कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं.
John, 3 bullets left to do it all. Raps away. How the hell does that happen? Leaf.
सबको right click किया Leaf ने.
He's gotten away with murder.
Darshan bhai, thank you for the 30 rupees. Darshan bhai, I love you.
25 seconds to pivot all the way from B to A. Sen just didn't think they would go for it.
I'm literally the most sober and sane person. Yeah, for real. Can confirm.
Down and Leaf picks up 4
I
kills.
vouch.
Valen even finding that timing through water. So okay, G2 with a pistol. But they're going to need so much more to make this any level of a contest on Pearl. The gap is still 7 rounds with Sen in the lead.
It's the first step in
4-man push B by Sen.
For G2 to have a chance here.
And we've seen big individual moments.
Oh boy, so देखो fielding लगाई है. Heavy fielding. Fielding peek कर दी. Oh no. Oh my god. The fielding works. The fielding works. 3v2.
The feed in their name. Dropping guns towards their back.
कर दे drone. बढ़िया drone. Peek कर. बढ़िया.
Swarmed into the spot, and this is it.
Let's take a pee, bro. Let's take a pee.
Navigating the spot that they were in, and Sentinels are going to be calling for this, and it's going to be a 3-2-1 swing together.
Let's take a pee, bro.
Well, if there was any hope of a G2 comeback from a 10-2 half, I think that should have put the knife in the back.
दर्शित ने बिंग्स के स्ट्रीम पे 1000 डोनेट किया और तुझे रेड करने को कहा.
That was a great there.
Yeah, G2 super stuck inside of them, right? They couldn't find a safe area to stand.
भाई लोग ऐसा सब नहीं करना चाहिए यार. बिंग्स भाई भी मेहनत करके वहाँ पे वो ग्राइंड कर रहे ले. वो भी नहीं सोए, वो भी अपनी स्ट्रीम पे तुम लोग को एंटरटेन कर रहे हो, उनके ऑडियंस को एंटरटेन कर रहे हो, और तुम लोग मतलब ऐसा. आई एम थैंकफुल कि तुम इतना सोचे दर्शित भाई, बट that is not a good way to support. कि जब लोग उनको देख रहे, you are telling them to go and watch my stream. समझो मतलब that way.
Is going to be talking to them here.
If he is maybe done with his stream, maybe ऐसा कुछ, तो you can ask him. But ऐसे times पे जब मैच देख रहे सब लोग, तब वो बताना थोड़ा गलत है. हाँ, मुझे दे देते वो पैसे तो अच्छा हो जाता. But yeah, thank you so much. सेंटिनल ले, ये लोग बस अमेरिका में ही खेलते हैं. सेंटिनल ले वाले
sitting near the back.
And of course sometimes
नहीं किया है. अबे तो कौन लिख रहा है भाई?
In those situations, so it's entirely possible that G2 will have tweaked some of the waylay stuff on a set.
दर्शन, thank you for the 180 रुपए. दर्शन, स्ट्रेस मत ले, गाना गा ले. एक तो I'll sleep. गाते हैं.
We're set up still for an extremely competitive series for this trophy.
The force up here from G2, there's really no other options. Sentinels tripled up In through A main, drone as well. Sets the tone towards the round. Using arm control in the process, a bit of spam.
Time to jump.
A lot of presence here from G2, they're making it known. Not shy, are they? Knocking straight at the door, to be honest.
They're trying to catch a player that might be playing over towards mid. You know, somebody that's playing in that connector. But instead it's a vice wall here. And they've managed to find the other side of it. So full mid control for G2. A little bit strange as well that when Sentinels took A main, they didn't feed the orb to John QT. Because he would have had the Teo ult online.
But he got straight past his timing. I don't know if Zelsis is going to expect this one. Might be fast, but okay, here's the footsteps. Valin!
Valin's stinger is gross.
Pure disrespect. Gun pick back up here, ferried back. They can't let that one get into enemies' hands, but G2 onto the side here with a bit of a plant of their own as long as there's no funny business. Those go down, straight bullets slowing down Valin, but he's still alive. And now post-plant begins once again, and we're going to see it. Salvo's up in 15.
Yeah, you have pull, you have salvos, you have people at close range with stingers. It's a hard retake for Sen to win.
George's going to be that thorn in their side as well. Oh,
bro.
Is that?
John didn't even get a look in.
ठीक है.
Just shuts the door in the face.
ठीक है.
No chance for them to even get going.
Well, at least he got his Teo ult online. Silver linings. But G2, if you give them a sight, their post-plant play is almost impossible to deconstruct. And I think that's why they match up so well.
Skin care लेनी है आपको. ये Sen को half के बाद क्या हो जाता है? अबे नहीं खत्म कर देंगे ये तो 2 ही round है.
Excellent at the beginning of 2024. It's been about that kind of retake prowess. And this is the post-plant meta. Pulls, salvos.
दर्शन भाई बने रहो.
Stingers in
Concert आ रहा है भाई का, ठीक है ना? Concert आ रहा है, टेंशन मत लो.
But Sen still have a 7-round lead. And a 7-round lead is going to be really, really difficult to fight against.
Just 2 rounds, all Sentinels need. It can happen anywhere. G2 are well aware of that, but the amount of thrifties have been winning.
John Goody ult hai.
Jorgamo full sprint forwards, trying to catch a time and pass the salvos. Grab that A main control.
Good early kill onto the drone as well, so he's not worried about being suppressed. Still has a gate crash to be able to get out. But he's taken 100 damage. He's down to only 50.
Yeah.
Potato Taika hot dog in the chat. Thank you so much, bro. For the huge 90 rupees. My god. पैसा पे है अरे भाई पे. चलो पोटैटो ताई अभी फिर मेरे को स्किन दिला दे फिर तो तुम.
Posted up onto the A line, a lot of util expended. TP back. John gives up the space.
Tank is so question mark क्यों डाल रहे हो भाई?
Because that gate crash was so close, Zekken now feels pretty confident just walking all the way up. He heard the audio cue.
ADS timing. Oh, it's missed on both ends here, but there's 2 players putting the pressure now. Applying it onto Zekken. Can he deliver? Shots missed. Oh, right. Evacuation there with a gate crash again, but it's watch 4 as well. These lurks. Realization by Sentinels that they have lost that mid control.
A little bit timid there from John QT. Might have been able to catch a kill.
Quick tap. Looking to try and force some of this util
and buy
time space for the rest of the team forwards. Somehow
अरे माँ कसम कैसा मिला लीफ को.
Plant now down. Into the post plan we go. John was not baited into the using this ult. Means they can use it now for the retake. Jorgamo is forced to
Jorgamo low है भाई. Bro, he's getting spammed.
With that fire over the shoulder. Just
oh, they won this round, bro.
His own, wrapping all the way around. This is going to be so unexpected for these Sentinels players.
Ooh. And you've still got pull. Here come the salvos.
I say it's going to be unexpected. John was aware of the fact. Zelsis forwards. He's going to be done.
कितना deep खेल रहे वो लोग कितना.
Here's those salvos, like you were saying. Delay the stall. Dragging this one into the bitter end. John. Okay, Jonah P.
Oh shit, we're going.
So is the spike.
We're going eco round now.
Chances nigh impossible.
You're so cooked.
That's the trouble. We were talking about it. You let G2 get into these post plant spots.
And it's so difficult.
Potato Taika. अबे यार भाई.
You have to push incredibly deep to find out where Trent and Valin
यार तुम लोग कुछ भी बात का question mark कर देते हो यार.
Double up with people like Jonah P, for example, who can take contact against them. Like Jonah's job here is just to defend Trent essentially. He's got his own private bodyguard. And then you've got Jorg in front, trying to find timings and create distractions.
अरे भाई मुझे बोलना था thank you.
So Sen.
Potato type with the hot dog. ऐसा बोलना था भाई.
Rifles, including the operator that they were going to work with.
Thank you so much for the 90 rupees, bro.
To take a bit of a strategic shift.
Appreciate it.
It's one thing to say
My homie.
they're massively in the lead.
Appreciate
it's absolutely
it.
true. They had a
Let's take a
phenomenal
pee,
first
bro.
half. But you still need to be fighting people as they enter the choke points, as they
Bang it up, bang it up. Kind of shit. Kind of shit. Kind of shit. Bang it up, bang it up.
All it takes. You cannot give these teams ins. They're too good for that.
Sen, along with a strategic adjustment, might just be thinking, let's build up to ults. Let's just try to get to map point on a massive ult round. The problem being there that John just used his Teho ult, and the others, they're a little way off. But the more kills they can get, the more ult orbs they can farm, the better they'll be. And it did look like John was maybe making a little play for it there. Got pushed back.
Playboy Karthik.
Util by both teams.
ये भाई ऐसा नहीं कोई ओरिजिनल इन हिंदी ए
Where the barriers started for both of them, no space given up on either
ये
side.
भाई क्या बोल रहा है
All through mid. This is Sen. They're troubled up looking.
Freaking freak.
Walk into them through mid, but G2 are going in a different spot.
It's a
Bro, just dissing my freaking song.
Drop through mid. So I think
This guy's just dissing my freaking song.
A lot slower, and kind of hoping that G2 are going to wander into them, as you said. But that Vice Flash in the mid round gives Leaf a lot of information that nobody's pushed up.
Hell nah, bro. आर्ट की इज्जत ही नहीं है भाई.
After the Vice Flash, this is where John calls for them to go and move forwards.
Util's going to be seen at this point.
आर्टिस्ट की इज्जत नहीं है भाई आजकल मार्केट में.
Moves over towards the B site. Players are a while away.
अबे इको राउंड है भाई.
Used by Sen Iver to push this one
Produce
back.
Darshan.
Bang was hoping that there was a potential opportunity there.
Darshan
Parekh was
Parekh.
going to be watching for him, but he's swiftly dismissed.
But Darshan Parekh.
Hoping for kills so that we can get closer to ults, so that they
Darshan
can force
Parekh.
them out of G2 in fear. But G2 just
Darshan
looking
Parekh.
really solid.
मारूंगा इतना. कुछ नहीं पाएगा तू देख.
No one can really
Darshan
step over
Parekh.
that line here. Zelsis.
निकालूंगा तेरे हाथ. फिर कैसे कट करेगा वो केक. नहीं है तेरे पास केक क्योंकि खा लिया मैंने जो था कभी तेरा. Oh my god.
They are. That's one of the worries. It's all well and good to say, well, Sentinels at some point will just get up to a huge amount of ultimates and they'll win a round.
I guess I should keep quiet.
If you're never forcing them out of G2, that round's actually going to be dead even. Yeah. It's just going to be chaos. Ults on either side.
No. I love it.
Is this round 18 the spot where Sen tries to invest
Mafi.
Or do they want to save it for something where they've got a bit more backup? These are the difficult spots. These are the tough decisions for John to make. Because G2, they have everything to win this round. I mean, Jorg can crack open a site for them. They've got good ults for post-plant to stop retakes from coming through.
पर नहीं मैं नहीं हूँ.
Him and Zekken, two players.
मेरे से मत कर आड़ी. Or else I'll come for your neck.
Yeah, there's 4 players.
बार. Round देखते हैं, important round है.
Dimensional drift clears the way. Spots out 3. Do you call a cancel? Do you want to hard commit into this? Back through into it. Bang.
Good ult.
He's not shy. He's not scared. But now we'll have to back away.
Crazy ult. भाई bang जमा हो गया यार.
Spam into the corner. There's no real
मेरे को
chance
लगा
for him
अपना ult है
there.
वो.
Too much util. Kitchen sink being thrown at him in the process. Jorgamo's earned his team a bit of a foothold as well. Calling for the pause as well and causing a reclearance called for here by Sen. Wide face.
Crazy, bro.
Just step up to it. Armageddon out. Laid into the back along with the pull. No player is going to be falling prey to this one. It's up to John.
Oh my god, John Cutie. भाई उनको 2 kills कैसे मिल गई है?
G2 starting to get their footing again. To this side, slowly but surely the discipline is there. Making sure that they can. And
nice, winnable, bro, winnable. Calm down.
Zelsis doesn't expect that.
भाई ये close जा रहा है अभी match. Chat अभी eco आ गया है. Oh shit, we are cookered. We are so cookered, bro. We are so cookered.
Absolutely, there's going to be a worry. but I think there's a small silver lining that they did force so many ults out
What's
here.
up, G?
And John realized when Bang went down, okay, we are not playing for retake at this point. There's no smokes, so he wide swings out, tries to take the fights at art. But they forced out 3 ultimates for G2. They made it costly. They're going to decide themselves to force up with a Guardian, with a Bulldog, with light armors on every player. And they're going to try to win this round. This has got to be where they stop the G2 comeback.
I mean, it's a hell of a gambit. You lose this, your money's going to be butchered here, even though it is only 2 rounds. Brings G2 one step closer to equalizing. There are no more second chances. Sentinels end up losing this map. He goes out of their grip.
Bro, by gears.
Forwards here.
Bro, the ultimates are crazy. Wait, this ultimate round is crazy. Fade ult, Yoru ult can be a combination and then can be create a catastrophic damage.
It's not going to make the same mistake as last time where they took the time and passed it. Sentinels are putting a premium on trying to hold on to that B-long control. Zekken at the forefront of it.
Huh?
Drone gets broken.
Oh, yeah.
Very much far forward here with a Seal Guardian. Zelsis getting a bit of a move on. He's still going to be caught though, so he's not going to have a gun to try and help Zekken out into this spot. Zekken very much alone. Util used, ult forced out of him just to try and get the hell out of there. Spots the 2 players making a bit of a wraparound and a move around. Sentinels haven't given up a lot of map control though. The pivot is G2 find themselves in a bit of a trap.
30 seconds
left.
क्या कर रहे हैं ये लोग भाई 25 सेकंड है
where the intention is G2 running their way back. Second though spots it out. Space is still being held down and he could be that difference maker. TP in.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's so sick. Past the cosmic divide.
Cooker.
Completely hides the intent. Jorgamo. He wants a little bit more.
Cooker हो गई है.
They might have just delivered a bit of a death blow here to Sentinels.
And they need to win this one. It has to be the full investment. And what's the case with the economy? Nightfall up and over. A lot of Qs cut away, but the Util's going to be broken down anyway. Up through the top, Sentinels are going to be doubled up. Valen can't hear a thing. You have to rely on every reaction times. And the crossfire setup is there. G2. They let nothing slip.
Bro.
They hear it.
Oh no, by now. By 9-11 हो गया अभी.
At this point, it's becoming a reality. G2.
They're
feeling empowered.
शर्म आती है.
That was such a nice play out of the strat book from G2.
अबे दर्शन भाई ने लिखा है दिल टूट गया अब से no super chat and love you all. Harsh not welcome.
क्या हुआ?
क्या हुआ यार दर्शन भाई?
Completely caught Zelsis off guard.
I thought it's all fun.
Sent to escape with a single gun.
तुम कैसे streamer हो बे?
क्यों यार?
Okay, that's not even from the strat book.
Improvised.
Josh is writing that one down. Wait, we've got to run that one again.
So wait a minute. Yeah, okay, they think it's it's a fake, and Joel gets in.
That was nasty.
Bro, they are losing this, bro. 11-3 se. They are so cooked.
We get a chance to talk to them.
10-3 se, by the way.
Going through these players' mind though.
10-2, 10-2, then 11-3, bro.
Spells it all out. I think this is a worrying sign, Kaplan. I'm gonna stern word.
Your math is diabolically
challenging. Now they called to go for the gambit. And you said it was very risky in the previous round,
right?
They brought up, they had a Bulldog, a Guardian, light armors on everybody, and they chose to invest 2 big ultimates. They used the Euro ult and the Fade ult to try to retake. But they're still going to get up to about 3 in this round. They still have Steel Guardian to work with. Bang can ult in order to help them retake. And that's really difficult for G2 to deal with.
क्योंकि जितना ब्रेन रॉट में जा सकती हूँ ना, सिर्फ तुम ही हो जो उस चीज को एक्सेप्ट करते हो.
Indeed. मैं मन में बोलता हूँ ना तुमको, मतलब जो बोलना है.
क्या?
तो मैं एक्सेप्ट कर लेता हूँ.
Cool rifles.
They just need that tipping point.
All they need is one. Surely at some point Sen will be able to get it.
तुम कितनी अच्छी हो वैसा मैं जताता नहीं हूँ. मन में बोल देता हूँ.
They've only been able to get the 1 round, and G2 have had 6.
पर तुम अच्छे नहीं हो, तुम बुद्धू हो. इसलिए तुम मेरा ब्रेन रॉट एक्सेप्ट कर.
He is so far forwards, but immediately backing away. Could have been dangerous if Sen were ready to really jump on the opportunity. Seeing it salvaged to back, it's a fast play. All in. TP back. Could have team damage. Jorgamo sets the clone forwards first. That's a stinger in your face, and the team does outbound.
भाई.
Strength from the side.
Eco है वैसे भी.
Those Zeltas eventually cleaned up there with a trade.
Eco है. कोई नहीं.
भाई इनकी मैचेस इतनी वो नहीं लग रही है.
This was their half by round. G2 will be up to 9 as a result of it.
कैसी?
aggressive खेल रहे हैं बहुत.
And I said previously, round 19.
भाई अमेरिका से ऐसी ही चलती है पोटैटो भाई, बहुत एम बहुत क्रेजी रहता है इन लोग का.
Next one, with 3 ults for Sentinels, assuming that John doesn't just die to spike here. Okay.
Oh yeah, 3 ults है भाई अभी.
Rifles online, and G2 have no ults at all. If Sen don't win this, I don't see how they're winning, because this has got to be the most advantaged they've been in the entire half.
बाल इतना fluffy क्यों था भाई?
है ना, अच्छा बाल है उसका.
Almost everything.
Fluffy है भाई.
The problem is G2 have been working them so well.
Yeah.
I mean, here,
Yoru 13 HP पे मार जा रहा है.
couple of people off B. They get that free teleport into the back of holes.
BT मत ले लाला.
And Narrate, he's not as emotionally stressed as we saw him earlier on in the year. He wears his heart on his sleeve, but you can tell that the pressure's getting to him a bit.
Bank का position अच्छा है. I just hope he doesn't get spammed.
Off a monster comeback.
All smiles earlier for Sentinels for good reasons, but as you said, it's starting to crack. G2 very real runner things here with the amount of rounds that they've been able to pull together. A main control maintained for now by Zekken. G2 showing presence. Decoy forwards in the hope that there is a wall here.
रखो. ये लोग वापस A पे जा रहे हैं. They're just faking B. And Sen का read अच्छा है.
Which means that the rest of the team is really going to have that Euro flash to go through the smoke.
Or maybe they are just committing.
Bang takes the timing inside.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Dodging and weaving as bullets whistling past. He's grazed. Limping out of the fight for now. But he's bought time and a lifeline for Sentinels themselves.
भाई Astra सीखना थोड़ा goated नहीं हो जाता है.
So desperately needed.
Bro, Astra बहुत अच्छी agent है. Easy to learn तो है वैसे.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई?
Oh, that's a stun! Bang! Still, where's the response? Still Khan is there. No weapons at all. Nothing to work with. Shorty in hand. Trent does the best that he possibly can. But finally, the tipping point.
Goat, legendary gameplay.
And it wasn't the ults that made the difference in the end. Celsius throws his
San भाई ने $5 Canadian दिया और लिखा है G2 के पास भी अंबानी है.
6 rounds in a row from G2. Bang figures out a little gap, a small window of opportunity.
Oh my, what was that shot, भाई?
To pop out through the smoke. Bang catches them.
कैसे चमन हो यार सान भाई तुम? इतना हेट मैं आरसीबी को नहीं करता जितना तुम मुंबई को कर रहे हो.
अगर इस साल
That's a release of tension.
क्या?
अगर इस साल मुंबई
these are players, these are bodies that are going to be facing up here. Sentinels, it's almost everything thrown at them.
ठीक है.
On either side here for G2, they get the advantage now. It's dimensional drift.
It's just for
set the pace a bit differently here. You could speed up on the backside of it here, especially with Jorgamo spotting out 2 of the players. Thorns drop down. Dimensional drift is going to be faving, and now that Armageddon paves the way.
Backside ult खोल के बैठा है भाई ये. भरो इसको. भरो. Oh, nice 1 second. 1 HP पे Zekken ने मारा है. W. Oh my god.
Jorgamo.
Plan not down yet.
Away 2 lives. Sentinels are going to get it done now with just Celsius and Bang.
Goated. Oh shit.
Spot an over and over. Bang. Still spam them down. Leaves it just down to Celsius. It's too much to overcome. G2 not done yet.
Decided to turn up the tempo massively.
That's why clears her. My god. Shut up, bro. She doesn't know IPL.
Sentinels tried to throw the
G2.
Here's those 2 kills though.
Much about
I really like what they're going for.
She just knows
so that you draw all
Hyderabad.
the eyes forwards and then a Yoru flash afterwards.
Yeah.
The combo is good, but Jorgamo spams 2 of the Sentinel players down as they're trying to retake Secret. The economy's crushed.
Bro,
and this is all going to come down to the final round, Bren, as to whether or not
I don't like it, bro. Sports should not be staged.
Unless Sen can pull out some sort of miracle. We've seen it before. Extra information, narrate. It's a bait and switch. Hoping that
Thank you so much for the huge 10 Sanbai. Sanbai बहुत dangerous donations किए हो यार तुम 2-3 दिन से.
So fast to try to respond
पर
to this,
उन्होंने
thinking that it was
मेरे
going to
लिए
be one of the
लिखा
V
है ना
execs
तो
that
वो
G2 have been
$15
running.
मेरे
Clear
हुए
too.
ना.
They have too many bodies on this side of the map. They needed the info. They need to spread the defense out again.
30% कट कर लेना चलेगा.
Making all sorts of noise as well. He's pulling bodies straight back. Senwa
मेरे को
happy
आ
to fast
जाना
rotate to try and
चाहिए
follow where the
3
action
दिन
could
के
go.
ठीक है भाई
अंदर.
ठीक है.
They think the action is still coming big.
$15.
The spike
बनता
is
है
still over.
ये इको राउंड है सेन का. ये 11-12 हो सकता है.
G2
Oh shit. They're choosing the right side.
The read from Leaf. They should be heading away from Jogmo.
भाई मेरा सर बहुत खुजला रहा है. मैंने शैम्पू नहीं किया 2 दिन से.
Secure on the B
गर्मी में
side.
तो कर
And he has, he's kept them there. 4 players for Sen, none of them budging an inch.
अरे मैं नहाया ही नहीं हूँ ना.
Does have the salvos when he sees this one coming. He's going to be able to release for
अरे यार उड़ जाता हूँ तो स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ भाई तो रह जा रहा है भाई.
गर्मी में कैसे नहीं नहा सकते हो यार आदमी.
अबे एसी में बैठ रहा हूँ पूरा दिन यार.
This is going to be a plan. This is going to be
फिर भी भाई गर्मी में हो जाता है.
Talk about a turning point. All it takes is one more round, and John QT
finish करो भाई.
Deliver them a world of a round so far. Enough to potentially take them to the finish line. Oh, it's expanded.
Oh,
and it's
shit.
Jonah rips away two. But
No
it needs
way.
more where that came from.
No
Off to the side,
way.
Chow with the movement.
Nice,
Leaving
nice,
in and out.
nice,
Sentinels.
nice.
They've
GG.
done it. Still alive. And Pearl is theirs.
Second greater than LeBron. Oh shit भाई. G2 में स्कू कर देम.
तो हुआ या नहीं हुआ स्पाइक भाई.
हो गया
खड़े होने पहले ही.
ऐसे हुआ एक मैच में मालूम तुमको.
डिफ्यूज छोड़ दिया.
हाँ हाँ वो लोग सेलिब्रेट करने लग गए थे एंड डिफ्यूज छोड़ दिया और ओटी चले गया गेम. C9 के मैच में हुआ था. मैंने रील देखा है उसका.
Crazy भाई. Something that you would do.
Shut up bro. I won't do such things. Harsh bhai, which is better for music listening and movies? Your IEMs or headphones? As in bass wise. Bass wise you should always go for headphones bhai. अब तुम बेस बोलते हो या बास बोलते हो?
बेस. बास तो तुम में से आ रही है अभी. नहीं हो.
Kindly shut up.
तो काट.
पागल औरत. सो जाओ भाई इतना लेट जग रहे हो. कुछ है?
मजा.
कल भी 3 बजे उठोगी.
3 जबे.
हाँ
3 जबे क्यों बोल रहे हो? 3 बजे होता है.
हाँ वही 3 बजे.
जबे जबे मत कर. जबा.
दीदी पी के आई है भाई. बिना पिए भी ऐसी ही है भाई ये.
मैं नहीं पीती हूँ भाई. सबको ऐसा क्यों लगता है भाई? सोचो मैंने पी के आना शुरू कर दिया फिर क्या होगा?
अर्श भाई
पी के मैं सो जाऊंगी ना भाई.
ओए देखो ना बहुत
जागूंगी.
कुछ तो लिखा है सुनो. अर्श भाई we appreciate your all efforts from daily live streams, trying different games, full night watch parties. Thank you for being such a good creator and spreading positivity. We all love you. Please stop supporting so and we all. Is it real? Is this the last line real chat? भाई मैं दिल से सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ भाई. मजाक से हटके. अल्फा भाई ने 40 रुपए दिया और लिखा है डाड़े.
अल्फा गेमिंग आप हंस क्यों रहे हो?
भाई मैं नहीं. अरे वो तुम स्मेल वाला बोली ना इसलिए. आई एम नॉट स्मेलिंग बाय द वे. भाई मेरे चेटअप को यार पोटैटो ताई एक फीलिंग बता दो भाई. मेरा है ना एक बहुत ही ये देखो ये एक परफ्यूम है. मैं इधर ही रखता हूँ ठीक है. ये लिखा वाइब्रेंट लेदर ठीक है. तो ये है ना मुझे पता नहीं किसने तो गिफ्ट दिया था. और
मुझे पता है किसने दिया था.
किसने?
मुझे क्या पता.
तो
बोलूं मैं
क्या? हाँ बोलो भाई। मेरे मेंबर लोग ने भी ऐसे ही टाइप की बॉटल दी थी, तो शायद मेंबर लोग का भी हो सकता है। मेरे मेंबर लोग ने कभी दिया था मालूम क्या, 2-3 साल पहले, और तब से ये परफ्यूम मैं परफ्यूम वापरता ही नहीं हूँ, लेकिन अभी हाल ही में वापरने लग गया हूँ। तो मैं जब भी ये परफ्यूम लगा के मतलब बाहर जाता हूँ ना, तो ये लगाता हूँ, ठीक है। तो मेरे दोस्त लोग एवरी टाइम, अलग अलग दोस्त ने मुझे बोला, भाई ये परफ्यूम कौन सा है भाई, इतना मस्त है। ब्रो, दैट कॉम्प्लीमेंट इज अ बैंगर।
ट्रू, अग्रीड।
लिजेट भाई, जो ऑरा फील होता है ना कि
नाम नाम तो अच्छा है, वाइब्रेंट लेदर।
भाई साहब
क्रेजी।
कौन है हर्ष भाई? भाई लिजिट बता रहा हूँ, अपने मेंबर लोग ने मेरे को दिया था, तो उसमें 2 बाटली थी, एक नीली थी और एक ट्रांसपेरेंट थी। तो शायद ये ट्रांसपेरेंट वाली मेंबर्स लोग ने ही दी है।
तुमको पता है मेकअप का नाम क्या होता है? कुछ कुछ
क्या?
डेंजर। टू फेस्ड करके एक ब्रांड है मेकअप की, वो आई शैडो होता है ना, आई शैडो, उसका नाम वो लोग रखते हैं किटी लाइक्स टू स्क्रैच सेक्स ऑन द बीच। लड़ी ऐसा ही होता है आजकल, लिपस्टिक लिपस्टिक का नाम। फिर नार्स करके भी एक ब्रांड है, उसका भी ऐसा सब है।
उड़ाई
यार मैगी खाने का मन हो गया यार।
है ना, मेरा भी हैवी हो रहा है। अच्छा तुम बताओ, तुमको
और
ऐसी पसंद है या सूखी?
गीली मैगी नहीं होता है वे, रस्से वाली होती है वो। गीली मैगी तो सारी मैगी गीली होती है ना,
तो
थोड़ी
तुम,
सी।
अच्छा ठीक है, तुम्हें ये ऐसी वाली पसंद है या वैसी वाली?
डिपेंड करता है मूड पे।
ये क्या है भाई साहब?
देखो ऐसी वाली भी पसंद है, पर जो फिर ऐसा देसी मैगी होती है ना, वेजिटेबल वाली, वो सूखी होनी चाहिए थोड़ी।
भाई बहुत डेंजर आंसर देते हो यार तुम। नहीं
इसमें
सही में,
डेंजर।
सही में दैट मेक्स सेंस भाई। बट ऑनेस्टली मैं हमेशा ऐसी प्रेफर करता हूँ मैगी, क्योंकि मेरे को हर
अबे
हर बाइट के बाद है ना
तो
मेरे को
लग
वो,
रहा है इसमें एक्स्ट्रा पैकेट मसाला डाला है भाई,
नहीं नहीं
जिस
नहीं नहीं
तरीके
बन
से
जाता है,
उसका कलर दिखा है ना।
नहीं बन जाता है इतना, बन जाता
भाई
है।
मैं तो एक्स्ट्रा डालती हूँ भाई।
एक्स्ट्रा मैजिक मसाला डालने का तीखा बनता है मस्त।
यस यस।
लॉस्ट 9-3 एल टीम। अबे अभी 10-11-3 कम बैक हो रहा था भाई, 10-2 से
घोस्टली को बहुत पसंद है मेरी मैगी।
है।
मैं बताए क्या क्या डालती हूँ
हम्म
ऐसे, थोड़ी सूपी वाली मैगी में।
हम्म
ये डाला, मैगी डाला, सब कुछ डाला। फिर मसाला ना पहले नहीं डालती हूँ मैं, बाद में डालती हूँ।
बाद में
फिर
मतलब
मैजिक मसाला जब थोड़ा सा बॉईल हो जाता है ना, फिर।
है।
हाँ, पानी में पहले नहीं डालती मैं,
ओके।
बॉईल होने के बाद। पूरा नहीं, थोड़ा सा बॉईल होने के बाद। उसके बाद थोड़ी सी लाल मिर्ची।
हाँ लाल मिर्ची।
हाँ, हाँ, तीखा करने के लिए उसको, उस एकदम थोड़ी सी,
हाँ
वरना फिर वो टेस्ट आ जाता है एकदम वो इंडियन मिर्ची वाला। नहीं वो नहीं, थोड़ी सी लाल मिर्ची पाउडर पाउडर।
हम्म
फिर जाता है उस पे थोड़ा सा बटर।
हम्म
फिर जाता है मैजिक मसाला। आहा।
इतना सब डालने का ना मेरे पास पेशेंस नहीं है। मैं बोलता हूँ यार, अगर सब डाल मतलब सब फेंक के जो बन रहा है अच्छा ही बन रहा है, वो ही खा लेंगे, वैसा है। गाना
ऐसी
हिंदी में
जिंदगी क्या जीने की जो है वो है। नहीं भाई, अच्छे से खाओ,
यार,
खा ही रहे हो।
ये दर्शन भाई पे ऐसे फेंके जा रहे हो और बोल रहे हिंदी में गाना गा यार। यार
चलो
मेरे,
साथ में बनाते हैं गाना।
रुको रुको मैं गाना
बार्स
गाता हूँ, रुको रुको
बार्स देते हैं।
रुको रुको मैं गाना गाता हूँ। होल्ड अप। पल पल दिल के पास तुम रहती हो, जीवन आस
ये कहती हो पल पल दिल के पास। कैसा था?
बिल्कुल मजा नहीं आई हर्ष भाई, इतना हगास कर दिया ना मेरे कानों में तुमने, मैं और डिप्रेशन में चली गई। मैं इस डिप्रेशन से अब कभी बाहर नहीं आ पाऊंगी।
इंडोमी $1 ये क्या है
पर ये
भाई?
गाना अच्छा है।
ये क्या है? इंडोमी कोई नूडल्स है क्या? भाई ये लोग सब रात में नूडल्स खा रहे हैं।
आँखों पर तेरा
या
चल
चल
लहराए, हर रात यादों की बारात मैं सांस लेता हूँ।
तेरी खुशबू आती। भाई क्या गाना है यार,
है ना
ब्यूटीफुल है भाई।
Kind of flipping between them in the aging select when I was casting, and then ended up going with the Waylay, and they won. So that could give credence to doing it again.
यार पोटैटो भाई सुनो ना,
हाँ
मैं बाल धो के आ जाऊँ क्या?
हाँ
तुम टाइम पास
मैं तो
करो।
बोलती हूँ मैं चैट से बात करती हूँ थोड़ी देर, तुम अच्छे से नहा के आओ भाई
नहा रहा
फटाफट।
तो नहीं हूँ मैं बाल धो के आता हूँ, मेरा बाल
अरे ये
खुजला
सब
रहा है।
कांड मत करो भाई, जाके नहा लो
भाई
भाई। मैं
फाइनल
चैट से
चल रहा है
बात
भाई।
मैं बोल रही हूँ ना, मैं चैट से बात कर रही हूँ भाई, जल्दी जाके नहा के आओ भाई, 2 मिनट लगती है एक आदमी को नहाने में।
मैं आ रहा हूँ चैट, गिव मी अ लिमिट, ठीक है ना?
मैं हूँ ना
Hey,
इधर
son,
चैट
they've
के
got to
साथ
prove
बात
they're not going to let
करने
this
जाओ।
BO5 slip. I think they absolutely want to close it out here, 3-1 on the
Hello.
set, a map that has been so
Hi,
strong for them all
chat.
year.
And I think it just starts with the pistols. They got to get those pistols out of the gate real fast. They cannot allow Sentinels, if G2 wants to close this
Chat
one
में
out,
कोई
to
ladies है
get
क्या?
those, because those certainly are going to be something that could bite them potentially with how close these score lines are.
That was definitely a critical part of the story
Ladies.
on Pearl. Sentinels getting out to such a strong lead.
Put your hands up
Even though
tonight.
Something
G2
like that.
were attempting a comeback, it was ultimately made fake because the lead was just insurmountable at that point.
Hi,
They're going to
Aditi.
be trying to stave that off, but that is a hallmark of Ascent. You can go on such
कभी
a
अदिति
run when you're on
जिंदगी
that
में ही
defensive
कोई
side
अपना
that you
लगता है।
can just end up not being able to make the comeback because you're
It's my
down by so
dinner
many
time,
rounds.
bro. It's
By the same
literally
coin, John
5:46
QT
in
was
the morning.
up 2-1 in the series, right? I'm sorry, down 2-1 in the series when they were back in the finals of Ascension.
What
when
the
Fallon and the
fuck is
boys
Meleda,
defeated
bhai?
him, got their spot
What
in
the
the
fuck is
partnership
that,
system,
bro?
and have now found
That's gonna
themselves
haunt
here
me.
in their second chance to go back to back to win a second trophy in the row in Americas.
Would be huge for them. Of course, the question is, can Sentinels push this one to a fifth map? Well, folks, Ascent is coming up right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
इस हगू को कोई लेडीज क्यों देखेगा? बात तो सही है तुम्हारी। Ladies have some self respect, bro. मैं क्या ही बोल रही हूँ, मैं तो इसकी दोस्त हूँ भाई। छी। गाइस, तुम लोग की फेवरेट IPL टीम कौन सी है इस साल? और प्लेयर भी बताओ, और न्यू जनरेशन का फेवरेट प्लेयर बताओ कोई। RCB KKR।
Well, Ascent is the staging ground here for not quite a decider, but it could be a decider.
Rajasthan.
Teams as well. Sentinels are hoping that it's not the case, that they can do it again against G2, like they did in the past, and it was a closely fought affair. I mean, listen,
SRH
13-11, I
वर्स्ट
think
और
was the
अभिषेक
scoreline
तो
in the end,
बिल्कुल
even though
नहीं
it was
पसंद।
dominant.
तुझसे पूछा
One side, it's a bit of a
किसने?
weird one, almost
हाँ?
like Pearl that we just
Padre,
watched here and now. But everything to play for, really, to stay alive in the tournament and a chance to grab that trophy in front of you. Not just a chance, I mean, you will be lifting it. if you
ऐसा
win the whole
गुस्सा हो
thing.
रहा था उस दिन।
We've been gifted as well
उसका
with
दोस्त
some of these maps
बेचारा,
just starting on the
उसका टीम
perfect
हार रहा है,
sides for the
उसका
narrative.
दोस्त का।
When we were talking about
ठीक है, उस
split,
दिन
we got a
SRH और
rerun of
शुभमन
seeing
गिल वाली
Sentinels
जो
on
मैच
defense
थी,
and how they'd
भाई
adjusted
अभिषेक
that.
बेचारा
Now we're going into
उसको
Ascent,
लगा है
and
पैर
it's
में,
the
उसको बॉल
perfect
लगी है,
narrative again.
होगा
We
वो
get to see
आउट,
G2
भाई
on the
क्या
attack
लेना
side,
देना।
and see
गुस्सा हुए
whether
जा रहा है भाई उस
their
पे
waylay,
एम्पायर
which
पे
I
इसको
think you
आउट
can spot
करो
there in the
इसको
top
आउट
right,
करो
is actually
कैसा
going to
दोस्त
be
है
able
भाई छी
to find
मैं
those
तो नहीं
openings.
करती भाई
They
ऐसा
must have made adjustments, but Sentinel's game plan was so strong at being able to shut down Jorgamo.
हर्ष भाई के लिए दो
That's a big
शब्द
thing, I think. G2 is definitely going to be focusing on making sure that that doesn't happen again.
And
able to get into these
feel
fights.
good.
When I was watching the VOD back this morning,
But don't tell
definitely
him
a case
that
of like,
I
I
tell
think where
this on
G2
the
were just
stream.
kind of not quite rushing into
Otherwise,
things, but Sen
he
definitely
get
had a
on the
heavy
head.
read in terms of where they needed to place most of the players to try and push back, usually FUD defending, fighting them often and early. But it's the thing with rematches, sometimes the same game plan, the same anti-strats will often not really work. G2 are going to be making adjustments of their own. Not quite in terms of compositions, but definitely in terms of the ideas, I imagine.
Yeah, you've got to imagine that they've looked at that VOD and have some alterations. Because if you're not going to change a waylay, you have to change how you play the waylay.
आपको अभिषेक का प्ले नहीं
so much
अभिषेक
momentum in that first half of Pearl.
यार मतलब
Trickled off
ठीक है
slightly,
यार
but it
वो
ended
है
strong
तो
with
सुंदर
some
भाई
big individual moments, some hero plays.
तो सुंदर आदमी
And
कैसे
so
हो
those
सकता है?
tough
अरे ये
talks
क्या है
from
भाई
G2
what the
heading into Ascent
टकला
versus Ascent, who are now feeling like the comeback might be doable. Who's in a better position here as we head into Ascent?
हीरो क्या कर रहा है वो सो रहा है एक्चुअली अभी नींद में से उठा है वो नींद में से उठ के कभी कभी खुद को क्लीन करता है
But they
if
got
you
the,
guys
they got
know
the
that
better side. I
dogs
mean, Ascent is
lick
so important
themselves to
starting
clean
on defense.
themselves. And cats also.
And here we see it once more.
इसको रात को भूत
Knives going to be
चढ़ता है
exchanging
करने
either
का
side here. Now, position of the knife was getting antied quite hard by MIBR. Aspas was taking liberties pushing into mid. It looks like Zekken wants to have a chance of his own. It's a flash.
He
Try to push past,
Abhishek
but
to
immediately dashes back. But he is
oh.
hard committed. Oh my, almost doesn't matter, but still traded out in the end. That's Valin.
चलो मैच पे
Pushed
ध्यान
up
दो
deep
मैच
now,
पे ध्यान
and
दो
just like that, first
चलो
domino
चपड़
falls, rest
चपड़
of the
मत करो
topple.
Yeah, a couple of players over towards Catwalk, really wanting to try
तुम
to
लोगों के
force the
पास
fight,
pets
hoping
है
that
क्या guys
the rest of G2 would still be focused on
in the
Zekken.
chattings
But that opening, I think, tells me quite a lot when I'm watching this VOD back. And like I said, when G2 were playing against MIBR, the position of the knife and their opening defaults were getting antied hard. They're already making changes and moves and maybe coming to fruition unless John can do something about it here and now, but no.
नाई करने
Too
गए
much there.
उनको
Weaving in
दिन
and
में
out,
टाइम
playing
नहीं
off each
मिला
other beautifully.
And you talk about momentum. This
So now
pistol
he's
round on the
being
attack side is hyper
a
important
good
on Ascent.
guy.
On the attack side of Ascent, you might only win 3-4 rounds on the
Am
attack
I
side
Tilak
total.
Verma?
So being able to pick up a pistol and probably the follow-up is
yes my
enormous.
sis अबे ओ
Just changes the
बैंडी
numbers so much.
लिमिट में भाई
Major difference indeed. Zelsis looking around here, but almost expected here by Lee.
यार ऐसा नहीं लगता
Well
वैलो में कि फर्स्ट राउंड गया तो फिर
You
ऐसा
think about the
थोड़ा
run that Sentinels
महंगापन
went
हो
on at
जाता है
the very
क्योंकि
beginning of Pearl. They
एडवांटेज
were
तो
able
मिल
to
जाता
string
है ना
7
फिर
rounds
सामने
together
वालों
in a
को
row
थोड़ा
by chaining these
अगर
ultimates,
हम
by getting
फर्स्ट राउंड
themselves
हक
into
देते हैं
positions.
क्योंकि फिर
forcing
हमको
G2
सेविंग
down onto
करना
ecos
पड़ता है और
constantly.
उनको बाइंग हो जाता है
Really good denial of that mid-fight.
Nice. Yo, we're halfway there.
I mean, that might be a reference to Valin saying that
रात
we
को
only
क्या
need 2
खाया
on the
था यार
attack
आज ना
side.
मैं आज पूरा दिन अजीब सा
This
गया है
map
मेरा
is by far
ऐसा
and away our
स्ट्रेस
most,
स्ट्रेस में
you know,
तो मैंने
one-sided map that we
पूरा
have
दिन
in the
कुछ
pool
नहीं खाया
currently.
भाई
It's
मेरे को मन ही नहीं
crazy
कर रहा था खाने का
defense-sided usually.
फिर मैंने रात को मेरी पसंद का
Some teams running the double
रामेन खाया
sentinel. Yeah. But even when they're
जो
not
कि
in a match
बहुत
like
बुरा
this,
है
last time we
मेरे
just
लिए
saw teams rack
पूरा
up
दिन ना खा
defense
के
round
रामेन
after
खा रहा
defense round over
बट
and
मन
over
कर रहा
again.
था मुझे
The way it's been shaken out. Sentinels on these eco rounds have been setting up trap plays. Another one cooked
पूछा
up over
किसी
towards
ने
B.
हाँ भाई पूछा भाई चैट में किसी ने भाई तो पूछा किसी ने लिख के कूल नहीं लग रहा भाई किसी ने पूछा भाई अब क्या करेगा भाई पूछा भाई अब तू क्या करेगा भाई
Doesn't reveal a thing here. Could use some util to at least try and push G2 back.
3 rounds of
Into the
advantage
trap play that they got
potentially
cooked up
4
a
if you
while.
win the
Nades to the
first
corners.
round
Found a slight window here, and yep, he takes it straight towards the back. But classic at hands, not the weapon of choice.
yeah bro kinda agree with
The
that
Tejo drone is so powerful in that spot to realize whether or not there's a stack on the
Sentinel
side.
is back
Trent giving
Jaldi
tons of info
bhai.
to Valin as to whether or not they should cancel this push into A. Now Sen, honestly, they just, I would say, want to die to the spike. because you do not want to charge up these ultimates.
How is he back,
This is the
bro?
worst map in the entire game if
How
the
did
attacker
he
starts
take
some kind of
a
ult snowball.
shower so
Because you're
fast? What the
expected to
hell?
get so many defense rounds.
The play here for Sen, you are right. I mean, the spike might just be the most optimal.
इस सिर्फ बाल दो क्या है
And so,
guys मैं पक्का
think
श्योर
about
हूँ
it this
इसमें
way,
Of course,
G2's
भाई.
perspective, you actually want to go
Dream
and
चल
find
रही
where
है
they're
यार.
hiding to try
पुराना
to
अरे तो
आने
कोई
जा रहा
बात
है.
नहीं भाई
G2
हम
really
बातें
should try to
कर
break
रहे
the
हैं
wall and
यार
go for
आपने
this.
बोला
Through
तो
this
कि
one
मैं
in the
तुमको
final
फटाफट
round.
नाम
Here,
दूंगा.
G2 going to be
Be
extended
good.
though. Jorgama already up, and that's half. One of the diffuses.
What the hell?
That could be problematic.
ना वो जानबूझ के मरे शायद इसमें
The
ना.
idea there was to die to spike. Not really accomplished. Trent picking up 3 with the
ओ
salvo
नहीं
towards
जानबूझ के
the
कैसे
end.
मरे रहेंगे ब्रो वो
I
लोग
don't really
ट्रेंट
think
को
the Sen
सारे
ever
3
thought
किल
there
दे
was a
दिए.
ninja defuse on the cards there.
Oh hell no bro.
3 kills. Let's go, Nate. Imagine. Imagine.
Oh they tried to defuse it.
Zekken living in a world where that ninja defuse happened would have been an incredible moment.
They tried to defuse
G2
it.
not super close to the ultimate, so they don't have to worry about that too much right now. But
पीछे
this is the
होना
round, I
दीदी
think,
से
where we
बात
can really
करने
take a
दे
look
समझे
at how G2 have adjusted their attack side.
समझे
Because this, they're probably going to bring out
जाओ
a
इधर
set,
से
a set
भाई.
tactic to try to set Jorgamo up for success. And they've threatened a little bit of A main
हम
control. They
शांति
smoke
से क्यूट क्यूट
A
बातें
main
कर रहे थे आ गए वापस
in
तुम.
order to threaten that they could be
Match
through wine
लिया
and
भाई.
getting ready to pop. But my eyes again are on
अभिषेक शर्मा
Jorg.
की बातें
How
कर
does
रहे
he
थे
play
हम
this?
प्यार से भाई.
We're going to get set up. No bodies on the Sen side to receive him though.
They're using the Vice Flash so nicely for info. They just flash close mid to let them know that
अपने
there's
चैनल का
nobody here.
पासवर्ड दे दो बोलते
So
हैं.
Jorg can walk in here without using the Tejo drone.
हाँ
Without
भाई
using
मैं
smokes
अपना
even.
चैनल बेच तो गया देखो.
Still
17,000
being saved here by
फॉलोअर्स है.
G2.
क्या
The
बोलते
util
हो?
here by G2.
हर्ष भाई?
They're trying to potentially pull players. Util of their own. Over the wall, Jorgamo.
क्या बात है?
Just dropped. Celsius has eye on that
Abhishek
one.
Sharma has a
That's the most
girlfriend.
common
I
position
know,
for the
bro.
Vice Wall, so a bit
Kind of sad.
strange that G2 got caught out heavily by
He
it
ain't
there.
even all that.
A lot of pressure though still being applied, and that means 3 players of Sentinels are still here. So anchoring onto the side, it's all onto
Buy round
Celsius.
Senka.
Zekken. See if they can stand tall against most of this one. Only the one for Zekken before he does go down.
Only
And a
3 on
pause is
site.
scored for G2. Don't have a lot of time to work with. They're hoping
The
that
second
Sentinels will overplay themselves.
Oh
potentially
come on
into them, but now they're gonna
Celsius.
try and make
Come
a
on my
force
goat.
themselves.
Nice.
Could be
Good
that
good good good.
win
अबे यार.
condition, not quite just the one, but
Good 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 good.
side, narrate. Nicely done
W round.
overall.
W round.
Well played from those B
Buy round.
players,
Crazy.
Celsius in particular. But I'm a bit confused by what G2's game plan was there.
पोटैटो ताई एक अच्छी स्ट्रीमर बनेगी because she is a good and cute entertainer.
But
क्या
Celsius is
बताया अभी
almost
तुमको?
always going to have a setup that's designed
छोड़ो.
around punishing that.
कुकर हो चुकी है potato ताई.
Earlier on this stage,
Boys, let's go. Let's go.
Celsius looked a little bit shaky on the Vice. He was putting his walls in some unusual spots, but he's really tightened up his game. He's
Mr.
in a
Least.
great spot now on this defense side, where it can be a nightmare trying to run B-splits against it.
भाई कहाँ से नाम सोचते हो भाई तुम लोग ये सब?
Another defaulty beginning to this.
मुंबई
Not going
सर्वर
straight
में ना
into
ऐसे नाम
executes.
आते हैं भाई.
Not giving easy cues for
मेरी
Sentinels
chat
to
में भी
realize
बन
where
जाता है
Jorgamo's going to be
प्यारे से
popping from.
कमाल.
It's much more about working the map. G2 starting by threatening some A main control, then they've been going back to mid.
मैं बन चुकी हूँ
and
भाई
trying to run
Mr.
B-splits or A
Least.
splits.
Spikes in the middle of nowhere though. Again, the
Good
goal is
morning.
just to slowly
ये
work
क्या
them out here
अचानक
for
से क्या?
G2.
6 बजे का अलार्म बजाए क्या
Can't get that
सबका?
mid-round information.
सब good morning लिख रहे हैं भाई.
Clearing it though.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Are the
So
replay's going
good
to come through?
morning,
And here it is.
Vikram,
Pop
right?
flash into A main, and Bang gets some more
He's
information. So he
obnoxious
realizes that G2 are
sometimes,
not
bro.
over towards
Come
A
on.
right now, but this actually gives Valen a good time to end A. Because Sen are going to start to lean the defense
Good
off the
morning,
site as
good
Bang clears
morning
A main.
everybody. हर्ष भाई पता है क्या मन
Slow
कर रहा है
crawl
अभी
towards
मेरा?
हाँ.
Sentinels.
ऐसा
Tough
बहुत
players
टाइम
here.
बाद है
Great
ना
joining.
6 बजे तक जागी हूँ मैं.
Ensuring that
हम्म.
Cat is
मन
sufficiently
कर रहा है
defended
बाहर
there.
जाके
Up
बस
through
चाय
tree, the
वाय
Armageddon does
पीने
need to be
बैठ जाओ.
watchful back.
Vibe है भाई.
Salvos at your feet as well. That's
है
a
ना?
tricky spot indeed.
इतना
But
मजा आता है
already
ना ऐसे sunrise
dashed in,
वगैरह.
disengaging, and now the double
Bro.
faces there from G2. Unanticipated with Bang's position. Takes out 2 of them immediately. Sight potentially theirs as well. The Rage is
Good.
trying to pick them apart.
ठीक है.
Trades
ठीक है.
there
2v2.
instantaneously.
Come on.
Trent
Win this and
finds
then
it
there is
2v2
Nico.
now. Spot the
4
G2 are in
घंटे
as
में
well.
मेरे
Not too
बोर्ड
much
का
control of
रिजल्ट
anything
है.
else.
Fuck.
Uncertainty.
That's
That's smoke
crazy,
fades as well.
bro.
Zelsis might be caught very unaware.
भाई ये राउंड नहीं हारना है भाई.
She's
Goated.
already isolated
1
just to
HP?
1. Valen low enough that it should just be easy business. Yes, indeed.
Let's go, bro. Bro, let's go, bro.
An incredibly important round for Sen to convert.
Incredibly important round, for real.
Those can get really dangerous against G2. But Sen fought them in the choke point. Look how quickly Jorgamo was forced to use his refract. He got in with a double dash and a bunch of util.
इनको ऐसा डर लगता था क्या बोर्ड एग्जाम रिजल्ट आने से
but he was
पहले?
forced to recall immediately.
बोर्ड एग्जाम रिजल्ट आने से पहले डर लग रहा था क्या तुमको?
मेरी बहुत फटी थी, मैं तो फीफा खेल रहा था तभी।
तो फटी थी तो फीफा कैसे खेल रहे?
अरे खुद को ये डाइवर्टेड रखने के लिए बहुत ज्यादा भाई स्वेट हो रहा था।
Zekken was amazing at the start of this series, white hot, and the action's coming towards him.
Oh, no, a knife salvos at your feet as well. This is a dangerous spot for Zekken to be placed in. It's already taken damage as a result.
They're rushing in
of it.
hard. Nice knife.
Phantom in hand. Wow, pushes Zelsis back into a potential spot as well where he could do that damage. It's exchanged with the fire.
नींद आ गई?
Sentinels getting it still. It's a double face up in the end by G2. Almost wrangling control of the rifle for the two-piece, but it is all there.
Good night,
Khelraay, G2.
Take care, bro.
No more options here for Valen.
Good night to only those who are
the position. Still gets to one. Narrates quick to make sure
care,
that's
bro.
all it is.
And no opportunity for G2 to get through that choke. Completely stuck.
महंगा राउंड नहीं भाई, अपना पिछला राउंड भी अपन जीते थे, तो we good. महंगा राउंड तो नहीं था। अपने पास इकोनॉमी तो है। अल्ट आ गए भाई अच्छे।
I didn't buy my second smoke. God damn it, Sean! Why would you do that?
I didn't catch that, but thankfully it didn't matter at all for them. But maybe that's the reason why Sen were fighting so hard. I think it was a good strategy in the end, though.
Yeah, exactly. उसने बीमन स्मोक नहीं किया था। मैं भी वही सोचा उसने बीमन स्मोक क्यों नहीं किया। But वो लोग फ्लैश के कांटेक्ट पे, I mean, वाइस फ्लैश पे क्रेजी फाइट लिए। Crazy fumble, भाई।
It's a round where you can go for a pretty big ult play for G2. The convergent paths can be deadly.
He's got his refract. He wants to try and bait this wall out, which he has done. Back to mid, back to safety.
That's important. Zelsis has been really good at defending his wall from Yoru clones. Jorgamo has to put his body on the line, so it's a little risky, but he gets away with it. And now he's got a good angle to go for his ult. He can ult into A main if they get in for the bangs playing there, or into sight if they see John.
I like the stream if you are new, by the way.
Bounce here. Sana going to be aware that this is fake pressure over towards Cad. Still in control of it. Jump spot gets a good acknowledgement.
Oh my
that's
god.
A blow to the head, though, that you're not looking for. Still, we're going to see it now. Dividing straight up into the side here with the salvos towards the back.
Ult कर दे ult
needs
Zelsis.
to lead the charge for the rest of his team. They don't have control of main though, and a dash straight forwards into the arms of Leaf. Get the Thorns waiting for Nadi Armageddon. This is going to be chaotic indeed. Swinging from the side though, just finding that timing to still guard.
Oh, nice.
Rips away a lot of the weapons, but the util is still good. Sen have chances and more. Zelsis finally removed. Thorn in their side.
भाई लो तो है।
Trying to take that fight. The plan was going down.
Shit भाई उन लोग का इको आ जाता है यार ये राउंड जीते तो।
And it might seem a little bit strange, but the adjustment from Jorgamo in this round was to use his dash way earlier. G2 are getting into sights just by walking in together. Obviously, Leaf gets a bit of a freebie there. They caught Zekken dead to rights in B main. But Jorg used his dash just to cut up the market.
ये game close जाएगा.
He didn't dash out of market. He'd already used his dash and his refract before he even took a step into the site. And this is, I think, already a pretty successful attack half for G2.
Yeah, from what we know, at least how Ascent is operated.
And with how good their defense was before.
Yeah.
The Waylay, pretty underrated actually on defense. The Saturate is difficult to get through. Sen probably need another hero round here. Maybe from Zekken with the Blade Storm or bang over towards A main, who's been phenomenal.
Deep drone. Leaf's going to be inserted as well into that forward position. Pass most of it here, the flash to the peak. That's a great refight, Sentinels. Can overextend into this spot, but with nothing watching their backs, they're trying to carve out a path out towards Tree. They've dropped the spike in their laps, though. Definite options here, and Sentinels could capitalize. Flipping the map entirely from them, and what a shot by Bang!
Crazy, right? Crazy round, crazy round.
He wants to step up even more here. There's confidence. You can see it in the way that he's playing. Bullets are going to be ringing out.
W.
But they overwhelm.
A massive round for Sentinels with bad weaponry. They caught G2.
पिछला मैप 13-10 कैसा गया भाई? कमबैक खा लिया था.
And put them in a really
हार जाते
uncomfortable
पिछला मैप.
position. G2's game plan in this round was to try to condition Zelsis that anytime his wall is popped in mid, it's a fake. And this time, actually, Leaf just walked straight through it. So they were hoping that Leaf's lurk would pay dividends.
Good night.
It doesn't.
Nice, boys. Let's go.
It's pretty fast. It's pretty chaotic. But
I'm out by G2.
Coming out on top, making it look pretty. I think it's got Kaplan stressed in the back over there. You can
certainly.
See it right over his face.
Like the stream, gang.
But honestly, that was not a bad round from them. They managed to navigate. Another game plan from G2. Better buy from G2. And now, KO ultimate for Jonah P. Josh RT is going to take attack timeout, the first one that they have access to. And so Sentinels are going to need to do an anti-KO ult setup. So Zelsis playing pretty far away from the Thorns, throw those over to a different player. See if we can get long-range support.
Needed तो आ रही है भाई.
And possibly, you know, Ali's on
लेकिन
John
heavy
to be
need
using
नहीं
his
आ रही.
KO ult reactively.
तो मैच तो चलना चाहिए भाई. Sentinel CG
This is the post-plant meta, folks.
One successful retake out of 17 opportunities.
Now,
there was one successful retake out of 7.
So you have pull as well as the salvos to have to deal with, but
Sen's a little bit different. Bit easier to follow the sound cues, just stunt the hits before they even come in.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of the time you're not even in a good spot when you plant on this map. You've taken so much damage getting to the sites. So look, Zekken is on A with all of that Vice util, and Zels is playing on the other side of the map so that the KO ult from Jonah P can't catch him.
Prime something there with the salvos held
to
the appropriate angle, saturated into
Bro,
the corner.
वो dodge करने गया flash.
Turn to the side, almost expecting it, as you said, pre-anticipated, and watching all the angles as well as that response.
Oh, that's
hell nah, bro.
This is just
he's gonna peek out.
Good from Jokomo to be able to pick up that second
kill.
Oh
yeah,
as well.
baby smoke.
A 5v3.
Smoke fading, re-exploration again. Called for. Bang has to take risks in this spot. It just doesn't clear the right corner. Whiffy a little bit, but Jokomo gets the job done.
Shit by.
This is all just with 50 seconds left to play with. G2 just standing down their ground.
Yeah, there's so much time. G2 have been put in a serious focus.
Final नहीं होता, grand final अलग होता है. हाँ, तो upper bracket final और lower bracket final अलग-अलग होता है.
Over towards A. But I think G2
फिर
know
उसके
that.
बाद में lower grand final होता है.
KO setup, so mid's going to be weaker.
Can Zekken get it done? He has a lot of util to try and play with here, but already dashed back into the salvos. There's no safety whatsoever.
And Zelsis, he had a couple of 4Ks on Pearl, but this in a 1v4 doesn't seem doable for him. The money's still going to be okay for Sentinels, but it gives G2 a much-needed economic cushion because
grand final के बाद तो कुछ नहीं आता ना.
Players with a stinger, and they've been.
फिर उसके बाद में semi-final.
Band-Aid kind of
scrapping together
bits and bobs, yeah.
Yeah. Difficult decision to make for Zelsis. He has the money to buy for next, but you don't want to feed up the ult to G2 as well.
No, you absolutely don't. Jokomo could get another conversion path online.
भाई ये save बहुत important था. ये एक weapon भी. ये economy तो cooked है.
The threat of the null command was actually more important here than even using it.
Yeah.
Zelsis recognizes that there's a null command on the other side, so he changes up his Vice setup entirely. That leaves a gap in mid that they have to fill with bodies. And G2 just walk down mid and take the fight. So a great identification of how the game changes.
600 likes के लिए 2 like चाहिए दोस्तों. Like the stream if you're new.
There's a zone flash, I think, as well, he was trying to avoid.
Was it really?
I'm not too sure. Don't know what happened to it. Something exploded on our screens. Missed it. Either way, this is 4-4 now, and G2, their attack side is looking mighty better.
Yeah, a much slower approach, less execute heavy, but really working well. Zelsis goes back to the same mid wall, and he's playing on site with his util. So if Jonah P pops some kind of fast B hit, Zelsis will not have access to any of this.
Good morning, Captain.
But I think if it was going to happen, it would have been the previous round. So he's calling the bluff of G2.
ये grand final ही चल रहा है.
Trying up through mid again. Make sure you clear all the angles. Second, it's been playing up close sometimes in through mid. That's back with a conversion pass. No risk to be taken this time though. Just trigger the wall and get back again. But Sen look like they're gearing up potentially to refight this one once more. Salvo's here. Onto the one side and the other. He's going to be used in response there with a saturate. You can see it pushes back. Zekken, barely alive, just has to updraft and scuttle himself away, but he's dropped down to low HP.
Jorg looking for a timing.
And here's a fight to be had. Narrate realizing it. There was a gap there. He's making sure to control that space up through it.
And Zekken backed off to lane instead of B main. Remember last time he got caught in B main on the B split. Now adjusting his setup.
This is a slow siege indeed by G2, still waiting for that util. The knife does rain down.
Dojan side pe hai.
Uses his ult. All of this Vice util will go.
Very pushing forward. Here it is. Ults now use suppression across the board. And how do you pass your way out of this one for Sen? There's a timing to be taken through the smoke. Does Elsa's there do it? The side players, they need some help, supportive util.
यार एक और मार देता भाई मजा आ जाता.
Instant with the trade again. G2.
Shit.
Reign supreme across the site.
3v3.
No extremity control into it, and time is of the essence. They need to get this plan down.
Chunkyuti ka ult hai.
And a 3v3, definite chances. And Sen looking to take it now.
They're running towards stairs.
Forwards as well. Jump spot gets the acknowledgement.
Bro,
Bang is just holding his ground. Util into his hands. Snappy. From Celsius, blind is
full blind.
better.
No, nice.
Swing from behind. Very drilled by Sentinels.
Now that
अगला round eco हो जाता भाई. Double U retake, double U.
One successful retake attempt on Pearl. But here, what Bang was doing, jiggle peeking to see whether the threat at stairs was actually real or not before deciding whether or not to invest the paranoia. And so he saves it.
Gotcha, Captain
and
Bai.
can use it for a much better opportunity onto the site. Combos it with that KO flash. Blinds up Jonah P at the same time as all of Sen move forward as a pack. Both teams actually playing the spacing game, how far away you are from your teammate, really, really well.
Yeah.
They're moving together as one unit, as a hive mind. And that's a big adjustment from how G2 were previously playing, but Sen sticking to what they're great at.
Oh, bad patience.
Into this one with only a
no mind.
Delay with
They're pushing in hard.
Wall in your face and a flash in the face of Zekken. Took him all the way in. Oh, he's ripped his way back. Okay, refract.
Realizing that the Vice wall was here in B main. I don't think he actually realized he was about to die from logs. Gets a little lucky. But now that they cleared out that wall, they know that there's nothing in mid. So you're expecting there to be bodies.
A पे जा रहे. कितना fast अंदर आए थे भाई उधर. B पे.
Have to try and get control of B main again. It's a flash and a peek.
I would imagine that G2 are gonna try to. Oh, hello.
They heard it.
They're gonna fake B and they're gonna go back A.
Clear this area. Push back. Zekken.
Yeah, realizing they can't really threaten the rest of the map if they've lost B main control the entire time.
But is this gonna end up being a pop onto A with the convergent paths? Because Jorgamo, he doesn't have refract, but he still can close the gap and do a lot of damage.
Passive positions held here. Bang is just jump spotting underneath.
And Narrate is going to be under crazy pressure because when this comes in through A main, if he turns his back for a moment, there's a backstab on Catwalk.
Already laying down the smoke.
30 seconds left.
Wine going to be cleared. Narrate.
यार ये shot वाले BT देने वाले.
You stand against it. The heat's going to be turned up now.
Oh shit! उसने ये shot ही ult किया भाई control के लिए. Shit! Good flash.
Bang. Paranoia.
Nice TP.
Enough time forward and even dodged that one.
Nice smoke. Goated. Legendary.
That's unbelievable.
Insane.
Just like that, scattered to the wind. Jonah P and Lee are forced to do it all. Smokes in your face as well, and bullets are raining down on you.
Insane play by Bang.
Not going to be saving you much from that one. Leaf, very awkward spot indeed. ISO's one. Position noted though, expecting a second updraft over towards the top. How the hell do you control that? You cannot. So well played in the moment.
What movement from
भाई साहब क्या देख लिया चैट.
From a spot where Bang gave him the advantage.
Yeah.
That was masterfully played by Bang. The paranoia, I think, caught under 3 people. Throws down a smoke to play around.
Bruh.
And gets the kill onto Jorgu.
Zekken ने तो जवान इसका खाता पिस्ता कर दिया भाई.
He's trying to jump to play in his teammate, who just gets spray transferred. He is going wild. A nice round from Sen. Because there were
insane,
two players under
insane.
Immense pressure there. Narrate got ulted by the Waylay, and he
Chat
managed to back up into a corner and avoid getting punished.
Yeah, 3-1.
And they also...
What do you feel?
Bang on sight.
Yeah.
Is it 2-all or is it 3-1?
So good, Bang.
He's been unreal.
I think best smokes player that we have in Americas, I would say.
So far with the way that he's playing, yeah, and almost kryptonite to the way that G2 are as well.
Yeah, and think about the difference between these two smokes players.
2-all it is. 2-all it is. 2-all. Even I feel 2-all, bro. ये lag क्यों हुआ?
to improve, and then realizing actually it's not about him as an individual, it's about him as a leader, as an IGL.
All it is, let's go. G2 haven't practiced well on SN2 all. Oh.
Bang doesn't have to worry about leading the team.
भाई तो insider लेके आया है full.
He can just focus on playing the best individually he possibly can. And he's playing incredibly.
Defensive map है लेकिन.
I think there's pressure for G2 here. This is, I believe, both timeouts expended at this point.
But again, if you zoom out, this is still a good attack half.
Right, exactly. The point being that so much emphasis placed on the attack side, G2 feel like they don't need help with their defense.
There's a fight, yeah.
An extra round here or there, it's going to make all the difference for them. Already a better look compared to when they last clashed on this map. Second forwards again. He was doing this earlier in the half. Might be waiting for a bit of util as well for the setup, but John QT is on towards Cat, and Jorgen must be dealt with. Dash back again. Flash forward straight from Cat just in case there is that follow-up and that pressure, but Zekin is not out of the woods just yet. Thrown out towards into the bottom. Do they expect Zekin to be dashed into this angle? Looks like it. Hard clearance by Jonah P. And yeah.
भाई Stinger क्या gun है यार chat.
Just working off minimap to be able to get that.
Couple of bullets. Does the job effectively enough. Zelsis now on his turn to try and step right up to it. And again, that spam. Smoke's going to be fading in the end.
7-4. 7-5 incoming.
Brilliance from Sentinels. They're using the wall as bait in mid. The wall isn't even there, by the way, but because it has been in so many of the previous rounds, G2 are conditioned to walk down mid and try to get rid of that Vice wall as part of their default. And first they meet Zekin inside the smoke.
मेरे को लग रहा है chat.
Narrate is there span.
मेरे को लग रहा है कि ये easily जीत जाएगी सन. जिस हिसाब से सन खेल रही है.
So now massive ultimates for both teams to close out in round 12.
Again from Zekin. Deep position, same smoke down. Okay, stray shot.
क्या टिचकी दिया है भाई.
They're aware of the danger.
Smash over the top of an old command. Okay,
oh shit.
Contact first here with a drone.
Bichara yaar.
There is no escape. Suppressed up. There is no dash out to safety. Zekin finally taken out. TP into the back. The reinforcements arriving over towards B, or are they to cancel onto the ult?
They're going back A.
Things for a bit of a loop here. G2 calling for a bit of a cooldown and now speeding up over towards A, but the Armageddon. Safety net granted here for Sentinels.
But these B players can't really rotate over towards A.
Still Garden.
ये क्या अल्ट किया है?
Towards the side here, but this is all just fake pressure once more to saturate. Oh my, light speed, and he's out of there. Bit of a squeeze being placed now up towards Tree, and just a shorty into your hand.
All going heaven, chat.
The flash is impeccable. In and out, round to the side. Jorgamo with the movement, but bang, cannot be denied. It's time. In the sun, it's already that 2v2.
Oh nah, bro.
Behind is taken.
Shit.
Bullet to the back there, execution star from Leaf, and it brings it just down to Zelsis to see what he can do in this spot. Still Garden, even better. Leaf gonna be backing away now, doubled up. Discipline to be played for these G2 players. Wrapping around all the way as well, not
he's just baiting.
Anticipating, yeah, it is just bait. Trying to pull this one out all the way. Now
Hell nah, bro.
Very difficult task indeed for Zelsis.
She क्या निकाला है G2 ने round
where we stand here on Ascent G2.
Crazy round by G2.
Already said, listen, they are 2 rounds down.
किसको support कर रहे हो आज भाई? Sentinel.
And I think overall, they've got to be really happy with this. A much slower approach to Ascent. After having lost in dominating fashion to Sentinels just recently, they've made the right adjustments on their attack half. And they're at the precipice, to be honest. If they play their defense well, the trophy could be theirs.
Good morning, Nami. Good morning, Devi.
Standing by with Khelraay.
You didn't sleep yet? The match is going banger, baby. ये कौन है?
Yes, I am down here for a little bit of halftime fun with these two to figure out what they're feeling about the game. How are things looking? How are you feeling? Are you happy with the results so far? Obviously, we know the results. You're not feeling too good. You just said it to me, but how about this game?
Yeah, I mean, I would have rather won, but the game's looking good so far. Hoping for a close game between the two, but I don't want to root for either team for the sake of Bang's family and for the sake of Trent's family. Okay. I've been pretty unlucky recently, so I'm gonna keep out of it.
All right, who's impressing you so far, though? If you could be like, all right, yeah, they're frying.
Zekin's playing kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, Zekin's playing kind of crazy. We'll see if he can keep it going. Now,
Week
5 was a game against G2, the Icebox match. We're going to Icebox here. If Sentinels win, what did you kind of identify about them, and what maybe will we see Sentinels have to do to take that match?
I mean, I think I said it. We were scared of them, but I think here.
Bro, PS5 में कितना गेम डलवा है अब तक? 2-3 ही है.
All right, and what did you mean
Game
before by
Pass
saying
लेके उसमें
G2
50
wins the
games आ
map
जाएंगे.
before they basically get into servers? How do you combat that, or how do you just go against that power?
इधर ऑक्सी का इंटरव्यू चल रहा है देखो.
I don't think Sen have done that today. I think Sen have handled it.
दूसरे भाषा में चल रहा रहेगा.
Teams just go in, they're scared against G2, they give them the respect, they don't fight them. And that's why I'm gonna play it.
All right, awesome, gentlemen. Thank you for the info. I appreciate it muchly. We're gonna throw it back to the casters and get this one underway. Take it away.
Sen have definitely not been fearful of G2 on here today, and they weren't the first time they played against them as well earlier on in the tournament.
No, they've been very happy today to re-clear, to fight, to try to bring those engagements to G2, but the adjustments strategically that G2 have made here and how well they've played a slower style of Waylay might have set them up with an opportunity to win. Back-to-back chances at this America's Trophy. The victors at this year's kickoff. And after a tough, grueling road through the lower bracket, this would be their 4th win in a row.
Good night हो गया था भाई.
To convert on the defense side of Ascent.
भाई सर धो के आया तो गुड नाइट होने लग गया मेरा चैट. सर धोना नहीं चाहिए था क्या? तो सर धोने से पहले मैं एकदम फ्रेश था यार.
They'd love a pistol here. It would mean everything to them.
Put them on the right foot forwards here. Knife against the back. It's going to force that nade out nice and early.
Dash used.
Okay.
Dash used in the first 20 seconds to
attack देखते भाई कैसे करती है Sen.
So that makes it really tough to send 4 players through A main.
Might have spotted on the minimap, I'm not too sure. At least the suppression came through, so.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, they caught him.
Oh.
There it is, re-cleared core 4.
Nah, it is so cooked.
What? The rate does fantastically to even get
crazy,
one in that
bhai,
spot.
crazy. Traded himself. Why look at the spawn.
All the way behind here in spawn.
Oh,
shit.
My.
This is a mad timing. He's got the read so well.
They're watching for top mid pressure, thinking that somebody could have looked all the way up today.
Oh, he spotted him.
That one,
I think Bang.
Sure.
Yes, Bang saw him.
Yeah, it's pinged. Bang. Notifying the rest of his team. It's doubled up and held here now. Get a bit of a move on once more. Marathon sprint across the map.
Well, you just know that B is undefended. If Leaf has pushed all the way out through B, then it's empty. These rotators for the defense are going to be trying to race you, and it's a fake. Sen ascending the footsteps in this direction while the spike goes back into A.
One
it's
step
all on
ahead.
Valen.
All on Valen indeed, and he's just caught that timing against it. Zekken was hard clearing onto the one side
I
of things.
guess they're losing the pistol and it's 7-all.
Arriving desperate at that for G2, but time is of the essence again. 12 seconds. It's counting down into the round.
Yeah, double peek here.
Trent and Valen putting a stop to all of this here with only seconds remaining. There's no more chances now. It's run dry and shy, and all they have to do is live. Kills a consolation at this point. It's a pistol round win for G2.
NT.
And that should allow G2 to close
7-all हो जाएगा अभी.
Sen, they're not the type of team that we expect to go for the force. They won some important ecos earlier on. There's that little jiggle that just gave the game away on Leaf's lurk. But in the end, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
And it was Valen's decision not to overcommit. After Leaf died, he stayed on A just in case John QD was cooking up some kind of elaborate fake, and he was. So once more, Valen, with the slightest of better reads, ends up winning a massively crucial round.
There.
Creeping all the way up here from Sen. Nothing to really work with in this spot. Jorgamo's giving up control, at least towards mid. Cloudburst dash forward. Market control in the name of the game here for Sentinels, at least hoping that
they can keep prime any day.
Jorgamo, seen it, that's a no-scope.
What the hell was that shot? Neend uda di, yar bhaga di.
Seals up potential weaknesses in their
splash.
the walls. Really just
crazy by 7-all.
Still accurate as ever, classic in hand, but peppering them now with a bit of lead. The backside player of Leaf as well is going to be able to anchor this one nicely. Still mistimed. It was Utah by Jonah P to flash to try and help him out entirely. Spotting this one out, but running away with it. And yeah, here it is. Finally, flooding all the way back in for us. So G2 now evened it up, 7-7.
Sen have got a massive uphill battle.
Game important round, chat.
G2 won both pistols
now
on Ascent
is the
and
important
got
round.
5 rounds total on their attack half. For how defense-sided this map is, it's going to be brutal. Sentinels need everything. They need the hero moments of earlier from Zekken, from Bang, Zelsis 4Ks from Pearl. The reads from John. Narrate to step up. They need everybody online. And they absolutely must win this round. Of all of the rounds that you get on the attack side, this anti-bonus is normally your best shot at generating some level of momentum. Zekken down mid very early.
And he's going to be met. There's plenty of bodies ready to receive here on G2 side of things. Going for that refight as well. The Paranoid sweeps past, but it was a window. Slightest of gaps the Zekken plays in, and he was not blinded up.
That's a bit of a gun diff as well, because Jorgamo does actually hit him for 140. Zekken survives. He's used his dash though, so he's not really going to be useful at breaking through these choke points. And going through the Bucky here can be utterly brutal.
We've seen some filthy things with this set.
Narrate doesn't have drone.
Airplane Bucky on a Sen. We've all seen the damage done, and that might just put a stop to what Sen were planning. They've called for a bit of a pause.
Zekken's deep down mid. Valen's fighting back. Smoke v smoke.
As it dissipates as well, there's timings and fights to be taken on either side here, and Zekken is still doing work once more. 10 HP doesn't matter, and Bang just slips his way all the way in. Turn of the head.
30 seconds.
Valen expecting it in a different direction here, but Sentinels are making moves now over towards B.
And it looks like they've managed to thread the needle and find that gap. Trent with it all to do. He has won some bonkers 1v3s this stage.
इतना लेट देखे क्या फायदा? क्या लेट देख रहे हो? क्या लाइव देखी?
alone should checkmate him in this spot towards mid. And then you'd have to deal with Zelsis in B main and John on the site. Doesn't really seem
चल बे चल हार गई सेन बकवास टीम हगा से 8-7 हुआ है चुबैट.
Looking for that one.
There we go.
But it's going to be heard. Sound cue from the weapon dropping. Bang immediately snaps round. So.
And it's actually important that you do not feed the kill into John QT, because he's 2 away from null command, and that could be Sentinel's
We can all use this store में दे. Okay.
to winning this match.
इस सीजन में कितना रैंक है आपका? मेरा अभी डायमंड 3 है क्योंकि मैंने खेला ही नहीं ब्रो.
Expected by Trent apparently.
यड़ा है भाई ये.
And it doesn't look like John's going to have an opportunity to farm up this ultimate.
कैमरा से दूर हो जाओ, सेन जीत जाएगी. Shut up.
Feed him the plant.
Good morning, Amrit
The
bhai.
problem is if you feed him the plant and he gets ult, you've already got on site, so you've done the hard part already.
क्या बात है?
Zekken does a great job in this round.
He does.
He perfectly plays the mid pressure. He knows that a retake's coming, puts himself in a safe spot, and then still manages to find a mid lurk for a second after being hit for 140.
Buy round for buy round. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Zelsis is not, Leaf is not using the wall for mid information. They're playing crossfires in mid instead.
It forces a couple of eyes at the G2 players at least to be watching that direction. The drone dodged and timing. Leaf is going to be making sure to shore that one up. Back through market. Reclaims for the salvage as well.
Oh,
it's a dangerous position to be in. The rate is looking to at least make it a bit harder.
Trade हो गया है.
Just the one before the damage is sent flying
A
forward.
shot oh my god.
Snappy. Just taps away, rips the head clean off, and even given
Man
up that
advantage
space.
मिल
They
गया
let the
G2
spike
को.
drop down, but they're willing to relocate anyway.
Leaf is so aggressive, so confident. He's the
क्या लगता है ये राउंड में कौन जीतेगा? G2 के पास तो एडवांटेज है ये राउंड में, तो मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली वही लोग जीतेंगे.
He believes in his own aim and his own read on the game so much.
Fight, never mind.
A has been weak for G2. It's only had these 2 players defending it the entire time, and the net is starting to tighten.
वो लोग पीक करने वाले हैं शॉट मेरे को तो लगता
They
है.
still have a lot of util to hold this off, and
G2.
Bang goes down.
Yeah, he does indeed. G2 are getting so
Bro.
damn active as well, though, with that deep push out through B lane.
They are so
This is
cooked.
time for the backstab onto the cat players, but G2 are happy to play a bit further back.
8 all incoming chat.
Played a numbers advantage. Have faith in the retake at this point.
I'm a little bit surprised they even want the door closed, because they've got to find a pick here before the retake comes through.
Door's going to be broken at the moment.
He has only one smoke.
Down to red. Alarm bells ringing. Zekken in through main, but he's going to be pushed out into the open. This drone, he's got to expect it. With the position
flank
to
bhi
start,
aa gaya,
it's a good
shit.
connection. Trent, though, still doesn't open himself up.
No
He wants to play
chance.
this one with the salvos, and he lets his team do the damage. Still Zekken. One to the grave with him. With Leaf.
Guardian था
Guys all
यार.
over the place. So damn active across the
8
map.
all भाई साहब. चेक क्या ये 12-12 होने वाला है.
Leaf was the key player in G2's victory.
10 बजे एक्सटर्नल्स है मेरे. फेल हुआ तो 700 जी पे कर देना बैक के लिए एग्जाम के लिए. हगरे.
The scoreline's close. But our expectations.
भाई तू मेंटली एग्जॉस्ट नहीं होता क्या? रोज इतना काम करते हो. काम नहीं लगता भाई.
difficult it is to get the job done on the attack.
So unaware. They're going to call a timeout.
I mean, he's wrong with that read, but he's been right with everything else. Sen not going for the tag timeout just yet, but they're knocked down onto an eco. It would be a really normal time for Kaplan to hit the panic button. Are they unaware? I mean, yeah, slightly. They've been allowing some really heavy walkouts. G2 have been pushing out and re-clearing the map, pretty similar to when we started on Haven. If you think back all the way to map 1, G2 were just pushing out constantly through A lobby, through mid, through garage. And Leafs finding those same opportunities here on defense.
Just clearing up some of the confusion on the map. Through Leafs lurks and also the drawing up through mid, hoping that they might get some players here. For Sen, they don't really have much to work with. They got the knives earlier.
दिखा दे Zekan भाई, दिखा दे. जितना भी जो भी सीखा है भाई इस एक राउंड में निकाल दे सब. भाई सब zabzu.
Does have some support as well though from the two tree players, and here it comes. Flying forwards here with a paranoia. Just about dodged and avoided here.
अबे यार नाइफ हो गया बेचारा, हट भाई.
Attempt here from G2. Coming to the corner here. A flash was anticipated. Valin tucked to the corner.
9-8, bro.
One step ahead is G2. Expecting the plays that Sen were trying to make, and Zelsis.
He's just forced to scurry away, isn't he? 30 seconds left. Love that.
शायद यार यहाँ गुजरात में तो आ जा रहे हैं रिजल्ट्स. हाँ बहुत जगहों पे आ जा रहे हैं रिजल्ट्स.
Throwing that kind of early on in the round. 20 seconds. 2 players in A main. No chance. Jonah picks up the final one.
महाराष्ट्र बोर्ड्स का भी शायद आ जा रहा है. All the best भाई लोग. All the best for your results. भगवान के पास जाके प्रेयर जरूर करना.
For Sentinels, if we're being honest. Zekan had to be the playmaker, and he just got put in an impossible spot. He's got a classic in his hand by the time the exec happens.
I'm not gonna lie as well at this point. This is a very difficult ask for Sentinels. They're only down by 1 round, but
yes, Kags bhai. Thank you so much.
Up here on the G2 side. One away for some critical ones as well. Trent and Leaf.
All right, boy.
Online. Jonah P has that.
This round is a must win. This round is a must win, or else we are cooked.
So if you do decide to run some kind of fast B pops, Leaf's going to keep all of his util online. And not moving the wall either, keeping the wall in mid. So you still have really good information unless it gets baited. They're pinging it. Zekan's running forwards to try to bait it.
Or potentially about a response from G2, but they are passive enough that there's nothing coming out.
They be 12th
taken out, forces the drone on G2 here, but it's these G2 players right here. Jorgamo under the threat here. He's going to be turned up out of the pan and into the fire.
Nice. W, 9-all.
2 quick ones earned as well up through heaven. You got to try and deny this.
9-all, let's go.
Is sat upon. They do just that.
Nice early use of the ultimate. Completely caught those players on tree. And bang, he holds heaven.
All watched.
Dominated.
9-9.
Crazy entry,
Sentinels,
crazy
that could have been
entry.
a very dangerous round indeed. And with it, earning themselves up to a couple of big ultimates themselves.
That's a huge 1% to get on the board. You actually saw Jorgamo swap over to his shorty, because I think in his head he's probably anticipating the Visol coming through as well. And he's thinking, all right, I probably need to be swapping.
Jumped on Jonah, I kissed him on the lips.
Is it against the
मेरी नींद खुल गई भाई, क्या बोला ये?
Stand up and kiss a player on the opposite side of the stage, yeah, probably.
Excuse me?
The NBA fans are wondering.
Yeah, they were at some point.
But now that big null command removed from the attack side should make things slightly easier here for the defenders.
Saturate slows it down. They know where the drone's coming from. With elbows, he's barely out of there. He's still alive.
क्या combo था उनका?
Bang.
Wow.
Oh, he's blind as anything. Doesn't matter though.
Easy, bro. Easy.
Hasn't he, Bang? Just catching the perfect time.
अगला round तो eco भी है.
And G2 react with Jorgen Leaf walking forwards, possibly straight into the arms of Zekan.
Yeah. Zekan has been able to backstab multiple times here, but Leaf is watching for it.
Oh, the Tejo ult.
Hold on, Armageddon's going to force his place forward as well. That is a pick your poison
Crazy. Bro, shit. Round घुमा दिया उन लोगों ने. Yard भगा दी, round भगा दिया.
Immediately. Celsius, you have the ult to work with again, but look at this, the positioning of Leaf. He's already here. I think you can hear it. Rumble of some of these footsteps, convergent pass just to slow them all the way down.
He's going back A short, Jack.
Trying to slow this one down and hope that Celsius will be offered up a couple of picks here, but with the util out in the open.
अबे यार ये round कैसे हार गए?
What a turnaround in this round. After Bang pulls out a phenomenal 2K.
ये साला वाला कार्ड was insane. भाई मुझे समझता नहीं है लोग कार्ड अच्छा मिलता है तो सबसे पहले कॉइन्स क्यों सर्च चेक करते हैं. ज्यादा कॉइन्स से वो लोग करेंगे क्या? मेरे को वो नहीं समझता.
Too smart for these games as well. Doesn't really open himself up for it. Spamming, spraying away, but time is already going to be played. As long as Trent stays alive, it's going to be another one added to the tally.
Okay, time नहीं है.
They're so good at identifying
9-10 हो गया भाई लोग.
to do in these clutch situations.
Yeah.
Trent, never a risk there of putting his body on the line.
If they lose this round, they have to eco.
Take a look at the replay here, though. It's a perfect off angle to stop a play like this. A
Crazy भाई.
5v3. And then leave.
But I guess Sen यही वाला low buy करेगी.
I don't know how they get the perfect read that they're all in A main at that exact timing. But the combination of the ult and the stun, that's why he's a Teo master.
That's a brutal one for Sentinels here. Immediate reaction with the timeout. You can see it.
Value देखना होता है package WRL.
They are feeling it potentially. This is a difficult spot to be in.
नहीं भाई लोग बेच देते हैं शायद भाई पता नहीं.
They've actually been doing a decent job. We keep talking about the fact that it's going to be uphill, but Sen, they're kind of going 1-for-1 with these rounds.
Yeah.
Ever since G2 won the pistol, it's been 3-2. It hasn't been dominant for the defenders. They've been holding their own. But if they lose this next round,
आज 5 मैच होंगे ना. पता नहीं भाई अगर G2 ये वाला मैप जीत जाती है तो फिर GG है. थर्ड मैप जाने की जरूरत ही नहीं उनको.
If they do lose this round, they're going to try to keep the economy going for as long as they possibly can. It's a game of endurance playing the attack side of Ascent. You're just trying to create as many opportunities as you can and see if some of them work.
Not just Ascent as well, it's best to find in general. These have been slow rounds being played. Maps that have been going deep. In part, both of these teams taking chunks out of each other, but G2 holding the advantage in the series and in the map for now. Sentinels looking to counteract it. Always slow at the beginning between these two teams as well. They're just hoping that they can wait out a bit of the util. Knives thrown at the beginning.
Knife clears over towards Catwalk. Thrown into A main. And they push Jorgamo out of middle. So Sentinels using their utility to try to create safe avenues for them to split into sites. G2 look for a little bit of info. Don't see too much. I would expect ults to be expended massively in this round because it's super important for both teams. If G2 win it, they're going to be feeling elated.
Yeah.
Like the trophy's already theirs.
Full sprint up through mid by second, just hoping.
अगला इको है क्या? नहीं, अगला बाय है वैसे सेन का चैट. टूटा फूटा बाय है.
Sen set their sights over towards A.
And A is
weak. दोनों की इकोनॉमी कुकड़ है मालूम.
G2 are playing passively enough though that this is a chance for them. Jump spot, Jonah P.
They both want this round equally bad.
That control as well, and that refight is called for with a paranoia, but up through mid now. Door in your face. The rate, you have the salvos to instantly break this one. You can pop out onto these players, but the Steel Garden is again going to be lying in wait here from Lee. He's going to be slowing down these players out towards the back of the side.
Wow.
Jorgamo denies him at the doorstep.
Wow.
Saturate.
Nice
even better, but Zekin does put him in his place. All the way forward, now only 15 seconds left. This is G2.
Shit, they got cooked.
Jumping on the chance. Death by 1,000 cuts indeed. Sentinels between a rock and a hard place. There's no chance for them to get this spike down safely, cleanly, whatsoever. 11 rounds now for G2.
Only 2 more rounds needed before G2 hoist the trophy back-to-back winners in Americas after making 4 consecutive finals. We've never had even a repeat winner in Americas. And Sen have got to scrap together a bye. They have to. It's pointless trying to let G2 get to 12 and hoping you can win 3 attack rounds on Ascent in a row. Even though the bye is going to be bad.
अभी तो बहुत low buy है भाई Sen का.
A Guardian, a Bulldog, and a dream for Sen.
Oh shit, bro.
Somebody has to make the play to right the ship. Otherwise, they, with double map ban,
G2 is lucky. 100 should have won. I don't think so. G2 is lucky, bro.
Players, and again,
they are skilled. They are all skilled.
His ass off once more.
Oh, he's got stuck.
He's out there, but he does. Oh no, no dash available. No dash available, and he needs to deny this, at least with the kills. Second, forced into a difficult spot. He wants to fight his way back out of it, but Jorgamo right from behind.
No smoke over towards Market. I think Zekin assumed that was being covered. Then again, it was all chaos.
It was, I guess, smoke, लेकिन वो बाहर आके मारा.
Just with the movement as well, the refract in the back pocket, Chocomo. Tail end of the duration of that one still, he's alive. That means a player advantage for G2 to play around.
Narrator's been holding his ult for such a long
लग रहा है भाई.
Can he find some value out of it? They've got to turn a player disadvantage.
Smoke नहीं दिया, हाँ ना बनता है. 2 kill मिल गया उसको free में.
G2 up to 12 here. Up to series point in our grand finals. Push forwards, pop flash in, and this is it, Narrate.
Bro, that's a GG chat, that's a GG. Sen is cooked. They have no buy. That was a do or die round for Sen.
Away.
Oh, shit, bhai.
3 chances, 3 tournament points. They already won in kickoff. It was a 5-map blender between these two teams. And Sentinels beat them for the first time in VCT recently in the upper bracket semi-finals here.
Woo! Let's go, baby!
But now G2 can feel it. They want to
दिव्या
establish
आज
a year
खेलेंगे
of dominance here.
मतलब मंडे है
Just
ना
a
आज
week ago,
हाँ
they were
खेलेंगे
thinking
आज.
whether or not they'd even qualify for Toronto. And now they've got 3 opportunities to lift the Americas trophy again and come in, skipping the Swiss stage in a phenomenal spot for Toronto.
Carving themselves into the history books of Americas, at least domestically. To be one of the first teams to get the back-to-back, it's up to Zekin to try and put a stop to that. These dreams and hopes of G2 themselves, but already dashing forwards. This guy has to be the tip of the spear, but he's just being isolated still. They deal with Leaf. Armageddon in through the back.
एक backside है.
Finds a bit of time and a bit of space as well, but they have to deal with Trent, and it's a stun against the back wall. He's penned himself in. Skipping and hopping all the way through was on Zekin. Isolates it, finds
How did he die to one
just
blade?
relentless. Making a move on now, still with that player disadvantage. Jorgamodo
Crazy, round it.
Spot Sentinels.
1v2. Nice. Bro, they are still alive in the game. They are still alive in the game,
When you're
Chad.
watching through Zekin's eyes, it looks chaotic. He's been tangled up by Leaf's setups in a couple of these rounds now, and yet the value provided from that Tejo ultimate completely isolated Trent, and he did whiff on the stun. He's almost stunned himself. A little bit of nerves in the
Right click
final
mara
moment.
Zekin.
And brick by brick, track by track, the Zen train at the moment keeps chugging, but 2 more opportunities for G2.
No way, that's
On
a tech
massively
pause, bro.
favoured
Oh,
half, and
timeout
they're taking
hai.
attack
Oh
timeout.
my goodness.
I mean, if Kaplan doesn't take
Crazy,
it now, he
bhai,
might not have
crazy.
a chance to even talk to the team.
Actually, very nice time to take a tech
has to
pause.
be perfect. Or at least the outcome has to be perfect.
Yeah.
Actually, the way the Sentinels got that round was a little scrappy, but it got the job done, and that
क्या
is what
बातें कर रहा
matters.
रहेगा यार
They've
भाई?
run out of ultimates, though.
Last
Narrate was holding that Tejo
कुछ
ultimate
rounds
back
है.
pocket for so long.
कुछ तो heavy
Kaplan
comms चल रहा रहेगा
is
कि
actually not
एकदम danger
so
execute
much
करने वाले ये
giving the
लोग.
info here is just giving
John
his
Cutie
team
call दे रहा है देखो.
time and space, it seems
breather.
to fill something out. It's John that
कुछ
you can
तो
see
heavy call है.
calling out a couple of ideas.
First seed equals to
adjustments.
business class or Toronto.
Just those 2 rounds that stand for Sentinels. Every single round that they've been able to earn on this attack side, it's been torturous, man. It's been absolutely torturous. If you take a look at the timeline, only 3 so far on this attack side round, and now they have to do 2 back-to-back. To bring this one all the way to OT, to stand a chance as well, to not go out, just to even get a chance of competing in that 5th and final map.
जो हारेगा उसका क्या घर पे.
So much of Sentinels
लेकिन वो
conditioning
टोरंटो के लिए
recently,
qualify
the
तो
last few
हुआ है.
rounds has been around B and B split.
दोनों teams.
Leaf adjusting the setup slightly, but gets caught by the suppress. But Sen are messing with their heads. Instead of going for the B split, they're making it feel like one and getting ready to pounce on A. But G2 are already getting good information. They've posted up Jorgamo with Trent to clear out this angle. The drone goes deep, and Leaf can start leaning A.
Jorg could take a peek here if he wanted to, at least with the refract, but not choosing to. Sen quite
A पे
open
जा रही है
as well to
Sen.
that push, the potential of it at least, in through mid. Just
2 जने
holding
short,
down.
2 जन
And G2
main
look like
और
they're playing
एक
A for
mid.
retake. I mean, they want to use, by the look of it, Trent and Jorgamo's ultimate to close this out. Zelsis.
Oh, Jorgamo Trent का ult भी है यार
Right
chat.
down, spam coming his way on
Can
top
be
of
actually
it.
cooked.
Eventually, removes it.
और अगला राउंड इको आ जाएगा भाई G2 का. So do or die for G2. They have to win this round.
Zen are controlling catwalk and tree. They're not closing the door and locking themselves in on site.
Crazy control रखे हैं A shot पे, crazy epic 4-man A shot control रखे हैं. Oh my god, क्या util use किया है. Wow. Bro निकाल दिया Sen ने round. Bro Sen has won it.
Isolated, cut out of the sight, divided away from it, and spammed and stuck away. Sen
2v1
dropping like flies, and for G2, in all eyes, into the hands of Trent, and he delivers them that back-to-back trophy.
An outrageous way for the map to finish. Much improved over the last time that they played Ascent.
भाई जोनो भी ऐसा कर रहा है यार.
Like I said, only a week ago, we're grueling through the lower bracket. Against 100 Thieves in OT on the final map, against an EG team that looked like they had the momentum.
Bruh, क्या round था ये.
Didn't even know whether they'd be in this spot. Didn't know whether they'd even qualify in 3rd place. Never mind 1st place. They make history today. And Ender had talked about it again a week ago. There are only a few games that set your legacy in Valorant. And they managed to avoid elimination in the lower bracket and cement that legacy again today.
G2 making history, and here it is. Your Stage 1 2025 America's Champions, G2.
Doing what everybody expected of them, but started to doubt. This team has been dominant throughout the whole of this year domestically in Americas and just started to slip up in recent weeks, but they fixed it at the perfect moment. The input from Josh, the reflection from Valin, the individual brilliance coming out from people like Trent, Leaf, and fixing the errors that they'd made on maps like Ascent, for example. Poetic the way that they finish.
Absolutely. Grueling is what they
तू मास्टर्स देखी मत कसम से भाई यार.
And each player getting their time in the sun.
भाई ट्रेंड मचा है. सबसे ज़्यादा आवाज ट्रेंड के लिए होंगी देखना.
Who's going to be probably the sole Canadian heading towards Masters Toronto, and with a trophy in the back pocket as well, waiting to see which teams are going to escape from the first stage to march into the blender that is G2, because they get that opportunity to look at the rest of the squads, figure out the meta potentially too.
Absolutely.
GG's boys, and that was it for VCT Americas. GG's. VCT Americas होता है यहाँ पे समाप्त. VCT पैसिफिक का ग्रैंड फाइनल होगा अगले हफ्ते, तो जरूर मिलना वहां पे. सैटरडे संडे को मोस्टली होगा. जरूर आना, देखेंगे, मजे करेंगे. 700 लाइक के करीब है हम लोग. अभी मैं जाता हूँ सोने के लिए एंड मस्त आराम से सोऊंगा. मिलते हैं आज वैलोरेंट की स्ट्रीम में, और उसके बाद में हम लोग करेंगे फीफा की क्रेजी पैक ओपनिंग बेबी. बाय बाय एवरीवन, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन. आई विल कैच यू गाइस लेटर. थैंक यू सो मच जो भी थ्रू आउट द नाइट जुड़ा था, जिसने भी थ्रू आउट द नाइट स्ट्रीम देखी. थैंक यू सो मच टू ईच एंड एवरीवन. लव यू ऑल. बाय. Peace out. GG's.